Welcome to Sleepy Tales, where relaxing stories are told slowly and softly to help you gently fall asleep. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see how far these stories travel. For more peaceful tales, subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. Now, get comfortable and drift off to tonight's bedtime story.
In a kingdom of cold stone castles and shadowed forests, a child was born whose beauty would awaken envy, provoke cruelty, and draw death itself to her cradle. Her life began with tragedy and ended with betrayal, yet she survived where others could not, carried through danger by courage, loyalty, and the unexpected kindness of strangers. In a world where mirrors speak the truth, poisons lurk in the sweetest fruits, and evil wears many faces, one girl's story defies the darkness that seeks to destroy her. This is the story of Snow White.
In a kingdom of cold stone castles and shadowed forests, a child was born whose beauty would awaken envy, provoke cruelty, and draw death itself to her cradle. Her life began with tragedy and ended with betrayal, yet she survived where others could not, carried through danger by courage, loyalty, and the unexpected kindness of strangers. In a world where mirrors speak the truth, poisons lurk in the sweetest fruits, and evil wears many faces, one girl's story defies the darkness that seeks to destroy her. This is the story of Snow White. Once upon a winter's day, a queen sat by her window, sewing. Outside, the snow fell in heavy, silent flakes, blanketing the world in white. Her window was framed in black wood, dark as polished ebony. As she worked, her needle slipped and pricked her finger. A single drop of blood fell onto the snow on the sill. The queen looked at it closely, the deep red against the pure white, framed by the black window. The colour struck her, so sharp and clear that she spoke a wish. She wished for a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as ebony. It was a wish made lightly. Yet wishes have power when spoken from the heart. In time, her wish came true. She bore a daughter, and the child's skin was pale as snow, her lips red as blood, and her hair dark as ebony wood. They named her Snow White, but joy does not always last. The queen, weakened by childbirth, did not live long. Her death came quietly, like the fading of a candle, and the king was left a widower with a newborn child. He mourned, but kings cannot mourn forever. A queen's seat may be empty for a short while, but not for long. So it was that the king married again. The new queen was strikingly beautiful, but beauty was only the surface. Beneath it lay pride, coldness, and a hunger to be admired. She carried with her a strange mirror, framed in shining metal, unlike any other. This mirror was no ordinary glass. It was enchanted, bound to her by secrets best left untold. When she stood before it and asked who was the fairest of all, the mirror never lied. At first, the mirror told her what she wanted to hear. She was the fairest in the land. She delighted in this answer, for beauty was not simply her gift. It was her crown, her shield, her very sense of worth. To be less than the fairest was, to her, worse than death. Snow White grew in the shadows of her stepmother's rule. She was gentle, quiet, and kind. Her beauty was not sharp or proud, but soft and natural, the kind that grew without effort. As the years passed, She blossomed into the very vision her mother had wished for. Skin white as snow, lips red as blood, and hair black as ebony. The Queen's eyes, sharp and watchful, did not miss this change. Each morning she asked her mirror the same question, and each morning it gave the same answer. She was still the fairest. But there came a day when the mirror's words shifted, and with them the Queen's heart. When she asked, the mirror replied that Snow White was fairer still. The word struck her like a knife. Beauty, the one thing she prized above all else, was slipping from her grasp. To another, it might have been a passing sorrow, a vanity that could be endured. But to this Queen, it was unbearable. Envy grew in her like a sickness, twisting her thoughts. At first, she tried to ignore it, telling herself that Snow White was only a child. Yet the mirror never lied, and each time she asked, the answer was the same. Snow White was now the fairest. The Queen's pride turned sour. She began to look at the girl differently, her smiles tighter, her words sharper. What once had been polite distance became coldness. What had been coldness became hatred. Snow White, young and innocent, did not understand. She felt the chill, but could not name its source. She went about her days quietly, unaware of the storm gathering over her. The Queen's jealousy deepened, poisoning her heart. Beauty, she believed, belonged only to her. Snow White's face was a threat, her very existence an insult. The Queen thought of the girl not as a stepdaughter, but as a rival. And rivals, in her mind, could not be allowed to live. The King, who might have protected Snow White, faded into silence. In some tellings, he died. In others, he simply vanished from the story, as kings often do when they are not needed. What mattered was this. Snow White was alone, with only the cruel Queen to watch over her. The Queen waited, planning. Envy sharpened into hatred, and hatred sharpened into resolve. To her, there was only one solution. If Snow White lived, the Queen's beauty would always be second. If Snow White died, then once again the mirror would answer as it should. It is a strange thing, the way envy consumes the soul. It does not rest. It does not forgive. It grows, like weeds in a garden, choking out everything else. The Queen had wealth, power, and a crown. Yet none of it mattered. All she could think of was Snow White's face, Snow White's lips, Snow White's hair, each feature a reminder that her own glory was fading. And so the Queen began to plan a death. Snow White, still young, still pure, had no idea. She lived quietly, moving through the days with gentle steps, her beauty growing brighter each season, unaware that it had become her curse. The Queen, meanwhile, sharpened her thoughts like knives. She would speak no word of it yet, for poison works best when hidden. But in her heart the decision was made. Snow White would not be allowed to live much longer. The story of Snow White begins not with love, but with blood. It begins not with kindness, but with envy. And as envy grows, so too does the shadow it casts. The mirror had spoken, and its truth could not be undone. The Queen was no longer the fairest of them all. And so, with each passing day, jealousy sank its claws deeper into her, until hatred was all that remained. This is how the story truly begins, with a child born of snow and blood, and a queen whose heart grew darker than ebony. The days of innocence were ending, though Snow White did not yet know it. Soon, the Queen's hatred would rise from thought to action. And when it did, Snow White's life would change forever. The Queen's envy didn't stay silent for long. Hatred, once planted, grows quickly. It feeds on every thought, every glance, every reminder of what has been lost. The Queen looked at Snow White and saw only her rival, her doom, her shame. At last she called for a huntsman. He was a man of the forest, rough in manner, skilled with knife and bow. The Queen spoke to him in a voice that carried no warmth. She gave him an order that would stain his soul. He was to take Snow White deep into the forest, far from the castle walls, and there he was to kill her. The Queen was careful in her command. She did not wish to hear that Snow White had simply been abandoned. She wanted proof. She told the huntsman to cut out Snow White's lungs and liver and bring them back to her. Only then would she believe that the girl was gone forever. The huntsman bowed his head. He didn't argue, for to argue with the Queen was to invite death. But as he walked away, his heart grew heavy. He had killed many animals in the forest. He had taken life before. Yet this was no animal. This was a child, innocent and unarmed. Still he obeyed, as servants must. Snow White, unaware of her fate, followed him into the forest. She trusted, for she was young and had no reason yet to doubt. The trees grew thick around them, blocking out the sun. Shadows stretched long across the ground. The silence of the forest pressed down on her, broken only by the distant cry of birds. The huntsman slowed his steps. His hand went to his knife. He looked at Snow White, at her pale face and wide eyes. She was no enemy, no beast. She was only a girl, guilty of nothing except being more beautiful than her stepmother. When the moment came, he could not do it. His hand trembled. His knife stayed in its sheath. He fell to his knees and told her to run. Run deep into the forest, he said, and never return. If she stayed, the Queen would not rest until she was dead. Snow White did not understand, but fear overtook her. She ran, her feet stumbling over roots, her breath sharp in her throat. The huntsman, left alone, sought another way to fulfill his cruel order. A boar crashed through the undergrowth, wild and fierce. The huntsman struck it down with his blade. He cut out its lungs and liver, still warm, and placed them in a box. These he carried back to the Queen. The Queen received them with a cruel smile. She wasted no time. She had them salted and cooked, and she ate them with satisfaction, believing she was consuming Snow White's very flesh. In her mind, she was certain. The girl was dead, her beauty destroyed, her rival gone. But Snow White still lived. Far away, deeper into the forest, she wandered alone. The trees pressed close, their branches twisted like claws. The light faded as evening fell. Every sound made her heart race. The rustle of leaves, the crack of a twig, the distant howl of a wolf. She had never been so far from home, never been so alone. She walked until her legs trembled. Fear and exhaustion weighed heavy on her, but she dared not stop. Night in the forest was no place for a child. At last, through the dark trees, she saw a small clearing. In the clearing stood a house. It was not large, but neat, with smoke curling from its chimney and a door just her height. She crept closer, uncertain, but hope stirred in her heart. The door was unlocked. She stepped inside. The house was strange, but tidy. There was a table with 7 little plates, 7 little cups, and 7 little knives and forks. By the wall stood 7 little beds, lined up in a row. Everything was small, as if made for children, yet arranged with care. Snow White, weary and hungry, could not resist. She tasted a bite of bread from one plate, a sip of wine from one cup. She was careful not to empty any completely. Then, her strength failing, she lay down across the beds, trying each in turn. One was too short, another too hard, but at last she found one that fit her well enough. There she curled up and fell into a deep sleep. Outside, the forest darkened fully. The house grew quiet, its small rooms filled only with the sound of her breathing. She did not know whose home she had entered. She did not know if they would welcome her or cast her out. All she knew was that for the first time since leaving the huntsman, she felt safe enough to close her eyes. Back in the castle, the queen was satisfied, certain her rival had been destroyed. She asked her mirror once more, proud to hear the word she expected, that she was the fairest of all. But mirrors bound by magic do not flatter. They do not bend for lies. Soon, the truth would return to her in a voice that could not be silenced. Snow White was not dead. She was sleeping in the house of strangers, unaware of the lives she was about to change, and the danger that would follow her still. The Queen's plan had failed once. But envy, once it takes root, does not die so easily. As the night deepened, the owners of the little house returned. They were not children, though their small size might have suggested so. They were dwarfs, 7 in number, miners who worked deep within the mountains, seeking gold and precious stones. Their lives were hard but steady, their days filled with labour, their nights with simple order. When they entered their home, they noticed at once that something was different. The table, though carefully set that morning, had been disturbed. A bite of bread was missing here, a sip of wine gone there. Their little beds were out of place as well. Each one tried, until at last the 7th was occupied. There lay Snow White fast asleep, her dark hair spread across the pillow, her face pale in the candlelight. The dwarfs gathered around her, whispering among themselves. Who was she? Why was she here? At first they were suspicious. Strangers were rare in the forest, and rarer still in their home. Yet the sight of her stirred pity in them. She was young, weary, and alone. When she woke, she told them her story as best she could. The loss of her mother, the cruelty of her stepmother, the huntsman's mercy, and her wandering through the forest until she found their house. The dwarfs listened carefully. They were not quick to trust, but neither were they cruel. In the end, they agreed she might stay with them, on one condition, that she keep their house in order. She was to cook, clean, wash, and mend. In return, they would give her shelter and safety. Snow White agreed, grateful for their kindness. And so her new life began. The days passed peacefully at first. While the dwarfs worked in the mountains, she tended to their little home. She cooked their meals, swept the floors, and kept the place bright. In the evenings when they returned, the small house was warm and welcoming. For the first time in her life, Snow White felt she belonged. But peace does not last in dark tales. Far away in her castle of stone, the queen still stood before her mirror. Confident, she asked the familiar question, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" She expected the mirror to confirm what she already believed, that she was the fairest, that Snow White was gone, her beauty eaten and destroyed. But the mirror never lied. It told her the truth. Snow White still lived. Snow White was still fairer. The queen's face twisted with rage. The huntsman had deceived her. Snow White had escaped. Hatred burned hotter than before, and now it was sharpened by humiliation. She had eaten the flesh of a beast, believing it to be her rival's, and had been made a fool. She swore then that if she wanted Snow White dead, she would have to do the work herself. The queen was clever, skilled in arts not meant for kind hands. She disguised herself so thoroughly that no one would know her. She dressed as a poor peddler, carrying laces and ribbons to sell. Her beauty was hidden under rags, her pride under a mask of humility. In this form, she set out into the forest and found the little house. Snow White, alone while the dwarfs were away, greeted the peddler without fear. The queen spoke sweetly, offering her bright ribbons. Snow White admired them, and the queen insisted on lacing one around her waist. But the queen pulled it tighter and tighter, until Snow White could not breathe. She fell to the floor, her face pale, her body limp. When the dwarfs returned, they found her lying as if dead. Shocked, they loosened the laces at once, and breath returned to her. She opened her eyes, dazed but alive. They warned her sternly not to open the door to strangers. She promised, but innocence is easily deceived. The queen returned to her castle, certain her plan had worked. She asked her mirror again, but once more the answer was the same. Snow White still lived, and Snow White was still fairer. Her rage knew no limits. Again she disguised herself, this time as an old woman selling combs. She hobbled to the little house and offered a comb to Snow White, who at first refused. But the queen's words were soft, persuasive, and Snow White's curiosity won. She let the woman place the comb in her hair. The comb was poisoned. As soon as it touched her scalp, the poison spread through her veins, and she collapsed once more. When the dwarfs came home, they found her lying cold and still, but they noticed the comb, drew it from her hair, and at once life returned to her. Again they warned her, never open the door to anyone. Again, she promised. And again the queen returned to her mirror, and again the mirror betrayed her. Snow White lived. Snow White was fairer. By now the queen's hatred had grown into obsession. She would not fail again. She prepared a final trap, one that even the dwarf's care could not undo. She disguised herself as a farmer's wife, carrying bright, rosy apples. Some were safe. One was poisoned. She went to the house once more. Snow White, remembering the warnings, hesitated. She told the woman she dared not open the door. But the queen was patient, cunning. She cut one apple in half, ate the safe half herself, and offered the poisoned side through a window. Snow White saw the woman eat without harm. Believing the fruit to be safe, she took a bite. The poison worked at once. She fell to the ground, her lips still red, her skin still white, her hair still black as ebony, but her body cold, her breath gone. When the dwarfs returned, they could not wake her. They untied her laces, they combed her hair, they searched for tricks, but nothing helped. Snow White lay still, as if in death. The queen returned to her mirror, and this time, at last, it spoke the words she longed to hear. She was the fairest in the land. The dwarfs, meanwhile, wept. They had grown to love the girl who kept their home and shared their lives. They could not bury her, for she looked as though she still lived, her beauty untouched by death. So they made a coffin of glass, clear on all sides, and placed her within it. They set it in the forest, where the sunlight could fall upon her face, and they kept watch. Snow White, the child of snow and blood, now lay in an endless sleep. But her story was not finished. Snow White did not rise. The dwarfs tried all they could. They unlaced her dress, they combed her hair, they searched her body for signs of trickery. But the apple's poison was deep, and no effort could undo it. She lay still, her chest unmoving, her lips parted in silence. The dwarfs wept. They had warned her, begged her, but innocence had left her open to deceit. Now their little home, once filled with light and warmth, seemed hollow. Their companion, who had cooked and cleaned and brought laughter into their evenings, was gone. They could not bring themselves to bury her. Most bodies grow cold, then pale, then decay. But Snow White did not change. Her skin remained soft and white, her lips still red as if painted, her hair dark and shining as polished ebony. She looked not dead, but sleeping, a deep, eternal sleep from which she could never wake. Because she looked so lifelike, they built her a coffin of glass, bound with gold. Through the clear walls, her beauty could be seen by any who passed. They placed the coffin in a clearing of the forest, where the light of the sun and the glow of the moon could fall across her face. Around it they planted flowers, as though to soften the cruelty of her fate. Each day the dwarfs came to sit beside her. They watched over her as they once had in life. They spoke to her as though she might hear, though she never answered. Their grief did not fade. Seasons turned. The leaves of the forest shifted from green to gold to bare, and then grew green again. Snow covered the ground, melted, and returned once more. Yet Snow White did not change. She remained as she had been on the day she bit the poisoned apple. The dwarfs began to believe she would never decay, that she had been touched by some strange magic. Word of her spread. Travellers who passed through the forest heard whispers of a maiden in a glass coffin, preserved as if untouched by time. Some came out of curiosity, others out of reverence, but all left with hushed voices. They looked upon her pale face and wondered at the tragedy. A life cut short, beauty trapped in endless stillness. Some said she was a warning, a lesson about envy and pride. Others said she was a miracle, proof that death could be defied. But for all their words, Snow White remained the same, silent and unmoving, caught between life and death. The dwarfs guarded her with loyalty, but their sorrow was heavy. They could not leave her, nor could they move forward. They were bound to her, as if her endless sleep had trapped them as well. The queen, in her distant castle, was satisfied. Each day she asked her mirror who was the fairest, and each day it told her what she wished to hear. Snow White was no longer her rival. The queen believed her triumph was complete. She walked proudly through her halls, her vanity unchallenged. But beauty preserved is a dangerous thing. For though Snow White's voice was silent, her face spoke louder than words. The forest remembered her. The flowers leaned toward her coffin. The seasons passed, but she remained unchanged. She was not buried, not forgotten. She endured. And so her story was not finished. One day, strangers again passed through the forest. They heard the tale of the maiden who did not decay, and they came to see her for themselves. Among them was a prince, young and proud, who had wandered far. When he reached the clearing and saw the glass coffin, he stopped. He gazed upon Snow White's face, pale as snow, lips red as blood, hair black as ebony. She seemed asleep, as though she might open her eyes at any moment. Her beauty struck him not as living, but as eternal, a perfection that could not fade. The dwarfs told him her story. Her mother's death, her stepmother's cruelty, the huntsman's mercy, the queen's trickery, and the poisoned apple. They told him she had lain there for many seasons, unchanging, and that they would guard her until time itself crumbled. The prince listened, but his heart stirred in ways the dwarfs did not expect. He did not see her as dead, but as something more, something his life would not be complete without. He begged them to give her to him, to let him take the coffin to his castle. At first they refused. She was their companion, their sorrow, their duty. But the prince pleaded, not with threats, but with reverence. He said he could not live without looking upon her, that her face had bound him. At last, moved by his words, they agreed. They lifted the coffin from its resting place and prepared to follow him on the journey. And as they carried her, something strange began to stir. The forest had held her in silence for so long that even the wind seemed to hush when it passed over the glade where Snow White lay in her glass coffin. The dwarfs had watched over her, tending her resting place with care and sorrow. Days passed, seasons changed, yet she did not decay. She remained as she had been on the day the poisoned apple struck her down, pale as snow, lips red as blood, hair black as ebony. It was then that a prince arrived. He had heard whispers of a girl preserved in the forest, whose beauty no time could touch. He was not drawn by wealth or by duty, but by something more ancient and irresistible, the longing for what seemed impossible. When he saw her, lying silent and perfect, he was struck by awe. She looked asleep, yet not lifeless, like a vision pulled from a dream, delicate and eternal. The dwarfs were wary, but the prince's words carried sincerity. I cannot leave her here. She belongs to life, not to shadows. Let me carry her to my castle, and I will guard her with all that I have. After much hesitation they agreed. Carefully they lifted the glass coffin, carrying it along the forest path. The prince walked slowly, cautious of roots and rocks. But as they moved, a sudden jolt shook the coffin. Snow White stirred. The poisoned apples piece lodged in her throat, dislodged with the motion. A gasp escaped her lips. Her eyes opened, wide with confusion. At first she did not understand where she was, why the forest seemed to fade around her, why the dwarfs and the prince knelt, staring in awe. Then memory returned, the huntsman, the forest, the queen, the poisoned apple. Fear surged, but she was alive. She was breathing. She was free. The prince helped her from the coffin. Her legs were unsteady, but her spirit was strong. He brought her to his castle, where she was tended and fed, and slowly life returned to its ordinary rhythm. Snow White was cautious, her innocence tempered by experience, but she began to smile, and her voice returned. Preparations were made for a wedding. Snow White, once a child of snow and blood, now stood as a young woman who had survived death itself. Her beauty remained, but it was now joined by wisdom and a quiet strength that could not be poisoned, laced, or trapped. Far away in her castle, the queen asked her mirror again, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror's surface shimmered, and the truth shone forth. "You are fair, my queen, but Snow White, the bride, is fairest now." Rage burned hotter than fire in the queen's heart. Her envy had already driven her to cruelty, but now it had brought her shame. Snow White lived, and she would become queen. The queen could not bear it. She disguised herself and attended the wedding, hoping to find a way to undo her rival's triumph. But fate had its own justice. Snow White, now strong and cautious, was protected by the prince and by the justice of those who had suffered her cruelty. The queen was recognized. Her disguises were useless, her malice exposed. The punishment was swift and fitting for the evil she had done. Iron shoes were heated until they glowed red, and the queen was forced to wear them. She danced until she fell, screaming until the flames claimed her. There was no pity, no mercy, only the fulfillment of justice long delayed. Snow White's story had reached its end. The girl who had been targeted by envy, poisoned by deceit, and left for dead was now alive, married, and free. She ruled with kindness and wisdom alongside the prince, never forgetting the dangers that beauty and innocence could draw. The dwarfs, who had protected her, were honoured guests in the castle, their loyalty remembered and rewarded. And so Snow White's tale closed not with fear, nor with cruelty, but with a justice hard earned. The evil queen was gone, her malice ended, her vanity destroyed. The girl of snow, blood, and ebony hair became a woman of courage, of patience, and of quiet triumph. The forest, once a place of fear, became a memory, a place where life and death had touched, where innocence had been tested, and where beauty had been preserved. Travellers would whisper of her story for generations, of the girl who slept, who survived, and who ultimately outlasted envy and cruelty. Snow White lived on, not merely as a symbol of beauty, but as a reminder that strength and kindness could endure beyond death, beyond fear. and beyond the shadows cast by those who wish to see others fall. Her story ended, as all stories of darkness and survival must, with balance restored. Evil was punished, innocence prevailed, and life continued, richer for the lessons learned in its telling. In a land where kingdoms shone with gold, but cruelty hid behind fine clothes, there lived a girl whose life was full of sorrow, patience, and quiet strength. She slept in ashes, faced harsh words and cruel hands from those who should have loved her, and found her only comfort at her mother's grave under a small hazel tree. Magic came to her not as a fairy tale trick, but as a reward for her goodness, guiding her through darkness, tears, and betrayal toward a fate that no cruelty could change. It is a story of shining gowns and golden slippers, of lies punished and true hearts rewarded, and of a girl who stayed strong when others gave up. This is the story of Cinderella, also known as Aschenputtel. Once, in a quiet village surrounded by fields and deep forests, there lived a kind man, his gentle wife, and their only daughter, Cinderella. She was a bright-eyed child, always ready to help, always quick to smile. The family was not rich, but their home was filled with peace and warmth. Her mother often told her that goodness was a treasure no one could take away. But time, as it always does, brought sorrow. The mother fell ill, and no remedy could save her. Her face grew pale like winter frost, and her breath came thin and shallow. One evening, when the girl sat beside her bed, the mother took her hand and told her to stay good and kind, no matter what the world brings. Her voice was soft, and Cinderella promised through tears. Not long after, her mother's eyes closed, and the house became very still. The father and daughter buried her beneath the shade of a hazel tree at the edge of the garden. Each day, the little girl went there alone. She would sit by the grave and cry until her tears sank into the soil. Even in rain or snow, she came to speak to her mother in whispers, asking for comfort that only memory could give. The seasons turned, and Cinderella grew taller, though her heart stayed tender. Her father, wishing to fill the silence that had settled in the house, decided to remarry. He thought a new wife might bring warmth back into their lives, but he was wrong. The woman he chose was proud, cold, and cruel. She had 2 daughters from her first marriage, and though they were beautiful in face, their hearts were twisted with jealousy and spite. From the moment they arrived, the peace of the house vanished. The woman looked at Cinderella with dislike. She saw in her the goodness and quiet strength that her own daughters lacked. And so she began to find fault in everything the girl did. At first, the chores came one by one, sweeping the floors, washing the dishes, tending the fire. But soon the tasks grew endless. The stepmother made her clean the rooms from dawn to night, polish the shoes, fetch the water, and pick the lentils from the ashes. The 2 stepsisters sat nearby, mocking her, calling her dirty and useless. The father, though he saw the cruelty, turned away. He told himself it was better not to interfere, and so the girl learned to bear it quietly. When the work was done, she had nowhere to rest but by the hearth. The cinders stained her face and hands, and the sisters laughed calling her Ashenputtel, the Girl of Ashes. The name stuck, as cruel names often do. Still, she stayed gentle. She spoke little and never complained. Her kindness didn't fade, though no one thanked her for it. When her chores were over, she would sit by the fire, staring into the glowing embers until sleep came over her like a fog. Each morning she rose before the others and went to her mother's grave. The hazel tree there had grown taller by now, its branches reaching toward the sky. She knelt by the mound of earth, brushed away the leaves, and spoke softly to the mother she missed so dearly. Her tears fell upon the ground, feeding the roots. It was the only place she felt safe. Years passed this way, the house heavy with cruelty and silence. One day, the father prepared to travel for business. Before he left, he asked each of his daughters what gift they would like him to bring home. The two stepsisters smiled sweetly and asked for fine things, pearls, jewels, and rich dresses. When it was Cinderella's turn, she did not lift her eyes. She said only that she wished for the first branch that brushed against his hat on his way home. The father nodded, not understanding, but promised to remember. On his journey, he bought the jewels and silks that the stepsisters wanted. And on his way back, as he rode beneath a hazel tree, one low branch swept against his hat. He broke it off and kept it for his daughter, just as she had asked. When he returned, he gave the gifts. The stepsisters were delighted, turning their new treasures in the light. But Cinderella took the hazel branch with quiet gratitude. She went to her mother's grave and planted it in the soil beside the headstone. Every day she watered it with her tears, and the branch took root. It grew quickly, strong and green, as if fed by something deeper than water alone. The little tree became her secret companion. Whenever she knelt beneath it and prayed, a white bird came to rest in its branches. The bird's feathers shone softly, and its eyes were bright and knowing. Whenever Cinderella made a wish, the bird would shake its wings, and whatever she asked for would fall gently to the ground. Sometimes a silver thread, sometimes a grain of hope. She never wished for jewels or gold. Most days she asked for small things, the strength to keep going, or the peace to fall asleep without crying. The world around her remained unkind. The stepsisters grew more demanding, their laughter sharper. The stepmother watched with cold satisfaction as Cinderella worked until her hands cracked and her back ached. Still, the girl did not complain. She learned that silence could be a shield. At night, when the house was quiet, she would sneak outside to the grave. There, beneath the moon, the hazel leaves shimmered silver. The bird would come soft as breath, and the world would feel gentler for a while. It was said in the village that the man's daughter had strange luck, that no matter how much she suffered, she never grew bitter. People whispered that her mother's spirit must watch over her, guarding her from harm. Perhaps it was true, for though she had no finery, no comfort, and no kindness from those who shared her roof, she had something none of them did, a heart that still believed in goodness. And while the stepmother and her daughters slept soundly in their warm beds, Cinderella would sit by the ashes, her eyes half closed, the faint glow of the fire flickering across her face. She would think of the hazel tree, of the bird's gentle wings, and of a love that death could not erase. The house might have forgotten her worth, but the earth had not. The soil beneath the grave remembered every tear she shed. It was patient, waiting for the day when the quiet girl covered in ashes would rise, and her goodness would no longer be hidden in the dust. But that day had not yet come. For now she remained by the hearth, unseen and unpraised, the cinders her only company, a daughter of sorrow, a child of hope, and a keeper of a tree that listened. News spread across the land that the king would hold a great festival lasting 3 days and 3 nights. It was said that his son, the prince, was to choose a bride, and all maidens of good family were invited to attend. The announcement reached even the farthest corners of the countryside, and soon every household was filled with talk of dresses, jewels, and dreams of royal favour. In Cinderella's home, excitement flared like a fire. The 2 stepsisters could speak of nothing else. They spent days before the mirror, arguing over fabrics, ribbons, and lace. Their mother praised them endlessly, telling them that one of them was certain to catch the prince's eye. The thought made them crueler than ever. Cinderella helped them prepare, brushing their hair, sewing the hems of their gowns, and cleaning their shoes until they shone. They ordered her to lace their corsets tighter, to fetch them combs, to find misplaced earrings. She obeyed quietly, though her heart ached. When at last everything was ready, the stepsisters stood before their mother, glowing with pride. Their silks rustled as they moved, their hair glittered with borrowed ornaments. Cinderella stood nearby in her grey dress, her hands raw from work. The laughter of the others filled the room like fawns. She asked timidly if she might go to the festival too, just to stand at the doorway and watch. The stepmother turned toward her with eyes sharp as glass. She said that such a dirty creature belonged among ashes, not among noble folk. The sisters laughed, tossing words like stones. They asked her if she had a gown fit for a king's hall, or slippers not blackened by soot. Cinderella said nothing. She helped them into the carriage and watched it roll away, the sound of wheels fading into the distance. The house grew quiet, empty of voices but heavy with echoes. When she could bear the silence no longer, she went to her mother's grave. The evening air was cool, and the hazel leaves trembled softly above her. She knelt on the earth that had known her tears since childhood and whispered her wish. Her voice was barely a breath, asking only to see the festival, not to be admired, not to be chosen, only to go. The white bird appeared almost at once, gliding down through the branches. Its feathers shimmered like moonlight. It shook itself gently, and from the sky fell a gown of silver and gold, finer than anything she had ever seen. The fabric caught the fading sunlight and seemed to hold it there. Along with it came slippers spun of silk and silver, so light they looked like air. Cinderella thanked the bird softly. She changed out of her ragged dress, washed her face and hands, and stood for a moment in disbelief. Her reflection in the still water of the garden basin was that of another person, a figure too bright to be real. Yet it was her. When she arrived at the festival, no one recognized her. The crowd turned to watch her pass, whispering about the mysterious maiden who seemed to shine. The prince himself came forward, drawn to her as if she were made of starlight. He asked her to dance, and she moved gracefully beside him. Throughout the evening, he spoke to no one else. His eyes followed her, even as the musicians changed their songs and torches burned low. But before the last note was played, she slipped away. The prince sent guards to follow her, yet she vanished before they could see where she went. She had run down the palace steps, through the garden, and across the field until the lights behind her grew faint. Reaching her home, she climbed into the dovecote behind the house, a small wooden structure where the birds roosted. She crouched inside, her heart pounding, feathers brushing against her hands. Moments later, her father returned from the festival with the prince's men, who were searching for the golden maiden. They asked if any girl had entered the house. The father said no, though he wondered quietly where the birds were stirring so wildly. They looked inside the dovecote, but it was empty. For while they searched, Cinderella had slipped out the back, changed into her old grey dress, and gone to sit by the hearth. The cinders dusted her hair and face, hiding every trace of magic. When her stepsisters came home, they spoke excitedly of the beautiful maiden at the ball, the one who had danced only with the prince. They said her gown was brighter than the stars. Cinderella listened silently, feeding the fire so that her face stayed hidden in the shadows. The next day, the festival continued. The house filled again with noise and vanity as the sisters dressed for the second night. Cinderella brushed their hair and fastened their jewels just as before. They mocked her again when she showed interest in going, and again they left her behind. When the sound of their carriage faded, she went to the hazel tree once more. She knelt beneath the branches, her tears falling like rain. "Shake and rustle, little tree," she whispered. "Throw down something beautiful for me." The white bird came again, as faithful as ever. This time it dropped a gown even lovelier than the first, woven with silver that shimmered like frost and gold that gleamed like sunlight. The slippers were lighter still, so delicate they barely left a mark on the ground. She dressed quickly, feeling once again that quiet magic that came not from spells, but from love remembered. She made her way to the festival, and the crowd parted as she entered. The prince saw her immediately and smiled, for she seemed even more radiant than before. Again, he danced only with her, refusing every other hand offered to him. The court watched in wonder, whispering questions that had no answers. The prince tried to hold her attention, to ask her name, but before the music ended, she slipped away as suddenly as she had come. This time she ran even faster, for the prince had ordered his guards to be ready. She crossed the garden and reached home with the last of her strength. But instead of the dovecote, she climbed into the pear tree that grew behind the house. Its leaves hid her well. When her father returned, the prince's men came again, asking if the mysterious maiden might be there. The father, thinking of the rustling leaves, offered to cut down the tree, but the prince refused. The branches swayed gently, and no one saw the figure hidden among them. By the time they left, Cinderella had already returned to the hearth, her golden gown tucked safely away. her face once more marked by ashes. The sisters came home late, speaking endlessly about the royal ball, their envy sharp as knives. The prince, they said, had eyes only for the same golden maiden. No one else could compare. Cinderella said nothing. She listened quietly as the fire crackled, her thoughts far away beneath the hazel tree, where a white bird slept under the moonlight. She did not know that the festival had one more night to come, and that the final gown the bird would bring would change everything. By the time the third day of the festival arrived, the kingdom was already full of talk about the mysterious maiden. No one knew her name, where she came from, or where she disappeared to each night after the festival ended. Some said she was a princess from a faraway land. Others whispered that she was a spirit, come from heaven or from under the earth, too bright to remain among mortals. But no one guessed the truth, that she was the same girl who slept in ashes and wore torn clothes by day. Cinderella, quiet and hidden as always, heard her stepsisters speak of the festival every morning. They spoke of the prince, who had danced with the golden maiden each night and ignored all others. They spoke of her shimmering gown and her grace. The stepsisters were jealous, yet they longed to see her again, each believing perhaps she could copy her beauty if she only looked closely enough. Cinderella waited until they left for the final night. Her heart beat quickly, though she did not know why. Perhaps it was hope, perhaps it was fear. The first 2 nights had been more than she had ever dreamed of, yet they were dreams that ended too soon, and she had returned to her ashes and wooden shoes before dawn. She knew this would happen again, and still she could not stop herself from wishing for one more night of magic. She went to her mother's grave, as she had before, and stood beneath the hazel tree that grew from the branch she had planted. The leaves glimmered faintly in the evening light, and the white bird was already waiting on one of the branches, as if it had known she would come. Cinderella looked up through her tears and whispered her wish, to go again to the festival, not as a servant, but as herself, even if only for one last night. The bird shook its wings, and from the sky drifted a gown brighter than all before. It was woven of gold and silver, shining like sunlight breaking through clouds. Every thread caught the light. Every fold gleamed like a flame. The shoes were golden, lighter than silk, delicate as glass. For a long moment, Cinderella only stared, for she could hardly believe they were meant for her. Then she dressed herself, her old rags falling away like shadows at dawn. When she stepped into the festival hall, all talk ceased, the crowd turned, and the prince, who had been waiting for her, came forward at once. He took her hand as though it belonged to him already. No one dared ask her name any more, for it seemed she was beyond question or doubt. She looked like she had stepped out of a dream, and everyone watched her in awe. The prince danced with her and no one else. The music filled the hall, but for him there was only the sound of her footsteps and the shimmer of gold when she turned. He asked her no questions, for he feared she might vanish if he spoke too much. He only knew that he could not lose her again. As the night went on, Cinderella began to feel uneasy. She had promised herself to leave before the festival ended, but this night was harder than before. The prince's eyes followed her wherever she went, kind but determined, as if they were already bound together by fate. The music slowed and the candles burned low, and still he did not let go of her hand. But when the clock struck midnight, she pulled away and ran. The prince called after her, his voice echoing across the marble hall. He had prepared for this moment. He had ordered the servants to spread pitch across the palace steps, so that if she tried to flee, she would not escape him so easily. Her golden gown shimmered as she fled down the steps, but her feet were too light, too quick, except for one step. Her slipper stuck fast in the pitch, torn from her foot as she ran into the darkness. The prince reached the door only in time to see the shimmer of her dress disappear beyond the gates. He bent down and lifted the slipper. It was so small and delicate that it seemed more like something shaped by light than by human hands. He turned it in his fingers, and it caught the glow of the torches gleaming like the sun in his palm. He swore he would not rest until he found the maiden whose foot fit this tiny shoe. Meanwhile, Cinderella fled home through the night, barefoot, holding her gown up so it would not drag in the mud. When she reached her father's house, she slipped into the kitchen, changed quickly into her grey rags, and covered her hair in soot. She hid the gown behind the chimney, where no one would find it, and sat again by the hearth, her face darkened by ashes. Her heart was still racing. It was from the feeling that something in her life had just changed, though she could not yet name what. Her stepsisters returned later, full of stories once again. They spoke of the golden maiden who had come for the third and final night, more beautiful than ever before. They spoke of the prince's desperate attempt to hold on to her, of the slipper that had been left behind. They laughed at the thought of anyone being so foolish as to lose a shoe, but they were secretly hopeful, for the prince had declared that he would marry only the woman whose foot fit the golden slipper. The next morning, the prince set out through the kingdom with his servants. He carried the slipper in a velvet cushion, and wherever he went, he asked every maiden to try it on. But none could wear it. Some had feet too long, others too wide, others too small. The prince would not give up. He believed that whoever had danced with him under the golden lights must exist somewhere, waiting for him. News of his search spread quickly. When it reached Cinderella's home, her stepsisters prepared eagerly. Each was certain that the slipper would fit her foot perfectly. They practiced walking gracefully, sitting politely, pretending to be shy and noble. Cinderella watched quietly from the corner, saying nothing, her hands folded in her lap. Outside, the hazel tree stirred in the wind, and the white bird rustled its wings, as if it already knew what would happen next. The golden slipper shone like a promise, waiting to reveal its truth. And somewhere deep in the ashes, Cinderella's heart began to tremble, not with fear, but with the faint, daring hope that perhaps the end of her sorrow was drawing near. The prince rode again through the countryside, carrying the golden slipper that had been left behind, determined to find the maiden who had danced only for him. When he arrived at Cinderella's house, the family hurried to prepare. The two stepsisters dressed themselves in their finest, each certain that the shoe would fit and that they would become the bride of the prince. Their mother oversaw every movement, her eyes cold with calculation, her mind focused on ambition and power. The eldest stepsister was the first to try the slipper. Her foot was too large, and the shoe would not close. Determined to deceive the prince, she resorted to drastic measures. She took a knife and cut off her big toe, forcing her foot into the slipper despite the pain. Blood seeped into the golden shoe, staining it, but she concealed her suffering behind a forced composure. When she presented herself to the prince, he believed the slipper fit and prepared to take her away. As the carriage moved past the hazel tree by her mother's grave, two white birds descended from the branches. They sang a sharp, urgent song, calling attention to what the prince could not yet see. Their cries warned him that the shoe was filled with blood, and that the true maiden had not yet been found. When he looked closely, he saw the red stains and realized the deceit. The eldest stepsister was returned, humiliated and in pain, her plan undone by truth itself. Next, the second stepsister attempted the slipper. Her toes fit, but her heel was too large. She, too, was guided by the stepmother to take extreme measures. She cut off a portion of her heel and pressed her foot into the shoe, forcing it to fit. Blood flowed freely, hidden only by her careful movements. Once again, she appeared to match the slipper, but as the carriage passed the hazel tree, the two white birds flew down and repeated their warning. Their cries revealed the truth. The shoe was filled with blood, a deception meant to trick the prince. He halted the attempt, returning the second stepsister to the house. The prince's determination did not falter. He had seen the two false brides and knew that the true maiden must exist. The father, uneasy but compelled, called for Cinderella. She rose from her place by the hearth, her grey dress marked with ashes, her hands rough from work. She stepped forward calmly, unnoticed by the stepsisters, who still mocked her quietly, believing that she could never match the golden shoe. Cinderella approached the slipper with quiet certainty. She cleaned herself at the basin, washing the soot from her face and hands, letting her pale skin reflect the morning light. She lifted her foot and placed it gently into the golden slipper. Unlike her stepsisters, the shoe embraced her foot perfectly. There was no pain, no trickery, no blood. It fit as if it had been made for her alone. The prince recognized her immediately. The quiet, ash-stained girl who had been hidden from the world now stood before him, radiant and true. The stepsisters stared in disbelief, realizing that all their schemes, their pain, and their cruelty could not overcome the rightful match. Their mother's carefully constructed plan collapsed completely. Outside, the hazel tree stirred in the wind. The white birds called again, this time in soft, melodic tones, signalling approval. The truth had been revealed. The girl of ashes, the one who had been patient, gentle, and kind despite every cruelty, was the rightful bride. Her goodness and perseverance had endured, and now they were rewarded. The prince lifted Cinderella from her place by the hearth and led her away. The stepsisters were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the power of a heart that endured suffering without malice. The mother stood frozen, realizing that no amount of scheming or violence could substitute for honesty and virtue. Cinderella's old life, marked by cinders and sorrow, was left behind. The golden slipper, the symbol of truth and purity, had found its match. The white birds returned to the hazel tree, their wings brushing the leaves, as if whispering blessings over the girl who had grown stronger in silence and sorrow. The household settled into an uneasy quiet. The stepsisters no longer mocked, for they understood, in a way words could not convey, that they had been defeated by something far greater than beauty or pride. Cinderella's triumph was not merely in the fit of the slipper, but in the quiet resilience that had guided her through every hardship. The prince, holding the slipper and observing the girl who had worn it with ease, knew that no other maiden could compare. The search that had spanned the kingdom was complete. The golden shoe had chosen rightly, revealing a heart that had remained pure and a soul that had never yielded to cruelty. And in the quiet moments, when the sun fell over the countryside and the shadows grew long, the white birds sang their final song for the day. Their voices carried a simple message meant for anyone who might listen. Truth and goodness endure, even when hidden beneath ashes and sorrow. Cinderella remained calm, aware that her life was changing, but not yet certain of everything the future might hold. The golden slipper had found its rightful owner, but the story was not yet complete. There were still the steps to take, the ceremonies to endure, and the final transformations to come. Yet for the first time in her life, she knew that she would not be forgotten, and that her suffering had led her to this moment of recognition and justice. At last, the prince recognized the quiet, ash-stained girl as the golden maiden who had appeared at the festival. He saw not only the brilliance of her gown that had once shone under the candlelight, but also the strength and gentleness she carried in every movement. No words were needed to affirm what had already been proven. She was the one who belonged to him, the one the golden slipper had chosen. The prince led her from the house, away from the shadows of soot and cruelty, and into a life that would be entirely transformed. As they travelled, the white birds of the hazel tree followed them, their wings cutting softly through the air. They hovered beside the carriage, flitting from side to side, circling above, their feathers catching the sunlight. The birds sang a melody without words, an endless song of approval and blessing. They had witnessed Cinderella's trials, her patience, and her tears, and now they bore witness to her triumph. The kingdom prepared for the wedding with great anticipation. The halls were adorned with gold and silver, banners fluttered from every tower, and the streets were lined with people eager to glimpse the girl who had endured so much yet emerged victorious. The stepsisters, dressed in silks finer than ever before, hoped to catch the queen's favour. They smoothed their hair, adjusted their jewels, and rehearsed smiles that were meant to charm, though none of it would succeed. On the day of the wedding, the church was filled with light and colour. The prince stood beside Cinderella, whose gown, now woven of golden threads and silver lining, reflected the morning sun in quiet brilliance. Her face was calm, her hands folded, her eyes steady and bright. She carried the memory of the hazel tree, the white bird, and her mother's grave within her. Those memories had guided her through suffering and now shaped her presence as queen. The stepsisters approached slowly, hoping to walk beside the bride, to find a place near her, and perhaps to catch the attention they had once sought at the festival. Pride still clung to them, though it was thin beneath the tension of expectation. They smiled at the crowd, pretending innocence, yet their eyes betrayed envy and lingering resentment. As they drew closer, the 2 white birds from the hazel tree flew down from the rafters. They came without warning, swift and purposeful. In a single motion, their beaks struck, one after the other, and each stepsister lost an eye. Shock and terror overtook them, and the church fell silent in awe and fear. Their cries echoed through the hall, though no one dared approach the birds, which perched once more on the beams above. The stepsisters staggered from their places, blinded in one eye, but they tried to continue. The birds followed as they left the church, swift and merciless. Another swift movement, and their second eyes were taken, leaving the 2 women completely blind. From that moment onward, they would see the world only through touch and memory, a punishment exacted for their cruelty and deceit. The birds returned to the hazel tree, their work complete, singing softly as if to soothe the earth after justice had been delivered. Cinderella, now queen, did not rejoice in cruelty. She did not celebrate vengeance, but she understood the quiet truth of the birds' actions. They had ensured that honesty and goodness were honoured, that deception could not prosper, and that her suffering had meaning. She carried no bitterness toward her stepsisters, only an understanding that their hearts had chosen darkness, and they would live with the consequences of their own choices. The wedding proceeded with solemnity and grace. The prince and Cinderella took their place at the altar, and the kingdom witnessed the union of 2 lives shaped by fate and quiet strength. The bride's gaze was steady, yet her thoughts lingered on the hazel tree and the white bird that had guided her. She remembered the tears she had shed, the prayers whispered into the wind, and the cinders that had once been her only bed. All of it remained within her, not as sorrow, but as a memory of endurance. In the weeks that followed, the queen visited her mother's grave often. The hazel tree stood tall, branches swaying in the wind as though in recognition. The white bird rested there, always vigilant, reminding her that her life was built not on wealth, gold, or fine gowns, but on the patience and goodness she had maintained, despite every cruelty. The memory of her mother's guidance, given long before the world had turned harsh, remained her compass. As queen, she ruled with kindness, but with quiet wisdom. She never forgot the trials of her youth, and she honoured the lessons they had taught. Her people saw her as gentle yet firm, radiant yet unassuming, and they followed her not only for her beauty or her position, but because her life had proven that enduring goodness held weight in the world. The stepsisters, blind and humbled, lived the rest of their lives in quiet caution, aware of the consequences of their own pride and cruelty. They became shadows of what they had hoped to be, their vanity stripped away by the merciless truth the birds had delivered. The stepmother, too, learned in silence that control and manipulation were powerless against the natural justice that followed honesty and virtue. Cinderella's reign was marked by this quiet truth. She did not forget the cinders of her youth, nor the blood that had stained the golden slipper through her stepsister's deceit. She did not forget the small, unwavering bird that had delivered her wishes, nor the hazel tree that had grown from a single branch planted in grief. She carried these memories with her always, as reminders that suffering could be transformed into strength, and that kindness and patience had power that no cruelty could overcome. The story concludes not with a dream, nor with fleeting triumph, but with enduring truth. Cinderella, once a girl of ashes and sorrow, had risen to a place of honour, guided by quiet goodness and the blessings of the white birds. Her heart remained soft, yet resolute. Her spirit remained humble, yet unyielding. She would always remember the grave, the tree, and the bird, symbols of a world in which patience, kindness, and truth were stronger than any malice or envy. And so the girl who had endured ash, blood, and tears became queen. She lived not in fantasy or illusion, but in the quiet, unwavering reality that goodness endures, unbroken by cruelty and steadfast against deception. The golden slipper, the hazel tree, and the white birds remained as witnesses to the life she had earned, a life built on patience, virtue, and the enduring power of a heart that never lost its way. The kingdom flourished, guided by a queen who had been tested and found true, and the story remained in memory as a quiet lesson. That virtue, even in the darkest of times, is rewarded, and that the shadows of ashes and sorrow can give rise to light and life, steadfast and eternal. Long ago, in a land where magic was strong, and fate was more powerful than kings, a baby girl was born after many years of waiting. Her parents loved her. The whole kingdom celebrated her. But one mistake at her birth brought a terrible curse. Her life became a path of danger, silence, and long sleep, while the world outside changed and forgot. Still, her story lived on, wrapped in thorns and whispered as legend until the day hope returned. This is the story of Sleeping Beauty. In a faraway land, there once lived a king and queen who had everything a ruler could wish for: power, riches, castles of stone, and loyal subjects who honoured them. Yet for all their treasures, their hearts carried a hollow space. For many years they longed for a child, but none was given to them. The great halls of the palace remained silent, with no small footsteps, no laughter to echo against the marble floors. Every prayer to the heavens seemed unanswered, and every hope that flickered was quickly dimmed. But fate, slow and heavy though it seemed, eventually moved. At last, the queen gave birth to a daughter. She was a child of extraordinary beauty, and her tiny cries carried more joy into the kingdom than the ringing of bells ever could. Her skin was fair as fresh snow, her eyes deep and bright, her lips red as a wild rose blooming among thorns. The people of the land rejoiced, for their ruler's sorrow had ended, and they celebrated the newborn princess as a sign of blessing. The king, overcome with happiness, declared that no expense should be spared in honouring the birth of his daughter. He ordered a great feast, one so grand that even the oldest folk in the land would remember it as the greatest of their time. Nobles from distant realms were invited. Musicians filled the air with bright tones, and tables bent beneath the weight of golden dishes, spiced meats, honeyed fruits, and the finest wines. Most important of all, the king invited the wise women of the kingdom. These were not ordinary women, but ancient keepers of knowledge, half seen in shadow, half present in light. Some called them fairies, some called them spirits, but all respected their gifts. There were 13 wise women in the realm, each with powers that touched the threads of fate. Yet when the king prepared the feast, he had only 12 golden plates made, for the royal treasuries held no more of the precious metal, and none thought it wise to offer a lesser plate to one of such high power. Thus 12 were invited, and one was left uncalled. The great day arrived, and the feast began. The wise women, robed in strange and shimmering garments, came forward to bless the child. One by one, they laid gifts upon her life. Some gave her beauty, others gave her kindness, others wisdom, grace, and the ability to charm all who looked upon her. The air shimmered with their words, as though the future itself bent to their will. Each blessing was like a jewel laid upon the child's head, and the king and queen glowed with pride and gratitude. But as the 12th wise woman finished her gift, a hush fell over the hall. The 13th wise woman, the one left uninvited, appeared suddenly in the midst of the feast. No one had called her, yet she came, as if the slight against her had drawn her from the shadows. She was not gentle like the others, nor kind in her expression. She wore no smile, and her eyes were cold as iron. The guests trembled. The king and queen, realizing their mistake, grew pale, but it was too late. The 13th woman spoke not with joy, but with bitterness. She leaned over the cradle, and her words poured like venom into the air. She declared that when the princess reached her 15th year, she would prick her finger on a spindle and fall down dead. The hall shuddered with fear, the queen wept, and the king's heart sank into despair. The guests cried out in shock, but no one could take back the curse, for it had been spoken by one who held sway over fate itself. Yet before the dread could root too deep, the 12th wise woman, whose gift had not yet been given, stepped forward. Though she could not undo the curse, she could soften it. She proclaimed that the child would not die, but instead fall into a deep sleep, lasting 100 years. After this long span of time, she would be awakened not by her own strength, but by another who would come when the hour was ripe. Thus the curse was tempered, but not erased. The princess's future still bore the shadow of doom, and no one in the hall could shake the weight of it. From that day onward, the king and queen guarded their daughter with anxious care. She was named Briar Rose, for she was as lovely as a rose, yet surrounded by thorns of fate. Her cradle was woven with silk, but no riches could protect her from what had been spoken. Every step of her childhood carried both joy and dread. The people loved her, for she was gentle and beautiful, but whispers always followed her name, whispers of the curse, whispers of the spindle, whispers of the 100 years that might yet come. The king, determined to fight fate itself, issued a royal command that every spindle in the kingdom be burned. He sent his servants into the villages, the farms, and even the poorest cottages. Wheels were smashed, flax was cast aside, and fires rose high into the night sky as the old spinning tools were destroyed. No one was permitted to spin, no thread was to be made, and no spindle was to be kept hidden. For the king believed that by force he could prevent what was foretold. But fate is a patient weaver. It does not yield to command, nor does it bow to the will of men. Though the fires burned bright, and though the wise women had given their blessings, the shadow of the curse remained, waiting. Briar Rose grew, each year more graceful than the last. She was the pride of her parents and the jewel of the kingdom. She laughed among flowers, she sang like a bird, and she carried herself with a light that made others love her without cause. Yet beneath all this brightness, the unspoken truth lingered. On her 15th birthday, the curse would find her. And so the kingdom waited, caught between joy and fear. The king and queen smiled at their daughter, but behind their smiles lay dread. The people praised her beauty, but in their hearts they whispered of spindles and blood. Time moved forward, as it always does, bringing with it the hour that could not be avoided. For no matter how strong a wall is built, fate finds its way through the cracks. Briar Rose grew as if she were touched by sunlight each day. Her childhood passed gently, her body strong, her face fairer with each year. Wherever she went, people whispered of her beauty and grace. She was gentle of spirit and kind in nature, and there seemed to be no flaw upon her. Those who met her carried her image with them, as if her very presence were a blessing. The king and queen, though weighed down by fear, took comfort in her happiness. She laughed often, and her laughter filled the palace halls. She walked in the gardens and spoke softly to the birds that gathered near. Servants adored her, and common folk longed to catch sight of her whenever she passed. She was the kingdom's light, though many never forgot the shadow that lay across her fate. The king, desperate to shield his daughter, had long ago made a great order. Every spindle, every spinning wheel, and every tool of flax and thread was to be destroyed. His men swept through villages and towns, into poor huts and grand houses alike. Spindles were seized, piled in heaps, and cast into fire. Smoke rose in great columns across the land as the old tools burned to ash. In their place, silence spread. The art of spinning, once the daily rhythm of women's lives, was driven into memory. No maid spun by the hearth. No mother taught her child the craft. The whir of the spindle became a sound of the past. And still, though the fires had burned bright, fear lingered. People knew that fate is not so easily tricked. A curse spoken by one who holds power is not erased by command. Yet the king clung to hope that vigilance would keep his daughter safe. The years passed quickly. Childhood gave way to maidenhood, and Briar Rose grew tall, graceful and strong. She moved with a lightness that seemed almost unearthly, as if some secret air lifted her above the weight of the world. Yet she did not grow proud. She spoke kindly to all, from nobleman to servant, from rich to poor. Many hearts dreamed of her, but none dared to speak of it. Still, time is a silent hunter, and it waits for no king or queen. The dreaded day drew nearer, for curses move with the turning of years, and the 15th birthday approached as surely as winter follows autumn. The king and queen, though outwardly calm, watched the days with heavy dread. They ordered even greater watchfulness, commanding that no strange objects be brought into the palace. Guards patrolled the halls, and servants were warned. Yet for all their effort, the curse was not one that could be locked outside the gates. On the morning of her 15th birthday, the castle was filled with a strange quiet. The sun shone bright over its towers, yet within the walls a heaviness seemed to rest. Briar Rose, unaware of what fate had prepared for her, walked through the palace with the carefree curiosity of youth. She wandered further than she had before, her steps leading her into halls seldom travelled, into stairways that twisted upward and downward, into corners of the castle that even the servants rarely saw. Her feet carried her higher and higher, until she came to an old stairway that wound like a serpent toward a forgotten tower. The stones were dusty, the air stale, yet she felt a strange pull. She climbed without hesitation, her hand brushing against the cold walls as she ascended. At the top of the stairway she found a small, heavy door. It was rough with age, its wood darkened by time. She pushed it open, and inside the narrow room she saw an old woman bent over a spinning wheel. Her hands moved with steady rhythm, pulling flax into thread. The wheel hummed softly. A sound long vanished from the rest of the kingdom. Briar Rose had never seen such a thing before, for the art of spinning had been erased from her world. She stepped closer, curious, her eyes wide at the strange sight. The wheel turned, the spindle gleamed faintly in the dim light. The old woman looked worn and ancient, her back bent, her face hidden in shadow. She spun without pause, as if she had been waiting. Briar Rose watched, entranced by the motion of the spindle. It seemed to call to her, whispering silently through the still air. She reached out her hand, drawn as though by unseen threads. The moment her finger touched the spindle's sharp tip, it pierced her skin. A single drop of blood welled up, bright against her pale hand. And at once, as if the curse had been waiting in silence all these years, she fell. Her eyes closed, her body grew heavy, and she sank into a deep and heavy sleep. The spindle slipped from her hand, rolling softly across the floor, its work complete. Briar Rose lay upon the ground, her face calm, her chest rising and falling as though she merely dreamed. Yet it was no ordinary dream. It was the sleep of 100 years, spun and sealed by the curse of fate. The room grew still. Dust hung in the air. Outside the tower, the castle seemed unaware for a moment of what had come to pass. Yet the curse had only begun its work. The sleep of Briar Rose was not hers alone to bear, for the spell was bound not just to her, but to the kingdom itself. Through the halls, the chambers, and the courts, the curse stretched like a shadow, reaching its hand into every corner of the castle. The curse did not end with Briar Rose. It was not meant to touch only her, for such spells are not so small. When her finger met the spindle, and she fell into her heavy sleep, the shadow spread outward, silent but swift, carrying through stone and air, through bone and blood. In the great hall, where the king sat with his queen, a sudden heaviness came upon them. Their voices faded, their eyes closed, and their bodies grew still upon their thrones. The courtly nobles around them sank where they stood, their fine robes folding around them as they fell into slumber. Servants dropped their trays and pitchers, yet they did not stir again to gather them. Guards slumped at their posts, their swords sliding from limp hands. In the kitchens, fires burned bright for a moment, crackling and spitting as pots boiled. But then even the flames, touched by the curse, lost their strength and sank into embers. The cooks fell asleep over their work, spoons slipping from their fingers. In the stables, horses bent their heads and closed their eyes, their breathing slow and deep. Dogs curled upon the ground and did not rise again. Even the doves upon the roof tucked their heads beneath their wings and entered the same dream-bound stillness. The castle became silent. No footstep, no breath of work, no cry of child or sound of beast disturbed the air. Every living thing within those walls had been caught in the same deep sleep as Briar Rose. But the curse was not finished. Around the castle grounds, at the very edges of the walls, something began to grow. From the soil rose a hedge, first thin, then thick, twisting with thorn and briar. The branches climbed over one another, weaving themselves tighter with each passing day. The thorns were sharp as knives, black and cruel. They stretched higher than the tallest towers, wider than the castle walls, until the once proud palace was hidden behind a prison of living wood. The hedge grew stronger as the years passed. Each season added another layer of cruel thorns, another barrier of twisting vines. It was no gentle rose hedge, though the princess bore the name of Briar Rose. This was a hedge that cut, tore, and strangled. Birds that tried to nest within it bled upon its thorns. Animals that brushed against it fled, wounded and afraid. The people beyond the castle saw the change with fear. At first they whispered of the strange sleep that had fallen over their rulers, though none could see within the hedge. Then they whispered of the thorns, how they seemed to grow higher each year, and how no blade could cut them down. Soon the whispers turned into stories, and the stories became legends. It was said that a beautiful princess lay within, untouched by time, sleeping until fate should wake her. Many young men, bold and eager for glory, listened to these tales. Princes from far-off lands, knights of restless ambition, wanderers hungry for fame, all heard the story and thought themselves destined to break the curse. One by one they came. They rode with shining armour and sharpened swords, hearts full of hope. They stood before the hedge, proud and fearless, and forced their way into the briars. But the hedge was not made for men to pass. Its thorns wrapped around them like cruel hands, tearing at skin, cutting through armour, binding them in its grasp. Many were pierced, many were trapped, and many never returned. The hedge seemed to drink their strength, swallowing them whole until no trace was left. The people spoke of these failed adventurers with hushed voices. Some claimed that the hedge was alive, that it fed on the blood of those who dared approach. Others said the curse itself grew stronger each time someone tried and failed, as though it mocked the hope of men. And so the legend darkened. The sleeping princess became not only a dream of beauty, but also a warning of death. Parents told their children to stay away from the hedge, to keep far from the cursed land. Travellers gave the place wide berth. The castle once a proud centre of life, became a place feared and abandoned. Yet the story could not be silenced. The idea of a maiden lying untouched for 100 years stirred imaginations. The promise of breaking the curse and winning both the princess and the kingdom was too bright to be ignored. And so, even though many had perished, others still came. The hedge stood ready year after year, its thorns sharper, its vines denser, its silence heavier. Time does not move the same for those who sleep as it does for those awake. Inside the castle, Briar Rose lay as still as the day she fell. Her beauty did not fade, her body did not age. She seemed only to dream, untouched by hunger or sorrow. Around her, the king and queen, the servants and guards, the animals and birds, all rested in the same unbroken stillness. Dust gathered on tables, yet food did not spoil. Cobwebs stretched across corners, yet no creature stirred. The castle was frozen in time, held in the grip of the curse. Outside, however, the world changed. Seasons turned, winters gave way to springs, and summers to autumns. Generations rose and fell. The hedge grew taller, thicker, and darker. The castle, now hidden entirely, became little more than a tale told by old voices to young ears. Some believed the story was nothing more than fancy, a caution against pride or a warning about angering fate. Others believed it with trembling devotion, certain that the princess still lay sleeping, waiting for one brave enough to reach her. But none who tried succeeded. The hedge claimed them all. And so the years rolled on, carrying the world further and further from the day of the curse. Yet within the castle, nothing changed. Briar Rose lay still, her face calm, her breath quiet, her body as if carved from perfect marble. She remained untouched by time, as though the 100 years were but a single night. The curse had been laid with careful design. It was not a simple death, nor a quick ruin, but a waiting, heavy slumber. It bound not only the princess, but every living thing within the walls, and even the castle itself. The hedge, dark and cruel, stood guard, a living wall against all who might disturb the silence. And so the kingdom slept, year after year, while the world outside forgot and remembered, doubted and believed, feared and desired. The story lived on, for stories are as enduring as curses, and both wait patiently for their appointed time. For though 100 years may seem endless, even a curse has an end. Time is a patient master, slower than stone and deeper than the sea. For the world outside the cursed castle, days came and went. Seasons burned and froze. Kings rose and fell. New villages were built, and old ones crumbled. Children were born, grew, and grew old in turn. 100 years is long enough for one lifetime to pass into dust, and then for another to follow. Yet within the castle, time stood still. The king and queen slept upon their thrones. The servants lay where they had fallen, the guards at their posts, the cooks at their pots, the dogs curled on the floor. Briar Rose, fairest of all, lay in her chamber as she had from the first moment, her chest rising and falling in the deep rhythm of enchanted sleep. No wrinkle touched her skin, no line of age marked her face. The spell held her, as if the world outside no longer existed. Outside, however, the story did not die. It lived on, whispered from parent to child, from elder to youth. The tale of the sleeping princess in the castle behind the hedge became both a wonder and a warning. Many had tried to reach her and had never returned. The hedge of thorns stood higher than ever, darker and sharper than before, drinking the blood of the reckless and swallowing the bones of the bold. But as the 100th year drew near, something in the air began to shift. Legends may stretch and twist with time, but curses keep their measure. The 100 years, long as they seemed, were not endless. They had a beginning, and they would have an end. Far from the cursed land, a young prince heard the story. He was not the first, nor the strongest, nor the most famous of those who had listened to the legend. But he was young, and the story stirred something in him that would not let him rest. He heard of the hedge that no blade could cut, of the men who had perished trying to pass, and of the princess said to sleep behind its walls. His heart filled with both wonder and resolve. He set out to see for himself. His horse carried him through fields and forests, through towns where the story was told with trembling voices. Some warned him to turn back, to avoid the hedge that devoured all who came near. Others laughed, saying the princess was nothing more than a tale to frighten children. Yet the prince rode on. At last he reached the land where the hedge rose against the sky. It was vast, a wall of living thorns so thick that no light seemed to pass through. The branches twisted around one another like serpents, their thorns black and long as knives. It looked less like a hedge than a fortress, one built not of stone, but of hunger and malice. Many before him had tried to force their way in, and their bones lay hidden in its grasp. The prince dismounted and stood before the hedge, his sword ready at his side. He expected to fight his way forward, to struggle against the cruel vines. But as he stepped closer, something strange happened. The hedge did not clutch at him. The thorns did not pierce his flesh. Instead, the branches began to draw back, slowly at first, then more quickly, twisting away as if obeying a command older than memory. A path opened before him, clear and straight, leading deep into the heart of the hedge. He looked behind, and the branches closed again, sealing the way he had come. But ahead, the road remained open, as though the hedge itself had been waiting for him. For the 100 years had ended. The curse had reached its appointed span, and now its weight began to shift. The prince, though he did not know it, had not come by chance. He had come at the exact hour when the spell allowed passage, when fate itself bent to the appointed time. He walked forward, his steps steady, though a silence pressed against him. He passed through the hedge, and came at last to the grounds of the castle. The sight before him was strange and heavy. The gardens, once filled with life, were overgrown yet not wild. Weeds had risen, flowers had drooped, yet everything seemed paused, as though frozen at the edge of decay. The air was still, without bird or insect. No wind stirred the leaves. No sound broke the silence but his own footsteps. He walked further and entered the castle gates. There the silence deepened. The guards leaned against their walls, their eyes closed, their swords slipping from their hands. In the courtyards, servants slept in heaps, pitchers and baskets fallen beside them. In the great hall, nobles and courtiers slumped upon benches, unmoving, as if the feast had never ended. The king and queen lay upon their thrones, still and pale, yet not dead. Their chests rose with slow, steady breaths, as though they merely dreamed. The prince's heart quickened. He passed through the hushed corridors, up the stairways, past the kitchens where cooks lay over their pots, past the stables where horses rested without stirring. Every room was the same. Bodies lying as if carved from stillness. Lives caught in the moment the curse had fallen. At last he climbed the tower stairs. His steps echoed in the silence, though no one stirred. He reached a door at the very top, heavy and plain, and pushed it open. Inside lay Briar Rose. She was as beautiful as the stories had promised, though no words had prepared him for the sight. Her face was calm, her skin pale as ivory, her lips red as the wild rose for which she had been named. Her golden hair spread across the pillow, shining even in the dim light. She breathed slowly, deeply, as if she were only resting after some long day. The prince stepped closer, and time itself seemed to grow heavier around him. He knew, without knowing why, that this was the moment the story had carried him toward. The curse had ended its span. The hedge had opened. The castle had revealed its secret. And here lay the sleeping princess, waiting. She looked alive, more alive than anything else in that still place. Radiant even in sleep, untouched by the years, she seemed less like one bound by a curse than like a figure held in eternal peace. The prince leaned over her, his heart pounding in his chest. The 100 years had run their course. Time, that quiet and merciless master, had completed the circle decreed by the curse. When the prince leaned down over the sleeping girl, it was as if all of fate had been waiting for this one moment, the hour when endings and beginnings pressed against each other like two edges of the same blade. He kissed her lips gently, and at once the spell that had bound her loosened. Briar Rose's eyes opened, calm as if she had merely woken from a long and pleasant dream. Her breath rose softly in her chest, and her gaze moved across the chamber. The dust had not touched her beauty, nor had time marked her with its usual cruelty. 100 years had passed, yet she seemed as untouched as the morning she had fallen asleep. But it was not only she who stirred. Across the castle, in chambers and halls, in kitchens and stables, life began again. The king and queen lifted their heads, uncertain at first why they had nodded off at so strange an hour. The servants rubbed their eyes, reaching again for dishes left unfinished. The fire in the hearth flickered up once more, flames leaping from embers that had waited a century to breathe. The horses stamped in their stalls, shaking off a century of stillness, and the dogs stretched and barked as if waking from an ordinary nap. The strangest thing of all was how none within the castle felt the weight of years. They did not know that a century had vanished, for to them time had stopped, frozen at the moment the spindle drew its drop of blood. Outside, the world had changed beyond recognition. Inside, nothing had shifted at all. The prince alone knew the truth, for he had heard the tale in the villages, and seen the thorn hedge that had stood like a wall between the castle and the world. He looked at Briar Rose, and saw not only her beauty, but the depth of the story that had kept her apart from the living for so long. She, though, blinked at him as though he were simply the first face she saw upon waking, neither more nor less extraordinary than the sunshine falling through the window. Soon the king and queen, bewildered by this new visitor, were told of what had passed in their absence. They learned that 100 years had truly gone by, though their bodies and minds did not feel it. The kingdom they had once ruled had long since been forgotten, swallowed by time's endless turning. Their friends, their allies, their neighbours, none remained. Their court was gone, their world vanished, and only the legend of the sleeping princess had preserved their memory. Yet they did not despair. Perhaps it was because the weight of time had not pressed itself upon them. Perhaps it was because in the very moment of waking there was no room for grief, only wonder. Or perhaps it was because, deep within, they understood that the curse had always promised this: not death, but endurance. The prince and Briar Rose walked through the castle together. Each room was filled with those who had just woken, picking up their tasks where they had left them. They seemed content to continue, as though time itself had obeyed the rhythm of their sleep. The world outside was lost to them, but within these walls life resumed. Soon after, the prince asked for Briar Rose's hand in marriage. There was no long courtship, no years of proving or testing. Their fates had already been bound together, written in the curse and softened by mercy. The wedding was held in the great hall, a place that had waited 100 years to host such a feast. The wise women were not summoned again, for their work had long been completed, and none dared tempt fate with further gifts or curses. The feast was simple compared to the grandeur of the celebration at her birth, but there was a quiet joy in it that no one forgot. The tables groaned under fresh bread, roasted meats, and wine that had never soured in its casks. Laughter filled the air, and though none spoke of it aloud, each person carried the silent knowledge that they had been spared from true death. Afterward, life in the castle continued. The thorns that had once been impenetrable walls withered and fell away, leaving the path open. Travellers and villagers came to see the place that had slept a century, and though many doubted the truth of the story, all who looked upon Briar Rose felt its shadow. She carried in her face the unbroken line between sleep and waking, between what is lost and what endures. Yet the story does not end with glittering crowns or thunderous triumph. For though the curse was softened, it was never erased. It lingered like the memory of a wound, a reminder that fate cannot be refused, only endured until its hour is finished. Briar Rose lived her life beside the prince, and the two were bound together by both love and the strange miracle of her awakening. They did not escape destiny, they merely lived within its terms. The people of the land spoke of it often, telling their children how a princess once pricked her finger on a spindle and slept for 100 years. They spoke of the thorns that strangled brave men, and of the prince who came at the appointed hour. Some told it as a story of hope, others as a warning about the weight of curses. All agreed, however, that the tale was proof of what no king, queen, or wise woman can undo: the workings of time and the certainty of fate. And so, Briar Rose became both legend and queen, walking always with the knowledge that her life had been shaped by forces greater than herself. Her beauty remained, her kindness spread, and her memory endured long after. But the true heart of her tale was not her slumber or her marriage. It was the truth that even in darkness, life waits. Even in silence, time moves. And even in curses, there may be a hidden mercy. Thus ends the story of Sleeping Beauty, not with fireworks, nor with endless joy, but with a quiet reminder. Fate cannot be avoided, yet it may be endured. In a village at the edge of a dark and endless forest, there lived a girl whose bright red hood marked her as both innocent and unforgettable. She was small, curious, and full of trust, unaware that the world could be cruel beneath its beauty. The trees whispered secrets, the shadows moved with intent, and something watched her from just beyond the path, patient and cunning. What began as a simple errand to visit her grandmother would lead her into the heart of danger, into the belly of a predator, and into a tale that has been told for generations to warn the unwary. This is the story of the Little Red Cap, also known as Little Red Riding Hood. Once, there was a girl who lived at the edge of a great forest. She was not rich, nor was her family known for anything remarkable, but she was remembered in her village for the red cap she wore wherever she went. It was a small hood made of bright cloth, given to her by her grandmother. The old woman had stitched it with careful hands, believing the child should always carry something of love and warmth when she wandered outside. The girl grew so fond of it that she would never take it off. Even in the heat of summer, she wore the cap. Even in the shade of her house, she wore it. And so the people began to call her not by her name, but by her cap. They called her Little Red Cap, as if she and the hood were one. Her family was simple. Her mother kept the house and tended to the small garden that grew herbs and vegetables. Her father, when he was home, worked with wood, though often he was gone for days in search of work or in trade with nearby villages. The grandmother lived deeper in the forest, far enough that one had to follow a winding path to reach her small home. She was old and often weak, but she was kind. She had once been strong enough to guide others through the woods, and she still remembered the twists of the paths and the sounds of the animals that lived there. Now she lived alone, kept company only by her small fire and the memories of her long life. Little Red Cap was innocent, the kind of child who believed the world was good simply because she herself was good. She trusted easily, smiled quickly, and thought little of danger. She was curious about the world around her, noticing the way flowers leaned toward the light, or how mushrooms sprouted after a night of rain. When she walked, she often stopped to watch ants building their hills, or birds fluttering in the branches above her. She loved the forest, though her mother warned her never to stray from the path when she passed through it. But to a child, warnings are like shadows, present yet easy to step beyond. The forest itself was a place of two natures. In the morning, when sunlight slipped between the trees, it seemed alive with beauty. The leaves glowed with light, the flowers opened, and the air smelled of earth and green growth. It was easy to believe the forest was a friend, that it offered only wonder and safety. Yet the forest also had its other side. At dusk, the paths darkened quickly. The trees pressed close, The shadows stretched long, and the silence of the woods grew heavy. There were animals that hunted when the light faded, and sounds that reminded travellers how small and fragile they were among the tall trees. To those who knew its secrets, the forest was not only beautiful, but dangerous. It could shelter or swallow, depending on who walked its paths. One morning, Little Red Cap's mother called her into the kitchen. On the table stood a basket. Inside were bread, cakes, and a small bottle of wine. The mother explained that grandmother was ill and needed something to eat and drink to make her stronger. She asked Little Red Cap to carry the basket to her grandmother's house, for the path was not far, and the girl was light-footed. But she warned her child to be careful, not to dawdle, not to wander, and not to speak with strangers. The mother's words were clear, but like all warnings given to the young, they seemed more like gentle rules than urgent commands. The girl listened with a nod, her red hood tied neatly beneath her chin. She held the basket with excitement, for the thought of visiting her grandmother pleased her. She did not imagine danger waiting in the woods, nor did she think her mother's warning meant anything more than be good. Children often believe the world bends to their innocence, that if they mean no harm will come to them. So it was with Little Red Cap, who believed the forest was only what she had seen in the light. Flowers, animals, trees, and paths leading safely to her grandmother's door. The path stretched ahead, and the day was bright. The girl stepped into the forest with her basket, her red hood catching the light whenever the sun broke through the branches. To the birds, she was just another moving thing in the woods. To the trees, she was small and light, almost unnoticeable. But to the darker eyes that sometimes watched from the shadows, she was something else. Young, trusting, alone, and easy to follow. For the forest was not only made of trees and flowers, it was also home to those who understood how innocence could be turned into opportunity. Among them was one who moved silently, whose fur blended into the shadows, whose eyes shone with a hunger not only for food, but for power over the weak. This creature was patient, clever, and merciless, and he was watching. He was a wolf, though not just an ordinary one. He was a wolf who knew how to wait, how to trick, and how to strike when the moment was right. Little Red Cap, however, knew nothing of this. She walked with the lightness of someone carrying a gift, humming softly to herself, her basket swinging from her arm. She thought only of her grandmother's face when she arrived with food and wine. She thought of the warmth of the small house, and of sitting beside the fire while her grandmother told her stories. She thought of how proud her mother would be that she had gone on the errand all by herself. The girl's heart was full of trust, and her steps were without fear. But the forest had its secrets, and already she was no longer alone on the path. The forest had a way of swallowing sound. When Little Red Cap stepped deeper onto the path, the busy noises of her village faded behind her, and the quiet pressed in like a heavy blanket. It was not silence exactly, for the forest was alive, but its sounds were different from human ones. Leaves whispered against one another high above. Birds called from unseen branches, their songs rising and falling as if speaking in a secret tongue. Somewhere in the distance, a branch cracked under the weight of something moving, and then stilled again. The forest never stopped speaking, yet it spoke in ways that reminded travellers they were strangers here. Moving through a place that belonged first to the trees and only second to people. To a child, the wood seemed like a game. The shadows were not warnings, but hiding places for imagined creatures that were never truly there. The shifting light was not a danger, but a kind of magic that painted the ground in patterns of gold. Little Red Cap walked with her basket swinging, her red hood bright against the muted colours of the path. The deeper she went, the more she forgot her mother's words. Warnings are easy to remember at the edge of danger, but once a child steps inside, the danger becomes invisible, hidden beneath beauty. Everywhere around her, small distractions called to her eyes. She saw wildflowers sprouting in clusters, their petals stretching open as if smiling at the sun. She paused to look at them, and in her innocent joy she thought it would be kind to bring some to her grandmother. What harm could it do to gather a little beauty for someone who lived alone? She bent down and picked the first flower, then saw another one, brighter still, a few steps off the path. She followed, her small shoes crunching the leaves, and found another and another, as if the forest itself was tempting her deeper. The air was warm, but the shadows beneath the trees were cool. Little Red Cap moved with the lightness of one who has never been afraid. She was so busy plucking flowers, filling her hands with colours, that she did not notice when the forest itself seemed to shift, for the forest was not empty. Watching from the distance was a figure with sharper eyes than hers, eyes that had watched children and travellers before, eyes that gleamed with a hunger that was not satisfied by berries or flowers. The wolf stood among the shadows, his fur melting into the dark of the trees. His paws were silent on the earth, but his mind was not silent. It was sharp, turning over ideas like stones, searching for the perfect way to strike. He had seen children before, but rarely one so alone. He had smelled the sweetness of food in her basket, but it was not bread or wine that stirred his hunger. It was the girl herself, small, trusting, easy to deceive. To attack her now would be simple, but the wolf was not only a creature of strength, he was also cunning. He knew that true success came from patience, from tricking the prey into offering itself willingly. He crept closer, though still far enough that she did not notice him. She was bent over the flowers, humming to herself, her hood bright against the green. To him she looked almost like a bird that had flown into the wrong nest, unaware of the hawk circling above. The wolf's mouth curved into something like a smile, though it was not a smile of kindness. It was a smile of teeth and certainty. The path through the forest was not one, but many. Those who lived nearby knew the safe way, the short path that led straight to the grandmother's house. But there were other paths too, winding longer through the woods, lined with things that could distract and delay. The wolf knew these paths well. He knew that a child could be led away from safety if only her mind was turned from her mother's warning. And he knew he was the one who could turn it. The wolf stepped carefully, watching her, planning his trick. He did not need to rush. The girl's innocence was already leading her away from the path. All he had to do was push her a little further, and she would be exactly where he wanted her. Deep enough that the forest itself would help him. Hiding her from all eyes but his. The longer path wound past thick trees, past streams that glittered in the light, past more flowers than any child could carry. It was slower, but it was also tempting, filled with a kind of beauty that children could not resist. The wolf thought of the grandmother's house waiting at the end of the short path. He thought of the girl's small steps. He thought of how quickly he could reach the house if she was distracted long enough. He would have time to play his part there before she even arrived. And so the trap began to form, not with claws or fangs, but with cunning. The forest seemed to help him, offering the child more flowers, leading her feet further from the safety of the path. The air grew quieter, as though holding its breath. The wolf's plan was simple: to let the girl believe she was free, while in truth she was walking where he wanted. He would give her the illusion of choice, but her choice would always serve him. Little Red Cap, her hands full of flowers, looked around with delight. She thought of how happy her grandmother would be to receive them. The idea filled her so much that she did not feel the shift in the forest around her, nor the eyes that followed every step she took. She only knew that the day was bright, the air was sweet, and the forest was full of treasures waiting for her to gather. The wolf watched, silent and sure, as the girl wandered. He knew her kind. Children who believed the world was safe simply because they were in it. He knew how to wait for the moment when innocence would open the door to danger. And in this forest, doors were many, but all of them, sooner or later, could be led to him. The wolf knew the forest as well as a man knows the walls of his own house. Where others saw only confusion and endless trees, he saw paths, shortcuts, and hidden ways that cut through the undergrowth like veins. He moved swiftly now, no longer watching the girl who lingered among the flowers. He did not need to. She was slow, easily delayed, and the forest would keep her occupied. He, however, could reach her grandmother's house long before she even thought of turning her steps back to the path. The house stood alone, far from the safety of the village. It was small, its walls built of timber darkened by years of weather. Smoke sometimes rose from its chimney, but more often it did not, for the old woman who lived inside lacked the strength to keep a fire burning all day. The roof sagged a little under the weight of years, and moss crept up its edges, softening it into the forest around it. It was not a house of riches, nor of strength, but of memories. Inside, the grandmother sat in her chair. She was frail, her body bent with age and illness. Her hands trembled when she lifted them. Her breathing came slow, and her eyes no longer saw as they once did. She lived in quiet, surrounded by the silence of the woods. She waited often for visits, for company to break the long hours, and it was the thought of her granddaughter's red hood that brightened her spirits. The child came from time to time with gifts from her mother, bread, wine, and laughter that filled the house. Today the old woman expected her again, and she smiled at the thought, though her strength was little more than a flicker. The wolf knew this too. He had watched, learned, and remembered the pattern of the girl's errands. He knew who waited inside the house. He knew she was weak, alone, and trusting. She would not question the voice of her granddaughter at the door. When he reached the cottage, he did not hesitate. He stood at the door, his breath steady, his plan sharp in his mind. The wolf was not only a hunter of flesh, but of hearts. He knew how to sound harmless, how to wear innocence like a mask. With a low, careful voice, he let out a sound to mimic the girl. Soft, small, the tone of someone carrying kindness in her hands. The grandmother stirred at the sound. Her ears, though dulled with age, still caught the faint call. She thought of her granddaughter and felt relief that she would not be alone for long. She welcomed what she believed was her visitor, telling her to come in. She did not know that with those words she had opened her door not to safety, but to the end. The wolf slipped inside. The house smelled of age and smoke, of herbs hung from the beams and bread long gone stale. The air was warm but thin, the kind of warmth that fought against emptiness but never quite defeated it. The old woman, weak and trusting, tried to rise from her chair, but the effort was too much. She thought she saw her granddaughter's shape in the doorway, but her sight was clouded, and her hope made her blind. In a single motion, the wolf leapt. There was no time for the grandmother to cry out, no time to realize her mistake. His jaws opened, his teeth closed, and she was gone. The house, which had been filled with the slow, tired breath of an old woman, now fell into silence once more. The wolf swallowed, his hunger partly sated but his plan unfinished. For it was not only the grandmother he sought, it was the girl. The red-hooded child still wandered the woods, her basket filled with food, her mind filled with innocent thoughts. And she would come to this house, as her mother had told her, believing she was walking into safety. The wolf meant for her to walk into something else entirely. He turned his eyes to the bed. It was small, simple, with covers patched and worn from years of use. The wolf pulled them back and slipped inside, arranging the blankets around him. His body, larger and rougher than the grandmother's, pressed awkwardly into the mattress, but the shadows of the house and the dim light worked in his favour. He drew the covers up to his chin, letting only his head show. His ears pricked upward, sharper than any grandmother's, but in the gloom they might pass unnoticed. His eyes gleamed, but he narrowed them into slits, pretending weakness. His long snout, with its teeth hidden beneath a thin smile, settled against the pillow. The wolf's disguise was not perfect, but it did not need to be. He counted on the girl's trust, her eagerness to see her grandmother, and her blindness to danger. He counted on the innocence that would explain away every odd shape, every strange shadows, every uneasy feeling. She would not see him for what he was until it was too late. The house itself seemed to shift with the wolf inside. Where once it had been a place of rest, it now felt like a trap disguised as comfort. The fire burned low, casting long shapes across the floor. The walls, once plain, now seemed to close in, holding the air heavy and still. The bed, once a place of safety for an old woman, became the stage for a silent deception. Every corner of the room whispered danger, though there was no one there to hear it. The wolf lay waiting, his breath steady, his eyes half closed. He was patient. He could wait as long as it took for the girl to arrive. Hunger did not make him reckless. It made him precise. He thought of the moment when the door would open, when the red hood would appear, when the child's eyes would light up with recognition that was not real. He thought of her voice calling out, of her footsteps crossing the room, of her trusting approach to the bed. He imagined all of it, savouring it before it even happened. The forest outside was quiet. The girl was still wandering, still gathering flowers, still walking without fear. But the house was no longer the safe destination she believed it to be. It was now the wolf's den, hidden beneath the shape of a grandmother's home. And the wolf, disguised in borrowed shadows, waited. The little cottage in the clearing seemed exactly as it always had, a humble structure resting among the trees, its thatched roof bending slightly with age, its wooden shutters closed against the drifting air of the forest. Smoke no longer curled from the chimney, but Little Red Cap, burdened with her basket and her good intentions, did not notice. Her mind was still filled with the forest's flowers, with the remembered scent of moss and meadow, with the idea that her grandmother would be pleased at such gifts. She approached the door with a heart unguarded. She had heard nothing of footsteps racing before her, no whispers of a creature moving with intent through the trees. To her, the forest was still only trees, and the cottage was still only home. Yet within, the shape of the world had shifted entirely. Grandmother was gone, swallowed whole by shadow and hunger, and in her place the wolf waited. He had made himself small against the bedding, pulling the blankets up to his chest, arranging them with the clumsy precision of a predator imitating what it had devoured. The cap that had once crowned the old woman's hair was now crooked upon his head. The glasses that had rested upon her nose now framed a gaze that gleamed too brightly. His claws were hidden, his teeth concealed behind a mouth that pressed itself closed with exaggerated care. The room itself seemed changed by his presence. What had been warm now felt stifled. What had been comforting now held menace. The hearth, though still warm, threw its glow unevenly, as though the flames themselves hesitated. The wooden beams groaned faintly overhead, as if the house itself wished to warn her, but could not form the words. Little Red Cap stepped across the threshold unaware. She carried her basket to the bedside with the same trusting gait she had always shown, her hood falling slightly back from her face. She saw her grandmother there, or what appeared to be her grandmother, and felt the stirrings of unease, though she could not yet name them. It began subtly with the shape of the eyes. They seemed larger, too round, too fixed upon her, with an intensity that did not belong to age or affection. She thought her grandmother's face looked strange, but she told herself it must be the firelight playing tricks. Then, as she moved closer, other details whispered to her doubts. The ears seemed sharper, higher upon the head, not softened by hair or age. The hands, resting stiffly against the blanket, appeared broader, the nails more pronounced, as though sharpened by something other than household tasks. Still she was a child, and children are often slow to turn unease into fear. She tried to explain each oddity away. Perhaps her grandmother had changed with illness. Perhaps she simply had not visited in long enough to remember correctly. Each detail pressed upon her innocence, and each time she smoothed it down with reason that did not hold. But reason faltered when she came close enough to see the mouth. It was not the gentle line she remembered, not the mouth that had kissed her forehead or offered bread and comfort. It was wide, stretching too far, lips curling back slightly as though struggling to contain something vast and sharp behind them. The corners twitched, not with mirth, but with restraint. Her heart quivered. A child's mind still clung to hope, still whispered that this must be her grandmother, no matter how strange, no matter how wrong. She wanted to believe in the safety of the familiar, but the wolf, patient and merciless, had waited for precisely this moment. The tipping point where innocence questioned but had not yet fled. The house seemed to hold its breath. The fire cracked once, sharply. The wolf, unable to contain the illusion any longer, stretched himself upward, the blankets falling away from him like discarded skin. His form was too large for the bed, his body straining against the fragile wood of the frame. No disguise could cover the truth now. Little Red Cap saw it all at once, the eyes, the ears, the hands, the mouth, and realized too late what she had entered into. The forest had offered her a choice of paths, and she had walked the one that led here, to this bed, to this trap. The wolf did not hesitate. With a lunge, he cast aside the remnants of his ruse. His jaws opened wide, wider than seemed possible, and before her innocence could even shape itself into a scream, he devoured her whole. It was not a battle. There was no struggle. She was small, he was vast, and the moment had been arranged too carefully for chance to intervene. The basket fell to the floor, its bread and wine spilling across the boards, a mockery of the gift she had meant to give. The room returned to silence, save for the sound of the wolf settling back into the bed, his hunger briefly sated, his belly swollen now with both grandmother and child. The cap still sat upon his head, though now tilted more absurdly than before, and the glasses clung to the bridge of his nose, framing the gleam of satisfaction. In that silence, the story itself seemed to pause. Innocence, so bright and trusting, had been swallowed into darkness. The forest that had seemed both safe and unsafe had revealed its crueler truth. Safety had been an illusion, and danger had worn the face of familiarity. The predator, having succeeded, closed his eyes. He lay in the bed as though nothing had happened, as though the cottage had not shifted into a den of deception. The fire still burned low in the hearth, the beams still groaned with the weight of silence, and the forest outside remained unaware. For now, the wolf rested. For now, the house was quiet. For now, the tale held its breath, lingering in that terrible stillness before the next turn. The darkness had swallowed all, and yet the story was not done. The forest was quiet in the afternoon sun. The leaves whispered softly, and the path through the trees was still bright with dappled light. Birds called to each other, and the small creatures of the underbrush scurried about, unaware of the tragedies that had occurred in the cottage on the edge of the clearing. It was a day like any other, except that not all was right in the quiet wood. A huntsman was moving along the path. He was tall and strong, a man accustomed to tracking, to reading the signs of the forest. He walked with care, his eyes scanning the shadows, his ears tuned to every sound. The forest spoke to him as it never spoke to a child. Every broken twig, every rustle of leaves, every faint sigh of wind was a message he could read. And it was from these small signs that he first noticed that something in the woods was wrong. He came upon the small cottage, its familiar shape among the trees. He had passed it many times before, on errands of work or rest, but today it seemed different. The door was slightly ajar. The air around it smelled faintly of something heavy, a scent that did not belong to the normal quiet of the house. The huntsman paused, hand on his axe, listening. From inside came a sound that raised the hair on the back of his neck, the heavy, uneven breathing of someone sleeping, or something pretending to sleep. It was a snore, slow and deep, far too loud for an old woman alone. The huntsman's mind worked quickly. He knew the woods, and he knew that wolves could be clever, that predators could imitate the innocent and the weak. He could sense the danger before he even saw it, that feeling like a shadow brushing against the skin of his understanding. He stepped closer, cautious, until the cottage door was fully open to him. The snoring continued, rhythmic and strange. Something in its sound told him that the wolf, or something like it, was inside. He could not yet see the form, but instinct and experience guided him. He lifted his axe, the handle firm in his hands, and stepped inside. The room was dim, the fire low in the hearth, and there, in the bed, he saw the wolf. It was larger than any ordinary beast, its belly swollen, its eyes closed in what it believed was victory. The wolf had eaten, and now it slept, unaware that the forest had sent one who could undo its work. The huntsman acted quickly, bringing the axe down. The wolf's eyes opened in shock, but it was too late. One swift strike, and the predator was dead. Yet the story did not end with the fall of the wolf. The huntsman, skilled and careful, cut open the creature's belly, as Grimm's tale described. From the darkness inside, he lifted the grandmother first, coughing but alive, then the little girl, still pale from fear and the closeness of death, yet unharmed. They stumbled from the wolf's belly as though waking from a nightmare, blinking at the firelight, the world outside, and the man who had saved them. It was a rebirth of sorts, a rising from the belly of death itself. What had been swallowed, hidden, and almost lost returned to the world of light. The forest, which had hidden danger so well, now revealed its capacity for rescue, for order restored. The huntsman stood silently, watching them recover, understanding that the balance of the woods was delicate, that innocence must be protected, that predators may always lurk, and that caution, care, and awareness were as necessary as bravery. Little Red Cap, her red hood still perched upon her head, looked at the cottage with new eyes. She understood, though in fragments, what she had survived. The colours of the forest, once distractions for a wandering child, now seemed sharper, more precise. She noticed the paths, the angles of the sunlight, the spaces where shadows moved. She carried the memory of the wolf in a part of her mind that could not be erased, a warning etched into her awareness. The grandmother embraced her granddaughter. Their relief was quiet but profound. The basket lay on the floor, scattered with bread and wine, a small casualty of the day's horrors. But the warmth of reunion replaced the emptiness of fear. They had been consumed and returned, touched by death and spared by intervention. The forest outside continued to breathe, unchanged yet forever altered by the events inside the cottage. And so the moral of the tale settled into the hearts of those who survived it. Straying from the path carried consequences, even when the temptation was beautiful, even when curiosity whispered softly in a child's mind. Innocence was precious, but it was also vulnerable. And the wolves of the world, those who wore disguises, who took the shape of familiarity, could strike in ways no child, or even adult, might anticipate. The red hood, once only a gift of love from a grandmother, now became a symbol. It marked the girl as innocent, yes, but also as one who had survived, as a warning to others who might wander carelessly. Children who wore red, or who followed paths through the forest, might remember her story, the dangers hidden in beauty, the predator disguised in comfort, the rescue that allowed life to continue. It was both celebration and caution, a tale to teach the eyes to notice what lies beneath the surface. The huntsman left the cottage, returning to the forest paths he knew so well. He did not linger. The danger was ended, the predator dispatched, the victim safe. The forest once more settled into its rhythm, the trees rustling in wind and sunlight, birds calling to each other as though nothing had happened. But for those who had been inside the cottage, nothing would ever be quite the same. The memory of being consumed and returned lived inside them, a mark of awareness and survival. Little Red Cap, holding her grandmother's hand, walked back toward her home. She had seen the forest in both its beauty and its terror. She had witnessed the transformation of a place of safety into a den of danger. And she had emerged alive, aware, and marked forever by what had happened. Her red hood, bright and unmistakable, remained upon her head. It would be a reminder always of innocence, of danger, and of the wisdom earned by surviving what should have destroyed her. The story ended not in fear, but in caution and learning. The paths of the world were many, the dangers hidden among the familiar, and the forest, vast and deep, remained a place where life and death, innocence and cunning, coexisted, teaching all who walked its shadows the importance of vigilance, of respect, and of never underestimating the wolves that might be waiting behind the shapes of those we trust. In the end, the red hood was more than a gift. It was a warning. It was a badge of innocence reclaimed. And for Little Red Cap, it became a mark of wisdom born from darkness. A small child returned from the belly of a wolf, and a story that would echo through the forest and the minds of all who heard it for generations to come. The forest settled around her, quiet but alive, and she walked on, aware, watchful, and unbroken, carrying the memory of danger as closely as the bright red cap upon her head. Many know Beauty and the Beast as a gentle fairy tale, softened over time. This version is closest to the original telling, a story with firmer truths and deeper consequences, where fear, duty, and difficult choices shape every step. In a world where fortunes vanish like smoke and appearances often deceive, a young girl named Beauty must navigate hardship with patience, courage, and care. A monstrous prince, burdened by pride and loneliness, awaits, and her small, selfless acts may hold the power to change his fate. Step into this story and discover a world where wonder and danger coexist, and where the heart's insight matters far more than what the eyes first see. Once, in a town by the sea, there lived a merchant who was known for his wealth and careful ways. He had 3 daughters, each different in appearance and temperament, but all dear to him. The eldest was proud, the middle one clever but vain, and the youngest, called Beauty, was gentle and kind in every thought and action. Their home was large, with high ceilings and windows that let in the sunlight in the morning. There were gardens where flowers bloomed in abundance, and tables filled with fruits and delicacies from faraway lands. The family enjoyed a life of ease and comfort, where worries were few and pleasures many. Yet life, as it often does, can change without warning. The merchant, who traded goods across the sea, once prepared a fleet of ships laden with silk, spices, and treasures from distant ports. He sent them away with hope and care, imagining the wealth they would bring upon return. For a time it seemed fortune favoured him, but storms arose at sea, violent and unrelenting. Waves taller than houses struck the ships, and wind tore their sails asunder. By the time the merchant heard of their fate, all was lost. No silk remained, no spices, no treasures to cover the cost of the journey. The ships and the dreams tied to them were swallowed by the ocean. The family's fortune crumbled as suddenly as it had come. The home they had known, filled with servants and comforts, became a place too large for their means. The servants left one by one, unable to work without wages, and the gardens fell into disarray. The merchant, once confident and proud, now walked with heavy steps, burdened not only by loss, but also by the need to provide for his daughters. He realized that life must change, and that riches no longer determined the measure of a home. Beauty, the youngest, watched her family's distress quietly, her mind always turning toward care rather than despair. She rose early to light the fires and prepare what simple meals they could afford. She tended the now wild gardens, coaxing what flowers and vegetables still survived to give some brightness to the house. She found joy in small things: a clean floor, a warm meal, a smile to calm her father's worry or her sister's complaints. Unlike her older sisters, she never asked for luxuries or lamented the loss of wealth. She had been taught that beauty was not in jewels or silks, but in kindness, patience, and courage, and she lived according to that teaching every day. The family moved to a modest house in the countryside, where the air was fresher but the comforts fewer. Their neighbours were simple folk, farmers and tradesmen who offered help or guidance when needed, and the merchant learned to live with thrift and care. The children of the village were curious about the daughters of a once wealthy merchant, but Beauty was never proud or distant. She spoke with a gentle voice, and the villagers liked her for her courtesy and humility. Life became a rhythm of work and small pleasures, where each day brought both challenge and quiet satisfaction. Yet, even in this simplicity, the past could not be forgotten. The merchant, though grateful for a roof over their heads, still wished to recover something of what he had lost. One day, hearing that one of his remaining ships might have survived, or that some goods were available in distant towns, he prepared once more to travel. He knew the journey would be difficult and dangerous, but he carried hope that he could restore a little comfort for his daughters. He set out with a modest carriage, leading a few horses and bringing only what was necessary for trade. Beauty, though she worried for his safety, did not complain. She understood that his work was necessary and that worry alone could not change the world. The merchant travelled through forests and over hills, crossing rivers that swelled with recent rains, and passing villages where the roads were muddy and uncertain. He faced thieves, sudden storms, and the exhaustion of long days. But he moved forward, guided by the thought of his family. Along the way, he remembered the lessons Beauty had taught him in small ways: patience, attention to others, and hope that is not blind but steady. These thoughts sustained him as the journey grew more difficult. One evening, as the merchant approached a remote part of the forest, he found himself lost among tall trees that blocked the light of the sun. There, by chance or by fate, he stumbled upon a great house, unlike any he had seen. Its walls were tall and white, its windows bright even though no lamps were lit outside. Gardens surrounded the house, filled with flowers and fountains, and the air was thick with a scent he could not name, a sweetness both delightful and strange. He marvelled at the beauty and wondered if such a place could be real. Yet he hesitated, for a quiet unease crept into his heart. The next morning, the merchant explored the grounds more closely, finding trees heavy with fruits and a fountain whose water sparkled like diamonds. He gathered some fruit and, feeling bold, plucked a rose from a hidden garden, remembering how Beauty loved roses more than any other flower. The moment his fingers touched the petals, a loud roar shook the air, and before him stood a creature unlike any he had seen. Its body was immense, covered in hair and strength, with eyes that shone with both anger and sorrow. The beast spoke without words, though the merchant understood clearly. He had taken what did not belong to him, and now a price must be paid. The merchant begged for mercy, explaining that the rose was meant for his daughter, the youngest, who was kind and gentle. He offered wealth or goods, anything he could bring from the sea, but the beast would accept none. Only one solution could end the danger. The merchant must return home and bring one of his daughters to the beast, and she would remain in the house as payment for the rose. Fear and despair filled his heart as he realized the gravity of what he must do. Yet he knew there was no other choice. He left the castle quickly, carrying the rose, and returned to his family with a heaviness that filled the home with silence. Beauty, upon hearing the story, understood the danger, but did not hesitate to act with courage. She prepared herself to go with her father, leaving behind the familiar warmth of family life, the countryside she had learned to love, and the modest home that now felt safe. Her sisters, though worried, could not match her resolve, and her father, filled with both relief and sorrow, knew he must let her go. The journey ahead would be unlike any she had faced, and the house in the forest waited, both threatening and magical, holding secrets that only time would reveal. And so, with quiet courage, Beauty began her journey toward a place where fear and wonder met, where loneliness could be more instructive than company, and where the choices of one young woman might change the life of a creature misunderstood by all. The road was long, and the forest deep, and beyond the trees, the great house awaited with silent patience. The forest grew thicker, as the merchant guided his carriage along the winding path, the trees arching overhead so closely that sunlight barely touched the ground. The air smelled of moss and damp earth, and the quiet of the woods pressed in around him. Though he had travelled far before, he felt a heaviness now, as if the trees themselves were warning him to turn back. Yet the thought of his daughter Beauty, brave and patient, guided him forward. Soon the path opened, and in a small clearing the house appeared again, even larger and stranger than he remembered. The castle's walls gleamed as if polished by unseen hands. Towers reached toward the sky, their spires piercing the clouds. The windows glowed faintly, yet no candles or torches were visible, and the merchant felt a chill at the sight. Gardens stretched out in every direction, filled with flowers that seemed to shimmer and shift colours in the morning light. Fountains gurgled with water that sparkled like crystal, and statues of animals and humans stood silently, frozen in poses of wonder or surprise. Birds with feathers brighter than any he had seen before rested in the branches watching him, yet they made no sound. He stepped from the carriage, sensing the weight of the air around him. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of gravel under his feet, the distant rustle of leaves, the soft flow of water from the fountains. The merchant's heart quickened. He remembered the rose, the one he had plucked from the hidden garden, its scent clinging to his fingers. For a moment he thought he might be able to leave without consequence, but the forest felt alive, watching, and the castle seemed to breathe in response to his presence. A door creaked open without anyone touching it, and he knew that the house itself held rules that humans could not ignore. Suddenly, the beast appeared. He was immense, far larger than any man, with hair like dark fur and eyes that glowed with a fierce intelligence. His voice rumbled as he spoke, though it was not angry alone. There was sorrow in it as well. The merchant, trembling, bowed and tried to explain, offering wealth or goods to make amends. But the beast would accept nothing. Only one solution could satisfy him. One of the merchant's daughters must come to the castle in place of the rose. Fear and despair gripped the merchant's heart. He had not expected this, and he hesitated, imagining Beauty in the company of such a creature. Yet he could not bargain further, and the beast's eyes held a quiet power that made argument impossible. With trembling hands the merchant left the carriage and returned home, burdened by the knowledge of what he must ask. Beauty, upon hearing the story, listened without panic, though her heart was heavy. She understood that fear would not change the outcome, and that courage might be needed in a way she had never faced before. She prepared herself for the journey with quiet resolve, gathering only what she would truly need and leaving the comforts of home behind. The road to the castle felt longer than it had before. Beauty travelled with a mixture of dread and curiosity. The forest seemed endless, and every rustle or shadow made her pause. Birds watched silently, and the wind whispered in patterns she could not understand. Yet even in this uncertainty, she noticed small wonders. Flowers in shapes she had never seen, streams that reflected the sky more clearly than any mirror, and stones that seemed to glow faintly in the evening. The forest was strange, yes, but it held a beauty that made her forget fear for a moment, reminding her that the world could be both dangerous and wonderful at the same time. At last, the castle emerged before her. It was larger than she had imagined, its walls so tall they disappeared into the mist above. The gates opened on their own, as if inviting her inside, though the air was heavy and silent. She walked through the main hall, which stretched farther than any house she had known, the floors smooth and shining, the ceilings high and decorated with carvings that seemed to move when seen from the corner of the eye. The furniture was elegant yet strange. Chairs and tables appeared as if by magic, set perfectly for use, yet without any person to place them there. Candles lit themselves when she entered a room, and food appeared on the table in portions enough for a king, though no one was present. Beauty explored slowly, her senses alert. The castle seemed alive, but not in the way of people. It moved in silence, with rooms shifting slightly, doors appearing where none had been, and gardens within the walls that were larger than the grounds outside. Yet despite the strangeness, there was no malice in it. She began to sense a rhythm, a subtle kindness woven into the house. Objects she touched seemed to respond gently, as if acknowledging her presence. Flowers bent slightly when she passed, and the fountain sparkled brighter. Even in the shadows, there was a quiet warmth that promised safety, though she could not yet understand how or why. Night fell, and with it came the first deep silence of the castle. Beauty had grown weary from travel, yet sleep did not come easily. She lay in a room that was elegant and vast, with a bed large enough to hold 10 people. The sheets were soft, the blankets warm, yet she felt alone as never before. The walls seemed to watch, and the faint glow from candles cast moving shadows that danced on the ceiling. The fear she had carried on the road returned in waves, mingled with awe at the magic surrounding her. She thought of her family, of her father's worry, and of the life she had left behind, wondering if she would ever return. And yet the castle offered small comforts, gentle gestures she could not explain. In the night, she found that water appeared beside her bed, fresh and cool, and that the fire in the hearth never went out. A soft breeze carried scents of roses and fruit, though no one had brought them. Though the beast had not yet spoken to her, she could sense that the house itself, and perhaps he as well, did not intend harm beyond what was necessary. There was an order to the strangeness, a hidden kindness in the magic, and she realized that understanding it might be the first step to finding safety and even companionship. The first night passed slowly, filled with dreams both strange and comforting. Beauty awoke to find the castle as silent as before, the corridors long and empty, the air fragrant and still. She began to notice patterns, rooms that seemed to call to her, windows that opened onto gardens she had not seen before, and doors that led to halls she did not remember entering. Though fear remained, curiosity grew stronger. She realized that the castle, for all its eerie grandeur, was not cruel. It was a place where mysteries awaited understanding, where patience and courage could reveal kindness hidden beneath the surface. As morning light spread through the halls, Beauty prepared herself to meet the beast. She walked to the great hall where he had appeared, her steps quiet but steady. Though she did not yet know what to expect, she understood that this encounter would change her life, just as her journey to this strange house had already begun to change her heart. Outside, the garden stretched endlessly, fountains sparkled, and statues watched silently, waiting for the unfolding of a story older than any she had known. And so Beauty stood at the threshold of the beast's world, filled with fear and awe, yet ready to face the unknown. The castle held secrets, some frightening, some kind, all waiting to be revealed in time. Beyond the first meeting, beyond the corridors and enchanted rooms, lay a journey not of the road, but of the heart, where understanding and courage would be tested, and where a young girl's quiet virtues might meet the lessons of a creature misunderstood by the world. The days in the castle passed slowly for Beauty, each one a careful step between fear and curiosity. At first, she wandered the halls hesitantly, touching the walls and doors, as if they might vanish beneath her hands. The castle seemed endless, and its strange rules became apparent almost immediately. Rooms appeared where none had been before. Corridors twisted into angles that made no sense, and mirrors reflected not only her own image, but glimpses of spaces she had not yet visited. At mealtimes, she found food prepared and placed on tables without anyone present. Plates were filled with warm bread, fruit, and delicate dishes that she had never tasted, yet there was never a single person in the room to serve her. Sometimes she would see the servants, but only fleetingly. Figures moved at the edge of her vision, busy in tasks that were essential yet mysterious. She never spoke to them directly, and yet the castle seemed to respond to her presence. When she entered a room, chairs were drawn near, fires kindled, and water brought for her hands and face. It was as if the house itself anticipated her needs. This magic comforted her, though it also made her feel isolated, for she longed for human companionship, for voices she could understand and faces she could recognize. Beauty's attention soon turned to the beast. She rarely saw him directly at first, and when she did, fear made her turn away. He was immense and terrible to behold, his fur dark and thick, his eyes deep and fierce. Yet even in his imposing form, she noticed small gestures that suggested care and intelligence. He moved with purpose through the halls, handled objects with surprising delicacy, and sometimes seemed to linger over something small, a flower or a piece of fruit, as if contemplating its nature. Beauty realized that while the beast could terrify, he was not mindless. There was thought behind those eyes, and in some moments a trace of sorrow or longing that made her heart ache with understanding. The nights were the hardest. Beauty lay awake, listening to the faint hum of the castle, hearing water fall in distant fountains, and noticing shadows that moved without reason. Loneliness pressed upon her, heavy and unyielding, and she thought often of her family. She remembered her father's gentle hands, her sister's laughter, the simple pleasures of their countryside life. Yet she also reflected on her own heart, on the virtues she had learned from her upbringing: patience, courage, and care for others. She realized that her fear, though natural, did not have to control her. She could meet this new life with steadiness, with awareness that strength was often quiet, not loud or demanding. In time, Beauty began to move more freely through the castle. She discovered rooms that held books and maps, gardens that seemed larger than the space around them, and fountains where water shimmered with light that changed as she watched. Each day brought a small revelation, a new understanding of the house's rules. She learned that rooms shifted slightly, always returning to their place when she returned another day, and that food was never missing, never stale, always exactly what she needed. She found comfort in these patterns, for they gave her a sense of order in a place that otherwise felt unpredictable. Her encounters with the beast remained rare but significant. Sometimes she would glimpse him through a doorway, standing silently as if waiting, observing her. Other times she would see him tending the gardens or carrying water, performing tasks with care that contradicted the fearsome image he presented. Beauty noticed how he handled delicate things with precision, how he sometimes lingered over objects or sounds that seemed unimportant to anyone else. These observations stirred a quiet curiosity within her, a desire to understand the creature whose presence had once filled her with terror. She realized that the outward form, though frightening, did not tell the whole story. Beneath it, there was depth, intelligence, and even moments of gentleness that no one but she had yet observed. In her quiet hours, Beauty reflected on her own nature. She had always believed that kindness was important, that virtue mattered more than appearance or wealth. The castle tested these beliefs, presenting fear and uncertainty on one hand, and the potential for understanding and empathy on the other. She considered how she might respond if treated with cruelty, and she also considered how she might respond if treated with unexpected care. These reflections were not easy, but they strengthened her. She realized that courage was not absence of fear, but action in its presence, and that her judgment must rely not only on what she saw, but on what she discerned of the heart beneath. Slowly the beast's presence became less terrifying. Beauty began to watch him without the same panic, noting how he moved, how he cared for the house, and how he seemed burdened by something invisible. She began to sense that his fearsome appearance was only part of the story, and that patience and observation might reveal more than immediate judgment allowed. Her fear did not disappear, for caution was wise, but it softened into awareness and attention. The castle itself seemed to approve of this adjustment, as if the walls and halls responded to her growing calm with subtle changes. A garden that had seemed unreachable now opened before her. A hidden fountain glimmered in welcome, and candles burned brighter in rooms she visited without urgency. Beauty's reflections deepened as she explored the castle's mysteries. She thought about her family and the life she had left behind, yet she no longer felt trapped by nostalgia. The house, with its strange rules and silent servants, had become a place of learning. Each observation, each small discovery, was a lesson in patience and perception. She realized that understanding the beast and the house itself required careful thought and attention. She had never imagined that a place could be frightening yet instructive, terrifying yet kind, and she found a measure of satisfaction in the subtle victories of comprehension. By the end of these first weeks, Beauty felt a mixture of fear, curiosity, and quiet admiration. She understood that the beast was neither wholly cruel nor entirely gentle, that the castle was neither safe in the ordinary sense nor entirely threatening. Both held lessons in complexity and patience. She learned to move through the halls with attention, to observe the subtle signs of magic, and to reflect constantly on her own heart. In this strange balance of fear and understanding, she found not only survival, but the beginnings of wisdom. And so, Beauty's days passed in a careful rhythm of observation, thought, and quiet courage. She explored the shifting rooms, noticed the fleeting servants, and observed the beast at a distance, slowly understanding the layers of his character. The castle, with its endless corridors and enchanted halls, became both a challenge and a teacher. Each day revealed new patterns, new hints of magic, and subtle signs of the beast's nature. In time, she realized that fear alone would not carry her through this life. Curiosity, patience, and reflection were equally necessary. The castle held more than walls and corridors. It held lessons about understanding beyond appearances, about seeing what others could not, and about growing in the presence of both fear and kindness. Beauty began to sense that her journey was only beginning, that the challenges ahead would be as much of the heart as of the world around her. And though she had not yet met the beast closely, she knew that her courage and observation would be required in ways she had never imagined. In time, Beauty began to feel more at ease within the castle's walls. The strangeness that had once frightened her became familiar. She learned the rhythms of the house, which corridors led to gardens, which doors opened only at certain hours, and which fountains offered water that gleamed with soft, changing light. She moved with quiet confidence now, though she never allowed herself to forget the rules of caution. Even in comfort, the castle reminded her that it was alive in its own mysterious way. She observed the beast more closely, noticing the patterns of his life. He rose early each day, moving through the halls with deliberate care, tending the rooms and the gardens as if he were performing a ritual. He carried objects with precision, arranging food and flowers in ways that suggested thoughtfulness. Occasionally, he paused at a mirror or a statue, studying it with an intensity that suggested he was speaking to someone unseen, or perhaps recalling something lost. Beauty realized that he lived in a solitude that was both chosen and forced, a loneliness that shaped him as much as his appearance did. Beauty began to act with gentle attention toward him. She placed food on tables when she knew he would enter a room, careful not to disturb any patterns he had established. She straightened chairs or smoothed cloths when he looked away, respecting his sense of order. The beast, though still intimidating, responded to these gestures with subtle acknowledgement, a glance that lingered slightly longer, a nod of acceptance, a movement that was less abrupt than before. Beauty sensed that her presence, though new to him, could ease some of the burden he carried, and she acted not out of fear, but out of genuine concern. Their interactions remained silent in the beginning, yet meaning passed between them. Beauty noticed how he treated small creatures in the gardens, how he spoke softly to the flowers and fountains as if they were companions. She saw his pride, sometimes wounded, when a mistake occurred in the castle, and she instinctively found ways to restore balance without overstepping boundaries. She learned that care could take many forms, correcting without judgment, offering help without intrusion, and acknowledging sorrow without words. In these quiet exchanges, affection began to grow, subtle and unspoken. Beauty often dreamed of her family, of the life she had left behind in the countryside. She remembered her father's gentle guidance, her sister's laughter, and the modest home that had once been the centre of her world. These dreams were bittersweet, filled with longing that no magic of the castle could fully soothe. Yet the beast, in his silent understanding, allowed her small journeys home. He would open a doorway that led briefly beyond the forest, granting her visits under careful conditions, always ensuring that she returned before nightfall. These moments reinforced her connection to the world she had known, even as she'd learned to live fully in the one before her. Shared meals became an unexpected bridge between them. Beauty would set the table, arranging dishes with care, and the beast would join without ceremony, eating quietly but never without attention. He rarely spoke, yet his presence communicated acknowledgement and respect. Beauty learned to anticipate his moods, to place food and objects in ways that caused no disturbance, and to read the subtle changes in his posture or gaze. In return, the beast seemed to adjust his own behaviour, moving less abruptly, listening more intently, and showing glimpses of thoughtfulness that had previously been hidden beneath his formidable exterior. In these moments, Beauty began to perceive the complexity of his character. He was not entirely fearsome, nor entirely gentle, not wholly proud, nor entirely humbled. He carried a sorrow, an awareness of his own isolation and past that no outward appearance could fully reveal. Beauty's own virtues, patience, attentiveness, and quiet courage, found their reflection in the beast's subtler actions. She realized that connection, true connection, required observation, empathy, and respect, and that love could grow from understanding rather than spectacle. Affection emerged in small, almost imperceptible ways. Beauty noticed when the beast paused to admire something she had arranged. She felt satisfaction when a gesture of hers seemed to lighten the weight of his day, even if only slightly. Sometimes he lingered near her while she worked, silent but present, as if the mere act of being in proximity was significant. There was no grand declaration, no words of praise, yet the shared sense of care became a quiet bond that neither could ignore. Beauty continued to explore the castle, now not merely as a visitor, but as someone who understood its moods and rules. She discovered small corners of tranquility, a library with books that seemed to call to her, a garden where flowers bent toward her footsteps, and quiet halls where the sound of her own voice seemed to blend with the echoes of magic. She learned to anticipate the beast's routines, to recognize when he desired solitude and when he accepted company. The house, in its subtle magic, seemed to support these lessons, as if guiding her toward insight and patience. Her thoughts often returned to her family. She wrote letters that no one read, describing the castle, the beast, and her growing understanding. She worried for her father, imagining his struggle to maintain the household without her. She missed the familiar rhythm of her old life, yet she found that the castle offered a different kind of growth, one that required reflection, courage, and quiet acts of care. Each visit home reminded her of her values, and each return to the castle strengthened her ability to act with kindness and attentiveness in a strange environment. In the quiet moments of reflection, Beauty realized that her fear had transformed. She no longer trembled at the sight of the beast, but watched him carefully, seeking to understand rather than judge. She observed his habits, his moments of sorrow, and his gestures of subtle care. She understood that his power, though vast, was tempered by loneliness and longing. Her own heart, once confined by fear and uncertainty, opened to compassion, empathy, and a cautious form of trust, and gradually the connection between them deepened. Beauty began to sense that their relationship was not one of captor and captive, but of two beings navigating complexity together. The Beast, in turn, seemed to recognize her virtue, her patience, and her quiet courage. There were moments of shared understanding, where no words were necessary, and yet meaning passed between them as clearly as any conversation. Each day brought new lessons about kindness, observation, and the power of small gestures. Each day strengthened the bond, fragile yet real, that would shape the journey ahead. Beauty's time in the castle was no longer defined solely by fear or loneliness. It was defined by observation, by reflection, and by acts of subtle care. She had learned to read the unspoken language of the Beast, to anticipate his needs, and to respect the rules of a house that moved and shifted around her. In turn, she saw his complexity, his sorrow, and the traces of humanity that lay beneath the terrifying exterior. The castle, with its magic and its silent guidance, had become a place of learning, where courage, patience, and empathy were tested daily, and where the possibility of understanding and even affection slowly unfolded. Beauty knew that her journey was far from complete. The Beast still carried his sorrow and pride, and the mysteries of the castle remained. Yet she felt a quiet strength, a sense that through careful observation, kindness, and courage, she could navigate this strange world. And as she looked upon the Beast, she realized that the bond forming between them was unlike anything she had known. More than fear, more than obligation, something growing from understanding and respect, waiting for the moments when it might become something deeper. Over time, the castle revealed more of its secrets to Beauty. One morning she discovered a small chamber hidden behind a curtain in a distant hallway. A room filled with mirrors that reflected not only her image, but glimpses of the Beast's past. As she gazed into them, the story of his life unfolded before her eyes. Once a young prince, proud and headstrong, he had known arrogance and carelessness, valuing appearance and wealth over kindness. A spell had been placed upon him, transforming him into the Beast, a form that mirrored the hardness of his heart and the loneliness his actions had caused. The curse was powerful, yet it was not absolute. Its undoing depended upon one thing: the love of another, given freely and without expectation, chosen because of the heart rather than outward form. Beauty realized that the magic of the castle, the shifting rooms, the servants who vanished and reappeared, and the silent kindnesses that had guided her, were all woven into this test. Her courage, patience, and care were not only observed, but essential. The Beast's transformation relied on her understanding and the virtues she had carried from her family's home: selflessness, compassion, and quiet bravery. Beauty considered the weight of this truth. She understood that she was being asked to act with love that required no reward, no acknowledgement, and no guarantee. Her life had been one of observation and reflection, and now her choices mattered more than any comfort or fear. She thought of the days spent in the shifting halls, the small gestures that had soothed the Beast's wounded pride, the moments of quiet care that had been given freely. Each had been an act of virtue, not of hope for reward. Yet now she understood that her willingness to continue in this way could change everything. The beast approached, large and solemn, his eyes filled with unspoken hope. He did not demand or beg. He only looked, silently acknowledging the understanding that Beauty now possessed. She felt the weight of her decision, and though fear still lingered, it was joined by the quiet strength of her reflection. She recognized that courage was not the absence of fear, but action in its presence. Her heart, steady and mindful, chose the path of kindness and understanding once more, this time knowing its full consequence. In the act of giving care and attention freely, Beauty completed the unseen test. She moved through the halls with gentle purpose, offering comfort where the beast's sorrow had been heaviest, showing respect for his solitude, and speaking to him without expectation of praise or reward. Each gesture was small yet deliberate, arranging flowers, tending the fountains, smoothing cloths, and placing food on the table in ways that acknowledged his dignity. The beast received her acts with quiet gratitude, yet he remained the same in form, awaiting the final proof that love could overcome all. The moment of transformation arrived not in a dramatic instant, but as a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the castle. Light filled the halls in a way it had never done before, casting warmth through the rooms and gardens. The air felt lighter, the fountains sparkled brighter, and the statues seemed almost to breathe. Beauty, sensing the change, looked toward the beast. His form shimmered, fur dissolving like mist, revealing not the creature she had feared, but the young prince he had once been, standing tall and human once more. His eyes, though still filled with depth, now held relief and wonder rather than the weight of sorrow. Beauty observed him without fear, understanding fully what had occurred. The prince's transformation was not merely physical, it reflected the growth of both their hearts. He had learned patience, humility, and the value of care for others, just as she had learned courage, selflessness, and the power of virtue. Their shared experiences, rooted in observation and respect, had brought them to this point. The magic that had seemed so mysterious and intimidating now revealed itself as a reflection of inner goodness and moral growth. The castle itself seemed to acknowledge the change. Rooms no longer shifted unexpectedly. Servants moved with open presence rather than disappearing, and the gardens bloomed in harmony. Beauty understood that the enchantment had always been tied to the character of those within its walls, that the outward strangeness had been a mirror of the lessons to be learned. In choosing kindness, patience, and understanding, she had fulfilled the invisible requirements of the spell. The castle was no longer a place of fear, but of harmony, and she felt its gentle welcome surround her. Though the prince's form had returned, the bond between them was more than outward appearances. Beauty had seen the beast's heart, and the prince had witnessed her courage and virtue. Their connection was built upon understanding, respect, and quiet affection rather than spectacle or expectation. Beauty realized that love, given freely and wisely, had the power to transform not only others but herself, shaping her into someone capable of compassion and insight in ways she had not anticipated. Even as the castle celebrated this transformation in its own subtle way, Beauty's thoughts returned to her family. She knew that her journey had changed her, and that the virtues she had carried from home had been tested and strengthened. The lessons of courage, patience, and care were now ingrained in her heart, forming a foundation upon which her future actions would be built. She understood that the true value of her experience lay not only in the prince's return to human form, but in the moral growth that had shaped both of them. The prince, once the beast, recognized the significance of Beauty's choices. He did not take for granted the selflessness she had shown, nor did he expect it to continue without effort. He understood that true virtue was a continuous practice, not a single act. Together, they began to move through the castle with shared understanding, tending the gardens, walking through the halls, and observing the magic of the house that had guided their growth. There was no grand declaration of love in words. Instead, the connection between them was quiet, profound, and enduring, built upon the foundation of moral insight and mutual respect. Beauty and the prince knew that the world outside the castle awaited, filled with challenges and uncertainties. Yet they had learned lessons that would remain with them always. That courage could be quiet, that kindness could heal wounds both visible and unseen, and that true beauty lay not in appearance, but in virtue and understanding. The castle, once a place of fear and mystery, had become a space of learning, reflection, and the quiet celebration of character. The story ended not with dramatic resolution, but with promise. Beauty understood that her life, like the castle, was shaped by choices, by the acts of courage and care she carried into the world. The prince, restored to human form, had learned humility, patience, and the value of inner goodness. Their lives were intertwined by the moral growth they had shared, by the quiet acts of virtue that had brought transformation. And though many days lay ahead, uncertain and filled with new experiences, they faced them with understanding, respect, and the enduring power of kindness. In this way, the tale concluded with both change and continuity. The beast had become a prince, yet the lessons of fear, courage, and virtue remained. Beauty had grown in wisdom and understanding, learning that love without expectation, care without demand, and courage in the face of fear are the forces that shape lives and transform hearts. The castle, once strange and intimidating, stood as a testament to the power of moral growth and the lasting effect of virtuous choices. And so, in the quiet halls, among the flowering gardens and sparkling fountains, Beauty and the prince began a life defined not by wealth or appearance, but by courage, kindness, and the enduring strength of character. Their story, while concluded in form, lived on in the lessons it carried. That understanding, patience, and selfless love can bring light to even the darkest of circumstances, and that the true measure of a person lies not in what is seen, but in what is given freely from the heart. Hansel and Gretel, a fairy tale about two lost children in a dark, enchanted forest. They stumbled upon a candy-covered house with a terrible secret inside. This is a tale of courage, cleverness, and survival. Drift off to sleep with the full story of Hansel and Gretel on our channel. This is the original story of Hansel and Gretel, as first told by the brothers Grimm, before it was softened and transformed into the light-hearted tale often read to children. It follows the children through hunger, temptation, and captivity, exploring the harsh realities of survival and the cunning it demands. Unlike the sanitized versions, this story does not shy away from the darker truths of survival and the psychological growth that comes from encountering true peril. The story begins not with a grand castle or a glittering kingdom, but with a cabin, small and worn, crouched at the edge of a forest that seemed to stretch further than sight itself. Inside live 4 people who might have wished, on better days, to be called a family. There was a father whose shoulders were rounded with defeat, a stepmother whose eyes were sharp from necessity, and 2 children, Hansel and Gretel, whose hunger shaped their very way of looking at the world. Poverty is often described in numbers, in accounts of missing coin or failing crops. But in this cabin, poverty was measured in quieter ways. It was in the way the father cut bread so thin that daylight nearly showed through. It was in the way Gretel licked her fingers after meals, as if trying to convince her body that flavour was nourishment. It was in the way Hansel began to carry stones in his pocket, the weight of them reassuring, more reliable than promises of food. The father had not always been weak. Once, before the storms ruined the soil and before the markets closed their doors to him, he had been a man of strong arms and hopeful plans. But hope is a fragile thing when pressed daily by hunger. His love for his children was genuine, but it flickered like a candle near a draught. The stepmother, meanwhile, had long ago stopped calling hope by any name at all. To her, survival was not a dream, but a calculation. She counted the mouths, the bread, the winter days ahead, and the numbers never favoured 4. It is easy to label her as cruel, easier still to call her wicked. Yet, in the cabin, morality had no grand stage. It crouched at the table with them, watching as decisions were made not with malice, but with desperation. When one is pressed between starving slowly or discarding burdens, the mind twists itself into justifications. The stepmother's justifications were sharper than the father's, and so her voice often won. Hansel and Gretel felt this long before they understood it. Children know when adults whisper too long in the dark. They know when silence becomes heavier than sound. They saw it in the way their stepmother measured them with her eyes, not with affection but with arithmetic. They saw it in their father's sighs, which carried more apology than breath. Hunger did strange things to their world. Trees in the forest began to look like breadsticks in the children's minds. Shadows at dusk seemed to take the form of roasted meat. Gretel, still small enough to play pretend, sometimes set pebbles in a circle and called them dumplings. Hansel humoured her, though his eyes darted toward the door, as if he already knew games were no longer enough. It was Hansel who overheard first. The plan spoken low by the firelight. The stepmother's voice was clipped, the father's hesitant. The words were brutal, yet carried the inevitability of a storm. The children would be taken into the forest and left there. Left because there was not enough bread for all. Left because 2 fewer mouths meant 2 more chances for survival. Hansel, listening, did not weep. Instead, he slipped outside into the moonlight and began collecting small, smooth pebbles, tucking them into his pockets like secrets. The next morning came with brittle sunlight and a thin piece of bread each. The stepmother pressed it into their hands with a cheerless efficiency. Hansel kept his eyes lowered, hiding both his fear and his plan. Gretel, though younger, sensed that her brother carried something more than bread in his pocket, and this gave her enough courage to follow where she was led. The forest swallowed sound as they walked. Branches knitted together above their heads, casting long shadows even in the early day. The father walked stiffly, his silence louder than any explanation could have been. The stepmother led with firm steps, her gaze set forward, as though glancing back might undo her resolve. Hansel, careful and deliberate, dropped a pebble now and then along the path. They glimmered faintly when caught by shafts of light, small stars fallen to earth, marking a trail invisible to all but those who knew to look. Gretel noticed, her eyes flicking from stone to stone, and though she did not speak, she clung to the quiet hope her brother's action suggested. By midday, the family reached a clearing. There, the stepmother declared it a fine place to rest, though the children understood what was unspoken. The father busied himself with small tasks, breaking twigs, arranging leaves, each movement an apology he could not bring himself to voice. The stepmother urged him back toward the path, her hand firm on his arm, her eyes daring him to resist. When the last sound of footsteps faded, Hansel and Gretel sat in the clearing, the silence pressing close. Gretel's eyes filled with tears, but Hansel's steady hand on her shoulder held them at bay. He waited until the sun dipped lower, then rose and began to guide her back along the trail of stones. One by one they caught the fading light, small gleams that stitched a path through the darkening woods. Each pebble was a reminder that even in abandonment there could be foresight, even in betrayal there could be resistance. The walk was long, and fear pressed against their backs with every shadow, but at last the cabin came into view. The father's face, when the door opened, was a mixture of relief and dread. The stepmother's eyes hardened instantly, as though the children's survival were an inconvenience rather than a blessing. The cabin held them again, but it did not feel like home. Home, after all, is not merely walls and roof, but trust, and trust had already been carried out into the forest and left behind with the broken twigs. That night, Hansel and Gretel lay awake side by side. Gretel's hand sought her brother's, small and trembling. Hansel stared into the dark, his mind already racing ahead, already wondering how many more pebbles it would take to keep them safe. The cabin's thin walls did not keep out hunger, nor did they keep out the knowledge that abandonment was not a single act, but a pattern waiting to repeat itself. And so the children drifted into uneasy sleep, pressed close not for warmth alone, but for the certainty that, when all else failed, they would still have each other. The forest had not claimed them yet, but its shadow stretched long, reaching into the corners of the cabin, reminding them that survival was not a promise, but a question asked anew each day. The cabin did not stay quiet for long. Hunger, like an uninvited guest, pressed in again, demanding notice. The bread grew thinner, the father's shoulders more bowed, and the stepmother's eyes sharper still. If Hansel and Gretel thought their first return home had secured safety, they learned quickly that survival was not so easily won. The stepmother whispered again, her voice as brittle as the crust of stale bread, and the father's sighs grew heavier. Desperation is rarely silenced by one thwarted plan. It simply waits for another chance. Hansel, wiser now, slipped outside under the same moonlight that had aided him before. He reached for the stones, those faithful markers that had led him back once, but the ground yielded nothing. The stepmother, anticipating, had barred the door and ensured no child would wander before dawn. Hansel's pockets remained empty, and when morning arrived, he had only a crust of bread pressed into his hand. His fingers closed around it with a heaviness he did not show, for Gretel's wide eyes were already searching his face for reassurance. They walked again into the forest. The father's silence was a shield of shame, the stepmother's stride a sentence carried out with efficiency. Hansel, unable to collect stones, tried instead to scatter crumbs of his bread along the path. They fell lightly, fragile traces of a boy's last hope, resting on moss and roots as if trust could be mapped in crumbs. Gretel noticed, her small steps careful not to crush them, and for a moment she allowed herself to believe the forest could once more be undone by cleverness. But forests do not bend so easily to children's plans. The birds, quick-eyed and hungry themselves, swooped silently and consumed the crumbs as soon as they were dropped. What Hansel saw as markers of safety, the creatures of the woods saw as nourishment. The trail was erased before it could even be written, and by the time the family stopped, the path behind them had been swallowed entirely. The clearing chosen was deeper, stranger, far from the cabin in ways the children could sense in their bones. The trees grew taller here, their trunks like pillars in some forgotten cathedral, branches arching overhead in a canopy of tangled prayers. The air was thicker, quieter, and when the parents turned away once more, Hansel and Gretel knew, without needing words, that this time the return would not be simple. They waited. The forest shifted around them, shadows lengthening, sounds sharpening. Gretel clutched Hansel's hand, her palm damp with fear, but Hansel's gaze searched the ground for crumbs that were no longer there. His lips pressed thin, and in that silence Gretel understood what had happened. The trail was gone. She did not cry, not then. Instead she leaned closer to her brother, her trust narrowing to a single person. The day waned. They began to walk, first in circles, then in spirals, then in paths that felt straight but led only back to where they had started. The forest was vast, but worse than vast. It was shifting. What had seemed one way in daylight blurred into another at dusk. Roots twisted like snares, branches pointed in conflicting directions, and the children felt themselves slipping not just deeper into the woods, but deeper into a world where order itself was unreliable. Hunger returned quickly. A day without bread is not a tragedy to those who eat daily, but to children already weakened by scarcity. Each missed crumb was a chasm. Hansel's stomach knotted so tightly he pressed a hand against it, as though he could quiet its protests by force. Gretel's steps grew slower, her body too light, too fragile, as if the forest wind might carry her away. Hunger hollowed their cheeks, sharpened their thoughts, and replaced play with endurance. To starve is not merely to lack food, it is to watch the world transform. Leaves above began to look like roasted greens. The bark of trees suggested loaves of bread in their ridges. Even the birds overhead, wings glinting in the slanting sun, seemed less like creatures and more like roasted meat on the edge of thought. Hunger twists imagination until it becomes a torment rather than a gift. Yet the forest, in its strange way, also offered small mercies. A spring bubbled up between roots, cool water that slid down their throats and quieted hunger for a few moments. Berries appeared here and there, though never enough to fill more than a corner of their need. The children learned to chew slowly, to savour each drop, each bite, as though pretending quantity through attention. The nights were harder. Darkness in the forest was not merely an absence of light, but a presence of something else, an endlessness that pressed in on them, making even the closeness of their small bodies seem fragile. The owls called, the branches creaked, and every sound became a question: predator, ghost, or imagination. Hansel stayed awake longer, his body aching but his will stubborn, watching over Gretel as she curled into him. Trust in their father had already fractured. Trust in their stepmother had collapsed entirely, and so the children turned fully to one another. Gretel learned to follow Hansel's lead without question, and Hansel learned that his sister's small endurance lent him courage. The forest might surround them, but between the two of them there was a bond that no shifting shadow could unmake. Days blurred. The children no longer measured time by sun alone, but by the rhythm of hunger and rest. The forest became less of an enemy and more of a reality. Harsh, indifferent, but consistent. It no longer shocked them that paths vanished or that food was scarce. Instead, they began to accept it, to adapt. They foraged, they drank sparingly, they rested when exhaustion overcame them. Childhood, which once held games and laughter, became an exercise in survival. And yet, within this adaptation lay a kind of strength. Each moment endured was a small rebellion against despair. Each night survived without rescue was a lesson in self-reliance. Hansel and Gretel began to understand what many grown adults never grasp, that sometimes salvation does not arrive, and one must carve it instead from persistence and cunning. The forest still loomed vast, disorienting, and at times strangely alluring. It threatened to consume them, yet also offered the challenge that honed their will. Within its endless trees, the children learned that the fragility of adult reliability had cracked and fallen away. What remained was their bond, sharpened by hunger and fear, carrying them forward step by step into whatever waited deeper within. The forest, for all its shifting paths and cruel silences, eventually revealed something extraordinary. After days of wandering, Hansel and Gretel stumbled into a clearing that seemed torn from another world, a place where hunger was not a gnawing absence, but a promise fulfilled. At its centre stood a house unlike any other, a cottage shaped not from wood and stone, but from sweetness itself. The walls were thick slabs of gingerbread, their surfaces dark and spiced, edges trimmed with sugar crusts that glistened in the fading light. Windows dripped with panes of hardened sugar, translucent and golden. The roof was tiled with cookies, stacked in neat patterns, their surfaces speckled with glazes of pink, white and chocolate. Even the chimney exhaled a faint fragrance of cinnamon, as though warmth itself had been seasoned to invite. The children froze, their eyes wide, their bodies tense with disbelief. After days of emptiness, their senses rebelled. The air itself seemed to nourish, so thick with sweetness it felt edible to breathe. For a moment neither moved, afraid that stepping closer might cause the vision to dissolve like a mirage. Hunger, however, is bolder than caution. Hansel edged forwards, his hand trembling as he broke a corner of sugared trim and pressed it to his lips. It melted instantly, flooding his mouth with richness so intense he nearly staggered. Gretel followed, her small hands pulling at the frosting along the window frame, each bite undoing days of hollowness. In that moment, caution surrendered entirely. Hunger spoke louder than suspicion, louder than memory, louder than every warning whispered in the shadows of the cabin. The children devoured the house in handfuls, laughter breaking from their throats as though sweetness had resurrected joy itself. Their bellies, empty for so long, filled with reckless delight, and the forest, once enemy, once indifference, seemed to retreat, powerless before sugar walls and sugared children. But the house, though silent, was not unoccupied. From within came the creak of a door, slow, deliberate, a sound that cut through their indulgence like a knife through cake. The children froze, crumbs clinging to their lips, as a figure emerged. She was old, yes, but not in the harmless way of a grandmother. Her body was bent, her hands knotted, but her eyes glittered with a sharpness that betrayed neither weakness nor warmth. She wore garments patched with age, stained with kitchen work, yet hung on her frame as though chosen deliberately to disarm. Her voice, when it came, was smooth, practiced, and draped in kindness. It was the voice of someone who understood what children longed to hear, that they were welcome, safe, wanted. Yet beneath the surface of her smile lingered something else. Generosity, yes, but generosity sharpened into calculation. The gaze that swept over Hansel and Gretel lingered too long on their arms, their faces, their shapes. It was the look of someone measuring, someone assessing, not with affection, but with appetite. Still, Hansel and Gretel were children, and children starved of care as much as bread. They wanted desperately to believe. To them, this figure was deliverance, a provider of warmth, of shelter, of more sweetness than their imaginations could contain. Relief washed over them, suspicion retreating into the corners of their minds, powerless against the flood of sugar and the allure of being wanted after so much abandonment. The woman beckoned them inside. The house was even richer within. The walls glowed with the amber sheen of baked goods, the air thick with honey and spice. A table stood laden with cakes, roasted meats, fruits glistening with syrup, and cups brimming with cream. It was abundant, not just in sight, but in scent, in texture, in sound. The crackle of crusts, the drip of syrup, the soft weight of bread tearing under small hands. Hansel and Gretel ate until their bodies could no longer bear it. Hunger, once gnawing, now turned into the ache of fullness, the kind of heaviness that pressed eyelids shut and silenced every thought. Their bodies, so accustomed to want, had no language for excess. They drifted into sleep on beds softer than moss, lulled by the security of warmth and plenty. Yet sleep, for all its comfort, was not innocent here. In the stillness of the night, the woman moved through her house, her steps soft but her intentions sharp. She leaned over Hansel first, studying the roundness that fullness was already promising. her eyes calculating what time and sugar could do. Her hand hovered near his arm, as though testing ripeness. She turned next to Gretel, her expression shifting slightly. Not the same hunger, but a recognition of usefulness, of labour that could be demanded. She smiled faintly, not with affection, but with satisfaction. Her plan, long rehearsed, was already in motion. Morning arrived with sunlight filtered through sugar panes. The children woke, their bellies still heavy, their bodies confused by such abrupt relief. The woman greeted them with warmth, urging more food into their hands, her voice dripping with encouragement. Hansel obeyed gladly, his trust bound entirely by flavour. Gretel obeyed more cautiously, a flicker of unease stirring within her, though she did not yet understand its shape. For the children, the house was both haven and trap. The walls that had promised safety now enclosed them in sweetness so rich it dulled their instincts. Hunger, once a weapon that kept them sharp, was now blunted by excess. Suspicion might whisper, but abundance roared louder, drowning it out. The witch, though they did not yet name her as such, embodied this contradiction perfectly. She was at once the giver of food and the shadow behind it, a figure who seemed maternal, yet whose eyes betrayed something colder. To Hansel and Gretel, she was both salvation and unease, generosity and threat. They were caught in the gravity of abundance, unable to step away even as some instinct whispered that such kindness demanded a price. The architecture of temptation is rarely clumsy. It is careful, deliberate, designed not to frighten, but to lull. The candy house was not merely a dwelling, but a snare built from longing itself. Hansel and Gretel had walked willingly into its grasp, their desires entangling them more effectively than ropes or chains. The forest had nearly undone them through scarcity, but here sweetness threatened to undo them by plenty. And so they remained, suspended between relief and dread, too weary to question, too grateful to resist, and too innocent to understand that the walls surrounding them were not merely sugar, but the bars of a cage that had already begun to close. The house that had promised warmth and abundance became a cage. Hansel was confined to a small chamber at the back, a space that smelled of sugar and decay, of flour dust and the lingering tang of too many meals. Gretel was assigned to tasks that began as simple chores, sweeping, washing, stirring, but quickly accumulated into a rhythm designed to tire, to shape, and to dominate. Hunger, which had once driven them, now became the witch's instrument, twisting desire into leverage. Each morning, the witch entered Hansel's room with a tray of food that glimmered like temptation. Porridge thick with cream, cakes baked with care, fruit so glossy they seemed almost unreal. She pressed them into his hands with a sweetness that masked scrutiny, a daily evaluation of his weight, his strength, his endurance. He ate mechanically at first, the pleasure dulled by the unease in the air. His eyes, however, remained cautious, flicking to the doorway where the witch stood, with an expression both mild and calculating. Gretel's mornings were different. She carried buckets of water, scrubbed floors, tended the small hearth that never fully warmed the house, and worked in near silence. Exhaustion pressed down on her shoulders, pulling at her wrists, at her knees, at her attention. Yet even in fatigue, her mind moved faster than her body could act. She began to watch, to notice the witch's small habits, the way she measured food portions, the way she lingered near Hansel with a calculating gaze, the tiny shift in tone that betrayed irritation when Hansel was too thin or too clever. The witch was a personification of hunger transformed. She did not experience want, she experienced the reversal of it. Where others felt emptiness, she carried appetite as power. Her eyes roamed over the children, as if they were both nourishment and entertainment. Her mind cataloguing, assessing, calculating how each morsel, each hour, each sigh could be turned to advantage. Gretel recognized, slowly, that the witch's generosity was a weapon, not a kindness, and that survival meant not only evading physical hunger, but outthinking one who had long since mastered it. Days bled into one another, indistinguishable except by small variations. A different tray of food for Hansel, a new stack of logs for Gretel, a shift in the forested light filtering through sugar windows. In this monotony, Gretel's mind began to sharpen. Fear was present, yes, fear that was as natural as breathing, but alongside it grew calculation. She began testing boundaries, observing reactions, noting inconsistencies. When the witch left a window ajar, Gretel memorized the latch. When the witch hummed, she noted the rhythm and pauses, timing them as though they were clues to an unspoken strategy. Hansel, meanwhile, learned to slow his responses. He extended hope just enough to satisfy the witch, yet withheld the truth of his strength, measuring his fingers as he feigned weakness, offering bones instead of flesh when prompted. In small, deliberate acts, both children discovered that survival was a negotiation with observation, a delicate balance of compliance and concealment. One morning, after a night thick with dreams of freedom, Gretel noticed a shift in the witch's routine. The door to Hansel's cell was left ajar, for a brief moment longer than usual. Her back turned, her attention on preparations for the day. A question crystallized in Gretel's mind. If the witch could be distracted, if her attention could be bent toward other tasks, perhaps the inevitable might be turned. Perhaps the predator could be outmaneuvered. Gretel's contemplation was not instantaneous courage. It was calculation born of prolonged pressure. Fear remained, but it was now harnessed, compressed into focus. She rehearsed in the quiet hours while tending to chores, each motion she might make, each instruction she might offer, each word she might feign in compliance. The witch, she understood, was not unthinking. She required performance. The children had learned that deception was survival, and now Gretel was prepared to wield it actively rather than reactively. The moment came at noon, the sun spilling through sugared panes, warming the heavy perfumed air. The witch leaned over the oven, tending it with the casual precision of someone accustomed to control. She called for Gretel to assist, guiding her forward with the same practiced sweetness that had maintained compliance for days. Gretel stepped carefully, her pulse steady despite the rush of adrenaline beneath skin and bones. Every instinct told her to hesitate, but calculation prevailed. Movement would now replace waiting, and the hour demanded it. She positioned herself at the edge of the oven, its mouth yawning like a cavern of heat and potential. The witch demonstrated how to check the fire, coaxing Gretel to lean closer, to show attentiveness, to move in rhythm with the adults. Each instruction was an opportunity, each slight distraction a window. Gretel's body obeyed the motions of compliance, her mind rehearsing each step in advance. She imagined the sequence in miniature: hesitation feigned, sudden shove, closing of the door, and escape. The fantasy of reversal solidified into plan. The witch, confident and distracted, leaned fully into instruction. She did not perceive the weight behind Gretel's hand, the awareness sharpened by days of observation. When the moment arrived, Gretel acted with the precision of someone who had rehearsed countless times. Her push was sudden yet controlled, her body coiled with anticipation and determination. The witch's surprise was brief, a flicker of realization that could not outweigh the inevitability of the action. The oven door closed, the witch's presence consumed by the heat she had herself prepared. Gretel staggered back, the immediacy of triumph coursing through her limbs, tempered by the shock of having confronted and overcome the figure of fear itself. Hansel, watching from his cell, understood the transformation instantly. The sister, who had been frightened, obedient, and cautious, was now the agent of liberation. Her mind had turned fear into strategy, helplessness into calculation, and the predator into the conquered. For a long moment the house seemed suspended, the air holding its breath. Hunger, which had once been a weapon wielded by the witch, now pulsed in their veins as a reminder of resilience. The children, though weary and still small, understood that survival demanded not mere endurance, but cunning, the capacity to seize opportunity where once they had only waited. The sugar walls, once alluring, now seemed fragile. The sweet architecture that had held them captive had no power against a mind sharpened by necessity. Gretel's eyes, scanning the room, catalogued exit routes, potential obstacles, and the remaining treasures. Hansel's body, once caged and passive, was ready to follow the path she forged. Together, they began the slow process of reclaiming their agency, a movement from dependence to mastery, from fear to deliberate action. The oven, hot and consuming, was more than a tool of revenge. It was a threshold. The children crossed it, in spirit if not in body, stepping from helplessness into a capacity for command over their own fate. The witch, the figure who had seemed to embody hunger itself, was now a memory marked by cautionary detail, a symbol of the dangers of desire, manipulated by those who had learned to feed on others. The house that had once imprisoned them no longer held power. The oven, still hot and fragrant with the memory of the witch's presence, had become the symbol of their liberation. Gretel and Hansel moved through the rooms slowly, deliberately, as though each step reaffirmed their survival. The furniture, the walls, even the remaining sweets on the shelves, all were now objects to be examined, repurposed, or abandoned. They gathered what they could carry: small treasures, glints of gold hidden under flour-dusted floorboards, trinkets the witch had accumulated over years, perhaps stolen, perhaps earned. These were their inheritance, not from parents but from the world that had tested them, a token of the cunning and endurance that had carried them through. Outside, the forest awaited. The trees, which had once loomed with disorienting, shifting menace, now appeared as familiar companions. Hansel led the way, mapping their path by memory and instinct, noting roots, rocks, and streams. Every shadowed nook and sunlit glade was a reminder of lessons learned. The forest had demanded vigilance, patience, and ingenuity. It had tested their bond and reshaped their understanding of safety. But it could no longer terrify them. Hunger and fear had taught them its patterns, and in knowing them, the forest's power had diminished. The journey home was arduous but manageable. Hansel and Gretel moved with deliberate care, avoiding overgrown paths and fallen logs, tracing what they could of familiar terrain. Hunger remained a faint companion, a reminder that survival had been won, but that want had not been entirely forgotten. The children carried the weight of treasure and experience in equal measure, and each step home was a negotiation between exhaustion and exhilaration. When the cabin came into view, the father emerged, a figure weathered and anxious, shaped by worry and regret. His eyes widened at the sight of them, alive, safe, and changed. Relief contended with guilt, for he understood, without need for explanation, the magnitude of what the children had endured. The stepmother, by contrast, was absent, a shadow already removed from their lives. Whether she had succumbed to illness, left in despair, or simply faded into absence mattered less than the children's return. The threat she represented had been neutralized, replaced by the tentative possibility of safety. The reunion was bittersweet. Joy coursed through the cabin, tempered by memory. Hansel and Gretel, though smiling and touching their father's hands, carried the quiet scars of betrayal. The abandonment had imprinted itself on their trust, leaving them wary, cautious, and eternally aware of the fragility of adult reliability. They had returned to the familiar, yet the familiar could no longer contain the entirety of their experience. Their childhood, already accelerated by hunger and fear, had shifted irrevocably. Treasure, gathered in secret and carried through forest and fear, was laid before the father. Gold and jewels, trinkets and coins were not merely currency, but proof of survival. They were tokens of initiative, of cunning, of the ability to seize advantage in a world that offered none freely. The father received them with quiet astonishment, a symbol of the children's growth and resilience. Yet even as he counted coins and weighed gems, the weight of absence remained. No treasure could entirely substitute for the guidance, protection, or affection lost during those days in the forest. Hansel and Gretel, for their part, understood this. The lessons of the woods and the witch had etched themselves into their minds and bodies. Hunger had taught restraint and resourcefulness. The witch had taught caution and strategy. Abandonment had taught independence. And in these lessons there was power, but also the recognition that some innocence could not be reclaimed. The sweetness of the candy house had left a memory as potent as the ache of empty bellies, an enduring reminder that pleasure and danger often share the same space. Days passed in the cabin as routines resumed. Bread was divided, chores carried out, and meals prepared with care. Yet each act was imbued with the knowledge of what hunger and neglect had meant. Hansel and Gretel moved differently now, quieter, more deliberate, aware that survival required attentiveness not just to the body, but to the motives and moods of others. The father, still weighted by guilt, attempted compensation through care, through attention, through cautious gestures of affection. It was not perfect. It could never erase the past. but it was recognition, the acknowledgement of lessons learned through trial. Evenings were filled with stories of the forest, the treasures discovered, and the cunning required to evade danger. The children recounted the paths, the pebbles, the crumbs, and the witches' routines, as though reconstructing experience into knowledge. Each memory was sharpened by reflection, turning trauma into narrative, confusion into strategy, fear into understanding. They were narrating not merely events, but the principles of survival that had carried them through. And yet, memory carried shadow alongside triumph. Hansel remembered the weight of his hunger, the small gnawing ache that had pressed into him from the first abandonment until the gingerbread house appeared. Gretel remembered the fear, the calculated deception, the moment of empowerment at the oven. Both remembered the stepmother's absence, the father's weakness, and the fragility of trust. These shadows were not erased, they were reframed, acknowledged as part of the journey that had forced them from dependence into agency. By night, the cabin felt quieter than before, not empty but full with the weight of experience. Hansel and Gretel lay in their beds, bodies sated and minds alert, each aware of the other's presence as the most enduring certainty. The forest, though outside the walls, was no longer foreign. It had become a repository of knowledge, a landscape mapped not only in geography, but in resilience and foresight. The children slept lightly, aware that the lessons of survival could not be forgotten, even if the immediate threat had passed. In these quiet hours, the story found its final reflection. Hansel and Gretel were no longer merely children. They were survivors, shaped by the interplay of hunger, deprivation, danger, and cunning. They had crossed thresholds their peers might never face, moving from innocence into an awareness both practical and profound. The past, with its betrayals and threats, remained, a series of shadows that could not be banished, but within it lay also the knowledge that they could endure, that they could act, and that they could emerge not only alive, but capable. The treasure, the forest, the witch, the hunger, all had exacted a cost, yet they had also forged capability. Hansel and Gretel, in reclaiming themselves from danger, had discovered a measure of empowerment not granted, but seized. The world, once framed by scarcity and fear, now offered glimpses of control, opportunity, and wisdom. And though they would always remember the weight of what had been endured, they carried forward a quiet reckoning that survival exacts its price, that childhood can be shortened by necessity, and that resilience is the legacy of those who have faced hunger, deception, and abandonment, and lived to understand both its cost and its reward. The cabin, now filled with both relief and memory, held them together. The forest waited outside, conquered not by force, but by understanding. The stepmother's absence was no longer a threat, the father's presence a cautious balm. Hansel and Gretel lay in quiet reflection, the past and its lessons settling around them like dust in sunbeams, tangible yet softly illuminated, marking the end of one journey and the beginning of another. The story of survival, of cunning, and of endurance had reached its conclusion, leaving them changed forever, yet alive, and profoundly aware of both the hunger and abundance that had shaped them. Rapunzel, trapped in a tower, She dreams of freedom, adventure, and the world beyond. A fairy tale of patience, courage, and unexpected love. Drift off to sleep with the full story of Rapunzel on our channel. It began with a woman's longing for a forbidden plant, a hunger that grew stronger with each passing day of her pregnancy. From that desire came a bargain struck in desperation, and from that bargain the fate of a child was sealed before her first breath. Born under a shadow not of her own making, Rapunzel's life was bound by the will of a sorceress, her golden hair both her prison and her key. Within these walls of captivity, betrayal, and fleeting hope lies a tale that endures through centuries, reminding us of the price of desire and the resilience of love. This is the story of Rapunzel. Once upon a time, though not in the warm and gilded halls of kings, but in the plain and narrow streets where simple folk made their homes, there lived a husband and wife. They were not remarkable people, nor particularly fortunate ones, though fortune was seldom generous in those days. Their lives were bound by modest means, and their days moved along quietly, one into the next, with little promise of change. Yet behind their humble dwelling stood something far greater than their lot in life, a walled garden that belonged to a woman feared by all who whispered her name. She was no ordinary woman, but one steeped in arts and mysteries that no priest would bless and no honest villager would approach. Some called her a sorceress, others muttered of witchcraft. Whatever her true nature, her power was certain, and her wrath more certain still. Her garden, thick with herbs and plants both medicinal and deadly, was tended not by mortal hands, but by forces unseen. No one dared climb its walls, for to trespass there was to invite ruin. And so the garden, lush and green even in winter, lay untouched and inviolate, except by the woman who ruled it. The wife, however, knew little of this in the beginning, for her mind was occupied by another matter entirely. After long years of waiting and sorrow, she found herself with child. With that knowledge came both joy and a strange heaviness of spirit, for her body, which had so long been barren, seemed to have awakened not only to life, but to longing. Day by day her appetite grew peculiar, until at last her heart was seized by a single craving that consumed her thoughts. She desired rampion, the tender leaves of which she had once glimpsed in the forbidden garden beyond their wall. At first she tried to put aside the thought, as one might push away an idle fancy, but the image returned to her mind each time she closed her eyes. The green rampion leaves gleaming with dew, their freshness so near and yet so utterly beyond reach. Each morning the craving grew heavier, like a stone pressing upon her chest. She withered under it, not for lack of food, but for the lack of that particular plant, and her face turned pale and sorrowful. The husband, seeing this decline, grew fearful. He pleaded with her to eat what they could afford, to take comfort in what was at hand. But she only turned her face away, whispering that unless she could have the rampion, she felt she might die. In her eyes burned not the whimsy of desire, but the desperation of need, and it filled him with dread. For what man could stand by while his wife and unborn child wasted away before his eyes, undone by a hunger that could not be satisfied? Thus, with the weight of necessity pressing against his better judgment, the husband made a choice. One night, when the moon hung low and the village lay silent, he crept to the wall of the sorceress's garden. He climbed with trembling limbs, each movement marked by the thought that discovery meant ruin. But he told himself he would be quick. Just a handful of rampion, no more. Surely no one would notice. Surely no one would care. Within the walls, the garden spread before him, uncanny in its beauty. Plants grew with unnatural vigour. Flowers gleamed as though lit from within, and the rampion lay nearest the wall, as if placed there by fate itself. He gathered a few leaves and hurried home, his heart pounding louder than his footsteps. His wife received the rampion as though it were a gift from heaven, and when she tasted it, her face lit with relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. For a moment, all seemed well, yet cravings are seldom content with being fed once. The very next day, the wife longed for more, her desire stronger than before. The husband, though troubled, could not deny her, for the shadow of sickness seemed to gather when she was deprived of the rampion. Again at nightfall he climbed the wall. Again he plucked the leaves. Again he returned unnoticed. But on the third night, fate caught up with him. As he lowered himself into the garden, he felt the air shift, cold and heavy, and before him stood the sorceress. Her eyes glowed faintly, like embers banked in ash, and her presence seemed to darken even the moonlight. She demanded to know why he dared to trespass in her sacred ground, and what manner of man thought himself bold enough to steal from her hand. The husband, trembling as one already condemned, fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He confessed that his wife, heavy with child, had seen the rampion and desired it so greatly that she could not live without it. He spoke of her suffering, of his helplessness, and of his desperate wish only to ease her burden. The sorceress listened in silence. She might have cursed him, might have struck him dead where he knelt, yet she did not. Instead she looked past him, as if measuring not the man, but the consequence of his theft. Her lips curved into something neither smile nor frown, but an expression of grim conclusion. At last she said he might take as much rampion as he wished, for she had no use for it herself. But mercy is never free, and her price was one no mortal would willingly pay. When the child was born, she declared, it must be given over to her. It would be hers to raise, hers to shape, hers to claim as payment for the trespass. The husband, struck with horror, dared to protest, but the words withered on his tongue. The sorceress's gaze was iron, and her promise of retribution should he refuse was heavier still. In the end, he bowed his head, as if the choice had been his all along, though in truth it was none. He agreed, and with that vow, the bargain was sealed. He returned home in silence, carrying the rampion his wife craved, yet carrying also the weight of his oath. He placed the leaves before her, and she ate them eagerly, unaware of the shadow that now hung over her household. The garden had given them what they sought, but at a cost neither of them could yet reckon. And so the days passed, and the child within her grew, not knowing it was already promised, not knowing that the world it would soon enter had already been claimed by another hand. When the hour of birth arrived, The husband and wife rejoiced for only a fleeting moment, for scarcely had the child drawn her first breath than the door of their humble dwelling opened without knock or sound of footstep, and the sorceress stood within. She did not need to remind them of their vow, for promises made in desperation cling heavier than chains. Without hesitation, she gathered the newborn into her arms, and the mother's tears fell in silence, powerless to keep what had already been promised. The sorceress named the child Rapunzel, after the plant that had kindled the craving and sealed her fate. It was a name chosen not in affection, but in remembrance of the bargain, a constant reminder that what is desired often bears a cost. From that day forward, Rapunzel belonged not to the poor couple, but to the woman of the walled garden. Rapunzel grew under the sorceress's stern care. In her earliest years, she knew little of cruelty, for she was well fed, clothed, and guarded against harm. Yet hers was no ordinary childhood. She was not allowed to play among other children, nor run freely in the fields, nor know the gentle voices of those who might have loved her. The sorceress was her only teacher, her only companion, her only authority. Her word was law, and her silence heavier still. As the years passed, Rapunzel's beauty became clear to all who saw her, though few ever did. Her hair, fair as spun gold, grew longer and thicker with each season, flowing like a river of sunlight. Her face bore the bloom of innocence, though shadowed by solitude. Her voice, when she sang, filled the air with such sweetness that even the stern heart of her keeper softened, though only for a moment. When Rapunzel reached her 12th year, the sorceress, fearing the child's beauty might one day attract the eyes of men, resolved to hide her away where none could reach her. She chose a tower deep within the forest, a strange and lonely structure built without door or stair. It rose high above the trees, its walls smooth and unbroken, with only a single window at the top. Into this tower Rapunzel was carried, and there she was left to dwell. The tower was unlike any dwelling meant for life. No path led to it, no threshold welcomed the footstep of friend or guest. It was a prison more than a home, though it gleamed fair in the sun and stood proud among the branches. From its window, Rapunzel could see the wide world, the endless green of the forest, the birds that wheeled freely above, the rivers winding silver through the land. But sight was all she was allowed. Touch, companionship, and freedom were denied her. The sorceress alone had means to enter the tower. When she wished to see Rapunzel, she would stand below and call for her hair. Then Rapunzel, whose golden tresses had grown to extraordinary length, would let them fall like a rope from the high window. The sorceress would climb hand over hand, ascending the living ladder she herself had fostered, until at last she reached the chamber above. There she would remain as long as she pleased, and when she descended, the tower was once more sealed from the world. Thus began the long captivity of Rapunzel. Each day was much like the last, marked by stillness and sameness. She awoke with the dawn, her chamber brightened by the early sun. She sang to pass the hours, her voice carrying through the forest like the cry of a bird unseen. She tended her long hair, which demanded more care than any garment. She gazed from the window, watching the seasons turn, the leaves budding, ripening, and falling again, while her own life remained unmoving. The sorceress visited often, though her presence brought no comfort. She instructed Rapunzel in the use of herbs and the weaving of cloth, in the reciting of verses and the keeping of silence. Yet she gave no answer to the child's questions, no stories of the world beyond, no promise of companionship. She ruled with cold authority, shaping the girl not with kindness, but with command. Loneliness grew within Rapunzel, though she could scarcely name it. She spoke to the birds that alighted on the windowsill, to the wind that rustled the trees, to her own reflection in the glass of a water basin. She sang not only for the joy of singing, but because the silence pressed too heavily otherwise. And though she did not know what she lacked, she felt the emptiness like an unhealed wound. The tower itself seemed to conspire in her captivity. Its walls did not echo, but swallowed sound. Its stones remained cool even in summer, and the air hung heavy with stillness. The forest below grew wild and tangled, so that even if she could escape the high window, no clear path awaited her. She was as much bound by solitude as by stone. The sorceress, meanwhile, was content. She had secured Rapunzel away from the reach of the world, hidden her beauty from all eyes but her own. She took pride in her work, in the obedience she demanded and received. For her, the tower was proof of her power, both to claim what she desired and to guard it from any rival. And so the years unfolded. Rapunzel grew from child to maiden, and her hair, her beauty, and her voice only deepened in wonder. Yet with each passing season, her solitude grew heavier, until it seemed the very songs she sang were not her own, but the voice of her longing given shape. The forest listened, the birds circled nearer, and even the leaves stirred at her laments. But no ear, human or kindred, had yet heard them. Rapunzel remained alone, her days counted only by the rising of the sun and the climbing of the sorceress up her golden braid. She was a prisoner, not by iron or chain, but by enchantment, fear, and obedience. The world beyond the forest lay vast and open, but for Rapunzel it was as far away as the stars. And thus the tower stood silent, a monument to both beauty and captivity, waiting for the day when stillness would be broken. The tower stood for many years as it always had, silent among trees, unseen by most who passed through the forest. Few hunters strayed so deep, and fewer still dared to linger near that lonely place. For the presence of the sorceress was felt even when she was absent. The air seemed heavier there, the shadows deeper, the silence uncanny. And yet, fate has a way of guiding footsteps where they are not expected. One day, a young prince rode hunting in that forest. He was not unlike other men of his station, fond of the chase, eager for discovery, but he carried with him the restlessness of one who sought more than sport. When the hunt scattered, he wandered farther than his companions, his path twisting among the trees, until at last he came within hearing of something strange. It was a song, clear and pure, unlike any voice he had heard. It drifted down from above, threading through the branches like a silver thread. The prince reined his horse and listened, transfixed. The melody was not meant for him, nor for any ear, yet it held him as though it were a call. He looked about, and at last his eyes rose to the tower. There, high in the window, he glimpsed a figure, a maiden with hair shining like gold in the sunlight. Her face lifted as she sang into the still air. The sight pierced him with wonder, but also sorrow, for he saw at once that the tower had no door, no stair, no means by which a mortal might reach her. She seemed as distant as the moon above, bound by stone and height. He lingered until the song faded, but he did not call to her, for he knew not how to bridge the impossible distance. At last he turned away, but her voice remained with him like an echo in his heart. Day after day, the prince returned to the forest. He circled the tower from afar, listening, watching, waiting. He saw no one come or go, only the maiden at her window. Yet patience rewarded him, for one evening, as the light waned, he spied another figure moving through the trees, the sorceress herself. He watched as she drew near the tower and stood below the window. Then, in a voice sharp and commanding, she called upon Rapunzel to let down her hair. The prince stared in astonishment as the golden braid fell from the window, heavy and gleaming like a rope of sunlight. The sorceress grasped it firmly and climbed, hand over hand, until she vanished into the chamber above. The prince marvelled, but he kept his distance, for he knew the danger of being seen. When the woman descended again and disappeared into the forest, he lingered long into the night, considering what he had witnessed. The next day, when the sun touched the tower once more, the prince approached boldly. He stood at the base of the stone wall and called in the same manner he had heard before. At once the long braid fell, and his heart leapt. With trembling hands he grasped the golden rope and climbed. The stones scraped his palms, and the height turned his stomach. But he didn't falter. When he reached the window, he pulled himself into the chamber above. There he found Rapunzel, wide-eyed with astonishment. Never before had any man stood in her tower. She shrank at first, uncertain whether to fear or welcome him. Yet when he spoke gently, explaining that he had been drawn by her song and wished only to behold her, her fear softened, for though she had known only the sorceress, she felt in him no cruelty, only wonder. From that day forward, the prince returned often. Each time he called, the golden braid descended, and he climbed into the hidden chamber. Rapunzel, who had known nothing of companionship, welcomed him with a joy she had not known she could feel. They spoke long into the hours, sharing thoughts, stories, and dreams. The prince told her of the world beyond the forest, the rivers, the towns, the castles, the people. She listened as though each word were a treasure. In turn she sang for him, her voice carrying not into the void, but into ears that cherished it. Yet even in joy there was danger. The prince came only when the sorceress was absent, and each meeting carried the risk of discovery. They spoke in hushed tones, glancing often toward the window, listening for the sound of footsteps below. Still, the risk seemed small compared to the happiness they found in each other's company. As the visits grew frequent, so did their bond. Rapunzel, who had once filled her days with silence, now waited with eagerness for the sound of his call. The prince, who had once sought adventure in the hunt, now found his greatest prize in the hidden tower. In their hearts grew a hope neither dared name aloud at first, that their lives need not remain as they were. At last, Rapunzel spoke of escape. She had no knowledge of roads or paths, no skill in crossing the wild forest. but she knew her hair could not forever bear the weight of their meetings, nor could secrecy endure. The prince, moved by her courage, promised to find a way. He devised a plan to bring with him each visit a length of silk thread, from which Rapunzel might weave a ladder. Bit by bit, the ladder would grow until at last she might descend from the tower of her captivity and walk freely into the world. It was a bold plan, and yet fragile, for each thread carried with it the chance of discovery, each meeting the possibility of ruin. Still, the thought of freedom gave Rapunzel new strength. She sang with more joy, though her voice trembled at times with the weight of hope. The prince, too, felt both the sweetness of their bond and the shadow of the danger it carried. So the days passed, each visit a secret flame against the cold stone walls, each meeting a defiance of the sorceress's will. Rapunzel and the prince wove not only the ladder, but the fragile fabric of a future they longed for. Though it hung ever on the edge of peril, the tower, once only a place of silence and solitude, now held a secret life within its walls, a hidden joy, a dangerous hope. The forest around it kept their secret for now, the birds and leaves carrying her songs no farther than the prince's waiting heart. Yet even the strongest secrets cannot remain veiled forever, and the shadow of discovery lay always just beyond the window. The days of secrecy, like all fragile things, could not last. Though Rapunzel and the prince had been careful, their hope grew bold, and with boldness came the faintest slip, the smallest word that revealed too much. It was not treachery that undid them, but innocence. For Rapunzel, who had known only the sorceress's harsh visits before, didn't think of how to guard her joy. One day, as the sorceress climbed the golden braid and stepped into the tower chamber, she noted the girl's face alight with happiness, her songs carrying a new lilt, her movements touched with expectancy. The sorceress, sharp-eyed and suspicious, questioned her sternly. Rapunzel, caught unprepared, answered without guile. She spoke of how her gown grew tight around her waist, how her life in the tower no longer seemed as lonely, how she had found comfort that the sorceress had never offered. In an instant, the sorceress understood. The flush of Rapunzel's cheek, the brightness of her eye, the careless words, all betrayed her. Rage flared within the sorceress, not only for the disobedience, but for the intrusion of another into what she claimed as hers alone. The tower, once her secure dominion, had been breached, and Rapunzel's heart, once bound in solitude, had been given away. Without hesitation, the sorceress seized the golden locks that had so long been both Rapunzel's pride and her prison. With cruel hands she cut them near the scalp, and the shimmering braid fell to the floor, severed and lifeless. The sound of the shears echoed in the chamber like the tolling of a bell, final and merciless. Rapunzel, shorn and trembling, could only watch as the sorceress gathered the long braid and coiled it in her grasp. But the punishment did not end there. The sorceress, with no pity for tears or pleading, took Rapunzel away from the tower. She led her through dark forests and barren paths, far from any road or village, until at last they came to a desolate wilderness. The land was harsh, the soil dry, the air filled with thorn and rock rather than green or flower. There she abandoned Rapunzel, heavy with child, alone to fend for herself among the empty spaces of the earth. The sorceress departed without backward glance, leaving the girl to despair and survival by what means she could find. The tower, meanwhile, stood as silent as ever, but now it held no maiden at its window. The sorceress had no intention of leaving it unwatched. She coiled Rapunzel's severed braid and fastened it to the iron hook by the window, letting it dangle down the tower's wall like the living hair once had. There she waited, her heart dark with malice, for the return she knew would come. It was not long before the prince arrived, eager as always to see his beloved. He rode through the forest, his heart light with anticipation, carrying another length of silk for the ladder they had been weaving. Reaching the tower, he called as he always did, and to his delight the braid fell down. He grasped it eagerly and climbed, his thoughts filled with visions of Rapunzel's smile, her voice, her gentle presence. But when he pulled himself into the chamber, it was not Rapunzel who greeted him. The sorceress stood there instead, her eyes cold, her mouth twisted in triumph. She mocked his foolishness, told him of Rapunzel's banishment, and revealed the severed braid that had deceived him. The words struck him like blows, and despair overwhelmed him. Before he could speak further, the sorceress advanced. Her presence pressed against him like a storm. In horror and grief, the prince stumbled backward, searching for escape. Yet the chamber offered none. His only path was the window through which he had climbed. Driven by anguish, he turned and leapt. He fell from the great height, crashing into the thorn thicket that grew wild at the tower's base. The cruel branches tore his flesh, and the thorns pierced his eyes, blinding him with their sharpness. He lay among them in agony, robbed not only of sight, but of the hope that had led him to the tower. When at last he rose, bloodied and broken, the world was darkness before him. The sorceress, satisfied with her vengeance, looked down upon him but offered no aid. She let him stumble from the place, blind and bereft, and vanished into the forest once more. The tower, empty and silent, returned to its lonely vigil. So it was that Rapunzel was cast into the barren wilderness, her golden hair shorn, her future uncertain. The prince wandered in blindness, his eyes destroyed, his heart heavy with despair. Their secret joy had been uncovered, their plans undone, and the price of defiance was paid in suffering. The forest, which had once carried their songs and sheltered their meetings, now bore only silence. The tower, once a place of hidden joy, became again a prison of emptiness. And the sorceress, whose wrath had torn their bond apart, remained unchallenged in her power. Thus the tale, which had once seemed filled with hope and daring, now lay shrouded in sorrow. Rapunzel and the prince, torn from each other, wandered separate paths of exile and grief. The consequences of their defiance lay heavy upon them both, and the shadow of despair stretched long across their fates. Yet fate, though cruel, is seldom finished with its work after one turn. What had been broken was not ended, though it lay scattered like shards of glass upon the ground. The wilderness held its trials, the darkness its lessons, and somewhere in the distance, another part of their story waited to be told. In the wilderness, where Rapunzel had been cast, life began again, though it was harsh and stripped of comforts. The barren stretch of land where she first found herself gave way to plains and forests as she wandered, carrying her sorrow like a shadow. She was no longer the cloistered girl of the tower, whose only view was sky and stone. She was now a woman pressed into survival, forced to know hunger, thirst, and the endless silence of desolation. Yet she carried within her a secret that grew with the days, for the prince's visits had not been without consequence. In time, twins were born to her, a boy and a girl. They arrived without witness or midwife, ushered into the world by a mother who had no guidance but instinct, no shelter but the trees, no comfort but the rhythm of her own breath. She held them close against her breast, finding in their small, warm bodies a reason to bear the solitude. Where once her hair had been her only remarkable possession, now she possessed something greater. Life that had sprung from her loneliness, companions who would not abandon her. Though the wilderness was unforgiving, Rapunzel did not falter. She gathered roots, foraged berries, and sought streams where the water ran clear. The children grew under her care, their laughter a fragile melody that carried across the empty stretches. She had been raised in confinement, taught only what the sorceress had seen fit to allow. But motherhood sharpened her resilience. It was as though every cruelty done to her had been turned into an unwilling lesson in endurance. Far away, the prince who had once climbed her golden hair wandered without direction. The fall that had cast him among the thorns had taken his sight, leaving the world around him in perpetual night. Yet he lived, though he scarcely cared to. His days were an endless march through forests and valleys, guided only by his memory of her voice and the hope, thin as a thread, that he might hear it again. He begged for food when his strength failed him, or gathered what little the wild would yield. His garments wore to rags, his body grew gaunt, and his spirit dimmed. Yet the thought of Rapunzel lingered, keeping him from surrender. Every bird's called, every rushing stream seemed to carry an echo of her song. He followed such echoes, though they often led him astray. Years passed this way, Rapunzel with her children, weaving survival out of hardship, and the prince stumbling blindly, refusing to yield to despair. Neither knew the other's fate, yet their suffering curved toward reunion, as though some unseen hand guided them still. It was on a day like any other, with the sky heavy and grey, that the prince's wandering brought him near the place where Rapunzel lived. His feet carried him across familiar ground, though he did not know it, and his heart stirred with a feeling he could neither name nor resist. He heard a sound on the wind, not the call of a bird, nor the rustle of leaves, but the faint, unmistakable lilt of a human voice. It was a lullaby, simple and unadorned, sung to soothe restless children. Yet to the prince, it was more than a song. It was the sound that had haunted his dreams and sustained his waking misery. He staggered toward it, his body trembling with recognition, his blindness no barrier to the truth his heart already knew. Rapunzel, unaware of his approach, sang to her twins as she rocked them in her arms. When she saw the figure stumbling from the trees, worn and broken, her voice faltered. For a moment she thought him a phantom of memory, a cruel trick of longing. But as he drew closer, she saw the truth written in his bearing, in the lines of his face, though time and hardship had changed him. She rushed to him, the children pressed against her sides, and he reached out, hands groping for what his eyes could no longer give him. She took those hands into her own, guiding them to her face, her tears falling freely. And it was then, as sorrow and joy mingled in her weeping, that a miracle unfolded. Her tears, warm and unbidden, touched his sightless eyes, and the darkness lifted. The thorn's cruel mark was undone, and he saw her clearly, not as a memory or dream, but in the living present. He beheld her hair, still long though shorn of its former glory, her face marked by hardship, yet radiant with life, and at her side the children who bore his blood. In that instant, the years of wandering and exile seemed as nothing. The world had been emptied of hope, only for it to return in fullness. Together they embraced, the prince holding her and their children close, his sight restored, his heart unburdened. Gratitude overcame despair, and for the first time since the tower, they were not captives to another's will. They were their own. The journey did not end there. With newfound strength, the prince led Rapunzel and the twins from the wilderness, guiding them toward his kingdom. When at last they arrived, the people received them with astonishment and joy. The prince, once lost and broken, returned not alone, but with a family forged through trials. In his halls, Rapunzel knew a life she had never dreamed possible. Rooms not of stone, but of light. Days not of solitude, but of companionship. The children thrived, their laughter filling spaces that had long stood silent. The prince ruled with a gentleness tempered by suffering, and Rapunzel, though scarred by the past, found healing in love that endured every cruelty. Thus their story, marked by hunger, blindness, exile and grief, ended not in despair, but in restoration. The sorceress's power had shaped their fates, but it had not broken them. In the end, it was not spells or walls or punishments that endured, but the quiet, stubborn strength of love and endurance. For every tower has its crumbling stone, and every exile has its end. And in the clearing of the wilderness, where a lullaby once carried on the wind, there remained only silence, for those who had suffered there had found their way home. Most people know The Little Mermaid as a bright story of love and adventure beneath the sea, but the original tale was something far deeper. Long before it became the version we know today, Hans Christian Andersen wrote of a mermaid whose dreams reached beyond the ocean itself. Her story is not just about a prince or a kingdom under the waves. It is about courage, longing, and the mysterious path between the sea and the soul. Beneath the shimmering surface lies a tale of beauty, wonder, and the quiet strength of a heart that dares to dream beyond its world. Far below the surface of the sea, where sunlight can no longer reach and the water grows as dark as midnight, there lies a kingdom unlike any in the world above. Its walls are made of coral that glows faintly in the deep, and its towers rise like pale trees toward the ceiling of the ocean. Pearls as large as raindrops shimmer in the sand, and the light of strange fish drifts through the water like falling stars. Here lives the Sea King, ruler of all the ocean and father to 6 daughters, each born of the sea and shaped by its silence. The Sea King himself is a wise ruler, though quiet and distant, his heart more at peace among the slow-moving tides than with matters of human concern. It is his mother, the old sea queen, who watches over his household. She is proud and loving in her own stern way, keeping order in the coral palace and caring for her granddaughters with a gentleness that only sometimes hides behind her sharp words. The 6 young mermaids live under her care, their laughter filling the great halls like the soft ringing of shells in the current. Each of them is beautiful, yet none are alike. The eldest is graceful and strong, with long dark hair like deep water. The second loves the creatures of the sea and gathers flowers from the ocean floor. The third sings songs so clear that even the fish pause to listen. The fourth delights in pearls and treasures lost by shipwrecked sailors. And the fifth spends her days exploring the ruins of sunken ships. But it is the youngest who is the quietest of them all. Her hair is as pale as sea foam, her eyes as clear as the shallow tide, and her heart more curious than the rest. She listens more than she speaks, and when her sisters laugh and chase one another through the gardens of coral, she stays behind, gazing upward where the water turns lighter. For though she has never seen the world above, she feels its pull as if it calls to her from the surface. She asks her grandmother endless questions about the humans, what they look like, how they live, and what it feels like to walk on land. The old queen tells her stories of shining stars, green forests, and creatures who breathe air instead of water. She explains that above the sea there is a world filled with beauty and danger, a world where people live brief lives, yet carry something no mermaid possesses, an immortal soul that continues even after death. The little mermaid listens with wide eyes, her heart stirring at the thought of a sky without end. The mermaids are not allowed to visit the surface until they turn 15. It's an old rule, meant to protect them from the unknown. The eldest sister reaches that age first, and with great excitement she swims upward through the dark water until she breaks the surface. When she returns, she tells her sisters everything she has seen: the pale moon rising over the ocean, the ships that glide across the waves, and the humans who walk upon decks of wood beneath fluttering sails. She tells of lights that burn brighter than the stars, and of music that drifts faintly across the water. Each year, another sister reaches her 15th birthday and rises to the surface, returning with new wonders to share. One has seen the setting sun scatter colours like fire across the clouds. Another has floated near the shore, hearing the laughter of children playing in the sand. One sister swam so close to a harbour that she heard bells ringing from a distant church tower. The little mermaid listens to every word, her imagination painting pictures of a world she has never touched. Sometimes she swims up as far as she dares, standing beneath the layer of water where the light is still dim but the sea begins to glow blue. She looks upward, trying to see the ships her sisters describe, but they are always too far above. Only the shadow of the surface greets her, the thin barrier between her world and theirs. Still, she feels something alive in her chest each time she looks. It is a longing she cannot explain, something like the ache of an unanswered song. When she's alone, she tends to her small garden of red and blue flowers growing from coral shaped like the sun. In the very centre of her garden stands a marble statue of a boy, a remnant from a shipwreck long ago. The statue has gentle eyes and a kind face, and though it is only stone, the little mermaid feels drawn to it. She often imagines that he lives in the world above, breathing air and walking among the trees her grandmother spoke of. Sometimes she even imagines him looking up at the same moon that glows faintly through waves. As time passes, she begins to dream more often of the world beyond the sea. Her sisters tease her softly, saying that she thinks too much, and should enjoy her home instead of longing for what she cannot have. But she cannot help herself. The sea, though endless, feels small compared to what she imagines above. The old queen notices her wandering gaze and warns her gently that curiosity can be both a gift and a burden. Yet the little mermaid only smiles, her heart still set upon the light she has never seen. Finally, the long-awaited day draws near, her 15th birthday. The night before, she cannot sleep. The ocean feels too still, the coral gardens too quiet. She swims slowly through the palace, past her sister's chambers and the sleeping sea creatures curled in shells. She looks upward once more, where the faint shimmer of the surface trembles in the distance like a veil. Tomorrow that world will no longer be forbidden. Tomorrow she will see for herself all that she has dreamed of. Her grandmother helps her prepare, adorning her long hair with pearls and smoothing the scales that shimmer across her tail. "You are ready," the old queen says softly, though there is a hint of sadness in her voice. The little mermaid nods, feeling both excitement and fear. What if the world above is not as beautiful as she has imagined? Or worse, what if it is even more beautiful, and she cannot bear to leave it behind? When at last the morning comes, she rises through the water. The sea grows brighter the higher she swims, the light deepening from green to blue, then from blue to silver. The pressure of the deep loosens its hold, and a new kind of stillness surrounds her. She feels the warmth of the sun long before she breaks through, a gentle heat brushing against her face. Then, in a burst of bubbles and light, she reaches the surface. For the first time in her life, she sees the sky. It stretches endlessly above her, pale and golden, filled with drifting clouds. The air feels different, thin, alive, and strange. Around her, the sea sparkles with sunlight, and far in the distance, she sees the shape of a great ship moving slowly across the waves. Its white sails billow in the wind, and music carries faintly through the air. Her heart beats faster. Humans, they are real. The ship gleams with lanterns and laughter, and though she is still far away, she can see people moving upon its decks. She swims closer, careful not to be seen, her eyes fixed on a young man standing near the railing. His face glows in the light of the setting sun, and the little mermaid feels something stir deep within her. Something she does not yet understand. The ship sails on, and the waves roll gently around her. Above, the world she has longed for stretches out in every direction, vast, bright, and full of promise. The sea behind her feels heavier now, and though she belongs to it, part of her heart is already drifting toward the world above. And so begins the little mermaid's journey toward the surface. A journey that will soon draw her closer to the prince, to the land of humans, and to the choice that will change her life forever. The first time the little mermaid broke the surface, the sunlight startled her like a new melody. The world above the sea was vast and bright, filled with colours and shapes she had only imagined in her quiet moments among the coral gardens. The sky stretched endlessly, a pale canvas where clouds drifted lazily, glowing with the promise of warmth. The air felt strange on her skin, light and sharp, carrying scents she had never known. Salt from the sea, the faint sweetness of flowers growing on distant land, and smoke from human fires. Far across the water, she noticed a ship, enormous and gleaming, floating like a jewel on the waves. Its sails were white and stretched wide against the wind. Lanterns hung from its masts, glowing gold in the waning sunlight. Music and laughter floated across the distance, mingling with the wind and sea spray. She could see people moving on deck, dressed in fine clothing, faces bright with joy. Her eyes were drawn to a young man standing near the rail, his hair dark and blowing with the breeze, his expression filled with both curiosity and a gentle calm. The little mermaid had never seen such a face, nor felt such a strange flutter in her chest. She lingered above the water, drifting close enough to hear fragments of laughter, though the words were unclear. The prince moved across the deck with a grace that seemed natural, and the little mermaid imagined him stepping on land, among the trees and flowers her grandmother had described. Her heart pulled toward him, though she knew nothing of love as humans understand it. It was an instinct, a longing that drew her to his presence. But the serenity of the evening did not last. A storm rose quickly, dark clouds gathering on the horizon. The wind howled, bending the mast of the ship, and waves grew taller than the tallest towers of her sea kingdom. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the terror on the deck as sailors shouted to one another. The little mermaid watched in horror as the waves smashed against the hull. The ship pitched violently, throwing people into the sea, and she saw the prince swept from the deck, struggling in the water. Without thinking, she dove into the churning waves. The water above had seemed gentle, almost welcoming, but the storm-tossed sea was relentless. Her strong tail cut through the currents, her arms breaking the surface to push the prince toward safety. The cold struck her like knives, her lungs burning, but she would not stop. Finally, with all her strength, she dragged him to a quiet cove near the shore. His body was heavy, and he lay still in her arms, as if the waves had drained him of life. The little mermaid stayed by him, watching for signs of awakening. The sea had calmed slightly now, leaving only the whisper of waves on sand and the distant crash of surf. From the forest above, she could hear the rustle of leaves as someone approached. A young woman from a nearby temple had come down to the beach. The little mermaid remained hidden, submerged in the shallow water, her eyes fixed on the prince as the woman discovered him and carried him to safety. She followed silently, moving through the shallows, her body unseen beneath the water. The prince lay on the sand, the warmth of the sun beginning to return to him. Slowly he opened his eyes, blinking against the brightness, and his gaze fell upon the temple girl. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and the little mermaid's heart trembled at the sight. She had saved him, yet he would never know. He reached toward the girl, as if seeking her hand, speaking words that only she could hear. The little mermaid watched in silence, the weight of her helplessness pressing upon her chest. For hours she stayed, hidden, observing the humans. The prince awoke fully, sat upright, and looked around, confused, yet calm. The temple girl tended to him, brushing sand from his hair and adjusting his clothing. He smiled at her with a gentle gratitude, not knowing the mermaid's role in his survival. The little mermaid's heart ached with a strange mix of joy and sorrow. She had acted to save him, yet she was invisible in his eyes, a shadow unnoticed. As the day wore on, the prince and the temple girl walked slowly back toward the temple, leaving the mermaid alone by the edge of the sea. She sank beneath the waves, exhausted but unable to rest, her mind replaying the events over and over. She had glimpsed the world above, seen the sunlight and the land, and felt the warmth of the air. But she had also discovered the distance between her life in the sea and the life of humans. The prince, whom she had already begun to think of with wonder, belonged to a world she could only observe. The little mermaid returned to the deeper waters of her kingdom, swimming slowly through the quiet of the ocean. The coral walls of the palace seemed different now, familiar but smaller, limited. She passed the gardens of her sisters, the pearls and shells she had always admired, yet her thoughts were far above where the prince had smiled at another. She had tasted the surface, felt the air on her skin, and now the ocean, though comforting, seemed like a place of waiting rather than living. The mermaid spent her days wandering the coral halls and the sea gardens, but her mind was elsewhere. She listened to the stories of her older sisters, who had also seen the surface, comparing their tales to what she had witnessed firsthand. She realized that the human world was not merely a place of beauty, but also of complexities she could not yet understand. Her heart was caught between two worlds, the one she had always known, and the one she had glimpsed in the storm-tossed sunlight. Night fell, and the sea glowed faintly under the light of the moon. The little mermaid drifted to a quiet corner of her garden, staring upward through the water at the silver reflection above. She thought of the prince, of his warmth and his smile, and a longing she had never known filled her chest. She wished she could speak to him, could tell him of the hours she had spent saving him from the waves, could be more than a shadow in the ocean. Yet she remained silent, her secret known only to herself and the shifting currents around her. Days passed, and she returned again and again to the cove where she had rescued him, hoping to catch another glimpse of the world above. Sometimes she saw the distant sails of ships, men and women moving across their decks, music and laughter carried faintly on the wind. Each time her heart beat faster. Her longing deepened. She began to understand that the world above was alive in a way the ocean could never be, filled with motion, sound, and lives that moved on a rhythm different from her own. Though the mermaid remained in her kingdom, the memory of the prince stayed with her, mingling with the colours of coral and the shimmer of sunlight through water. She could not speak to him, could not reveal herself. Yet she felt her heart stretching toward him as if it had always belonged partly to the surface. In the quiet of the deep sea, she began to dream not only of humans and the sun, but of herself in that world, walking and moving with the grace she had glimpsed in the prince's presence. And so her days passed in a mixture of wonder and longing, each movement through the coral gardens reminding her of what lay above, each glance toward the surface, keeping the memory of the storm and the prince alive. She had seen the human world, touched its edges, and saved a life within it. Yet she was still a mermaid, bound to the sea, and the ocean's depths called her back, reminding her of all she had yet to learn, all she had yet to choose. The little mermaid couldn't forget the prince, and though she remained unseen and unheard, she carried his image in her heart as she swam through the quiet beauty of her kingdom. The world above had opened before her, filled with wonder, and she felt the pull of it like a current she could not resist. Her journey was only beginning, for she would soon face a choice that could lead her closer to the surface, closer to the prince, and closer to the life she had imagined. A life that demanded courage, sacrifice, and the daring to leave the familiar behind. The ocean around her was calm now, but the memory of the storm lingered like a shadow. The little mermaid understood that the surface world was both fragile and alive, full of light and danger. And as she drifted toward her palace, the first spark of determination touched her heart. A determination that would carry her to the sea witch, to choices she could never have imagined, and to a path that would change everything she had known. The little mermaid returned to the quiet depths of her palace with a heart heavy and restless. Though the coral walls and shimmering gardens of her home were as familiar and comforting as always, they could not soothe the longing that had taken root in her soul. Her thoughts remained with the world above, with the sunlight that had brushed her skin, and the prince whose face lingered like a shadow she could neither chase nor escape. The laughter of her sisters and the gentle care of her grandmother reached her ears, but she heard them as one hears a distant song through water, present yet unreachable. As the days passed, the mermaid's yearning grew sharper, twisting like a current around her heart. She asked her grandmother about humans again, hoping for some knowledge that might ease the ache. The old queen spoke with a seriousness that made the water seem heavier around them. She explained that humans possess immortal souls, gifts that endure beyond their mortal lives. Mermaids, on the other hand, live in a way that is beautiful and free but fleeting. When their lives end, they dissolve into foam on the surface of the sea. Their bodies vanish, their spirits return to the tides, but they do not carry the promise of life beyond their mortal years. The little mermaid listened in silence, the weight of the words sinking into her heart. She imagined herself in the world above, not merely as a visitor, but as someone who could live fully, walking on land and breathing air, experiencing sunlight and wind as humans do. She imagined the prince, and a thought formed so sharply it almost hurt. If she could not gain an immortal soul, even a chance at life beyond the ocean, she could never be truly part of his world. And yet, she could not ignore the love she felt. A tender, unformed love, born of fascination, awe, and the longing to belong. The mermaid knew then that she must act. Her desire for the human world and her love for the prince would not allow her to remain in the safety of her palace, no matter how peaceful the water might be. She swam through the gardens, past her sisters, past the walls that glimmered faintly with the light of pearls, and into the dark reaches of the ocean where few dared to go. There, in the shadows of sunken ships and ancient rocks, lived the sea witch, a being whispered of in fear and awe, whose power over the deep was unmatched. The stories told by older mermaids spoke of her craft, her dark bargains, and the terrible prices she demanded for her favours. The little mermaid approached the sea witch's lair with a mixture of fear and determination. The water grew colder, heavier, and darker as she neared the cave where the witch dwelled. Strange shapes loomed in the gloom. Coral twisted into eerie forms. Seaweed moved as if alive, and the shells of long-dead creatures rattled faintly on the sandy floor. The witch appeared before her without sound, emerging from the shadows with eyes that gleamed like polished stones. Her hair floated around her like black smoke, and her presence filled the cave with a sense of danger and inevitability. The little mermaid spoke, her voice trembling at first, though the words were not of music but of hope and longing. She told the sea witch of the world above, of the prince, and of the dreams that had taken hold of her heart. She asked, in quiet desperation, if there were a way for her to walk among humans, to gain a body like theirs, and the chance to live on land. The sea witch listened, her expression unreadable, her eyes never leaving the mermaid's pale face. Then, slowly she nodded. "Yes," the sea witch said, her voice like the scraping of shells across stone. "I can give you legs, but nothing comes without a price. You will give me your voice, the sound of your singing, the beauty of your music. It will be gone forever, and no human will hear it. Every step you take will be like walking upon sharp knives, and the pain will cut through you with each movement. If you fail to win the prince's love and marry him, if he chooses another, you will die at dawn, and your body will dissolve into foam, leaving nothing behind." The little mermaid listened to the terms, feeling the weight of each word press down on her chest. Her mind turned over the consequences, imagining the silence that would replace her voice, imagining the searing pain of each step on human legs, imagining the terror of fading into foam at dawn. Yet with each fear, another feeling rose. The determination that had driven her here, the longing for a life beyond the waves, the hope that she might touch the world above in some lasting way. After a long pause, she nodded, silently accepting the witch's terms. The sea witch smiled faintly, a curl of shadow that held both approval and amusement. She mixed her dark potions and strange powders, chanting in a language older than the tides. The little mermaid drank the potion, and immediately the ocean seemed to shift around her. Pain shot through her body as her tail split apart, scales tearing away to reveal human legs. The sensation was unbearable, like walking on knives as the witch had promised. But the little mermaid gritted her teeth and endured it, holding her hope tightly in her heart. When the transformation was complete, she felt the absence of her voice first. The music that had once filled the water with beauty and melody was gone. Her throat was silent, her songs trapped forever beneath the waves. She took her first step on the sand near the cave's edge, and pain cut through her as though the shore itself resented her presence. Yet she stood upright, trembling but alive, a new being in a world she had longed to touch. The sea witch's shadow lingered as she handed the mermaid a final warning. "Remember, child of the sea," she said, "you have made your choice. The prince may never love you, and if he does not, the dawn will claim you. Only courage, patience, and faith will carry you through the days to come. Choose wisely, act boldly, and even then the path will not be easy. The little mermaid left the cave, stepping carefully along the sandy shore. Her legs were strange and weak, and every motion brought fresh pain, yet with each step she felt close to the world she had longed for. The sky above seemed brighter than ever, the air alive with motion, and in the distance the sound of the sea and wind mingled with music she could not hear but imagined. She thought of the prince, of the warmth she had seen in his eyes, and she knew that whatever lay ahead, she had embarked upon a journey from which there could be no return. As she made her way toward the distant land, she paused occasionally to look back at the sea that had been her home. It stretched endlessly, shimmering under sunlight, its currents gentle yet relentless. She loved it still, but her heart pulled her upward, toward the prince, toward the human world, toward the life she had chosen despite its dangers. Each step was a mixture of agony and exhilaration, each moment a test of her resolve, yet she could not turn back. And so the little mermaid walked toward the shore where the prince had once been saved, toward the land that had first filled her dreams, toward a future uncertain yet full of promise. She did not yet know if the prince would ever love her, if the world above would accept her, or if she could endure the price she had paid. But in her heart, she carried the hope that had brought her to the sea witch, a hope that even in silence and pain could light the path ahead. The ocean behind her whispered, a quiet reminder of what she had left and what she still belonged to. The sun above glimmered faintly through the morning mist, and the world of humans waited just beyond the waves. The little mermaid's journey had begun in earnest, and each painful step brought her closer to the prince, to the kingdom of land, and to a choice that would shape her life in ways she had only dared to imagine. Her legs ached with the strange sharpness of every movement, yet her spirit remained steadfast. She knew she must move forward, through forests, along beaches, and eventually to the palace where the prince dwelled. And though she could not speak, though every step brought agony, she carried in her heart the memory of the waves, the sunlight, and the eyes of the young prince, a memory that would guide her through the trials to come. The little mermaid had paid a terrible price to walk among humans, and yet the world above seemed brighter, fuller, and more alive than anything she had known. She would endure the pain, embrace the silence, and follow her longing wherever it led. Toward the prince, toward the human world, and toward the choices that awaited her beyond the horizon of the sea. The first moments on land were agony for the little mermaid, though the sharp pain of her new legs didn't erase the wonder of the world she had stepped into. Each movement cut like knives through her soft skin, and each breath felt strange, as though the air itself resisted her presence. Yet the sight of the shore, bright under the sun, called her forward. She crawled, stumbled, and finally took trembling steps along the sand, the grains sticking to her wet skin, as though welcoming her to this new realm. The waves whispered behind her, lapping against the rocks in gentle encouragement, and the distant sun sparkled across the water as if guiding her way. It was not long before the prince appeared. He had been walking along the beach, drawn by a strange sense that something near the cove was not quite as it should be. His eyes, sharp and alert, fell upon her as she struggled to stand, and he moved quickly to help. The little mermaid could not speak, could not explain the hours she had spent saving him from the storm, but he saw the devotion in her gaze, the silent grace in her movements. His hands steadied her as she rose, supporting her wobbling legs. Though she could not thank him with words, her expression, her gentle eyes, and the quiet way she moved spoke in a language older than speech. The prince brought her to his palace, a grand place of stone and gardens, filled with corridors that echoed with music and the scent of flowers. There she became his companion, walking silently at his side, attending to his needs in ways that did not require voice. He watched her carefully, sensing her devotion and the strange beauty that clung to her in every gesture. She moved with a grace unfamiliar to those born on land, and though he did not yet understand the depth of her feelings, he could not help but be drawn to her. Her presence became a comfort, a gentle rhythm in the palace that he came to depend upon. The little mermaid learned quickly how to navigate this new world. She studied the palace's halls, the furniture, the rooms, the gardens, and the people who moved within them. Every step remained painful, yet each one also brought her closer to the prince, closer to the life she had dreamed of. She observed him constantly, memorizing his habits, his smiles, the way his eyes lingered on the distant horizon, and the faint light that appeared when he spoke with those he cared for. Though she could not answer him with words, her silent attention became a presence he valued deeply, a reminder of comfort and steadiness in a world that often felt tumultuous. The prince, for his part, felt affection for the mermaid, though he did not realize the depths of her sacrifice. He had never met anyone like her, quiet yet attentive, delicate yet resilient. His heart warmed to her in the way one's heart warms to a friend who is always near, who understands without needing explanation. He smiled more often in her presence, rested more easily, and felt a calm he did not find elsewhere. Yet the memory of the temple girl, the one who had tended to him after the storm, lingered in his mind. He spoke often of her, describing her beauty and kindness, unaware that it was the little mermaid who had truly saved him. Days and weeks passed, and the palace became a space where the mermaid moved gracefully yet silently, her every action observed by the prince. He came to depend on her not as a servant, but as a companion, a silent shadow whose presence was comforting and familiar. She followed him through gardens where fountains played and marble statues gleamed in the sun. She walked beside him along corridors lined with tapestries depicting distant lands, each step still bringing sharp pain, but also the thrill of being near him, of moving in a world she had longed for. Despite her devotion, a quiet sorrow grew in her heart. The prince's gaze often turned toward the distant past, toward the temple girl who had helped him, and she understood that she could never replace that memory. She tried to speak with him, to bridge the gap with words, but her voice was gone, stolen by the sea witch's bargain. She could only offer gestures, gentle touches, and the silent grace of her movements. And yet, despite the silence, she felt a strange closeness to him, a connection that transcended words, fragile but real. One morning, News arrived that the prince's father had arranged a marriage for him with a princess from a distant land. The mermaid's heart quivered as she learned the details, the words striking her like waves against rocks. She knew, without hearing him speak, that the prince would feel joy at the arrangement, though she also sensed the tension in his heart, the memory of the temple girl lingering quietly. The palace buzzed with preparations. Fabrics were measured, jewels polished, and feasts planned. The little mermaid moved among the preparations, her pain and longing silent companions to the activity around her. The day she discovered that the princess to whom the prince was promised was the very same temple girl who had cared for him after the storm, her heart felt a pang too sharp to bear. Every smile the prince gave her, every laugh and gentle glance, became both a blessing and a reminder of her impossible situation. She watched him, her silent presence at his side, while he spoke eagerly of the upcoming wedding, his eyes shining with excitement. He remained unaware of the little mermaid's role in his survival, of the nights she had spent longing for him, or the silent sacrifices she had made to walk on land. Though the pain of her legs had dulled with practice, every step carried the sting of her bargain, reminding her that the choice she had made was not reversible. She endured it silently, moving through the palace as if part of its structure, her devotion unseen yet undeniable. She learned to anticipate the prince's needs before he spoke, to arrange flowers where he would notice them, to offer gestures of comfort when he seemed burdened. Every act of care was a word she could not speak, a song she could not sing, yet it was her language of love, delicate and enduring. The prince, in turn, grew to depend on her presence more than he realized. He would not have described his feelings as love, for the memory of the temple girl still occupied his thoughts, but he valued the little mermaid in ways that went beyond friendship. He sensed her attentiveness, her quiet devotion, and the way she moved through the palace with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly. In moments of fatigue or uncertainty, he would pause to watch her, feeling a subtle reassurance in her calm presence. The little mermaid, despite the quiet ache in her heart, found solace in the small ways she could influence the world around him. She arranged flowers, tended to objects he valued, and anticipated his moods, all without uttering a single word. Her silence became a comfort, her presence a constant in a life that was otherwise filled with expectation and ceremony. And though she could not claim his heart in the way she longed to, she carried within her a hope that one day he might notice the depth of her devotion, the sacrifices she had made, and the love she carried silently in every step and every gesture. And so the days passed, with the little mermaid walking beside the prince through gardens, halls, and courtyards, enduring the sharp pain of her legs and the absence of her voice. She observed him carefully, memorizing every smile, every glance, every expression of joy or sorrow. She learned the rhythms of his life, the patterns of his thoughts and habits, and the small ways she could ease his burdens. Though she remained unseen in the deepest sense, a silent companion, her presence shaped the world around her as surely as the tides shape the shore. The preparations for the wedding continued, and the prince's excitement grew with each passing day. The little mermaid watched, her heart both tender and heavy, as he spoke eagerly of the princess and their future together. She understood that he remained unaware of her sacrifice, and that the life he imagined with the temple girl was built upon a memory that did not include her. Yet she stayed at his side, silent but steadfast, each painful step a testament to her courage, her devotion, and the hope that she might, in some unseen way, touch his life. Though the path ahead was uncertain, the little mermaid had crossed the boundary from sea to land, endured the price of her transformation, and remained close to the prince she loved. Her journey was far from complete. Ahead lay choices and trials that she could not yet foresee, moments that would test the limits of her patience, courage, and the depth of her devotion. She moved forward with silent resolve, guided by the memory of the sea, the sunlight, and the warmth of the prince's presence, stepping carefully along a path that would lead to consequences she had only begun to imagine. The night was quiet but tense, the palace alive with the anticipation of the wedding. The little mermaid moved silently through the shadows, her legs aching from the hours of standing and walking, each step a reminder of the sea witch's cruel bargain. The prince, radiant in his attire, laughed softly with the princess, unaware of the presence at his side who had saved his life and silently devoted herself to him for so long. The air above was still, the moonlight casting gentle silver patterns across the courtyard, reflecting the calm surface of the ocean in the distance. From beneath the waves, her sisters emerged, their forms glimmering in the moonlight. Each carried a small, sharp dagger, given to them by the sea witch herself, the edge polished to a cruel perfection. They swam swiftly, breaking the surface just beyond the shore, and then moved toward her, their eyes filled with both hope and sorrow. They did not speak. Words were unnecessary. The sea witch's conditions were clear, and they had brought her the instrument of her choice. The dagger lay heavy in her hand, its cold steel biting into her palm, as if it already knew the weight of the choice it demanded. Her sisters whispered only through gestures, urging her to act. If she could strike the prince before the sun rose, and if his blood touched her feet, she could return to the sea. Her voice restored, her tail regained. She could live again among the coral gardens, swim through the vast depths of her kingdom, and return to the life she had once known. The temptation was overwhelming, a life reclaimed in a single act. Yet it came at a cost she could not bear to pay. The little mermaid approached the prince, her eyes taking in the gentle contours of his face, the warmth in his smile, and the ease with which he moved among the guests. She imagined the weight of the dagger in her hand, the act of harming the one she had loved above all else. The thought struck her with a force stronger than any pain she had felt from the sea or the sharpness of her legs. She could not bring herself to pierce his heart, to extinguish the life that had become so precious to her, even if it meant losing her own future. The first light of dawn began to brush the horizon, painting the sky with pale pinks and golds, and the little mermaid felt time slipping away. Her sisters, glimmering like stars against the darkness, urged her silently to decide. Yet she remained motionless, the dagger in her hand trembling. The prince laughed lightly at something the princess had said, completely unaware of the decision being demanded by the tide, the night, and the sea witch's cruel bargain. He was alive, unknowing, and in that moment she realized that her love could not come at the cost of his life. With a deep, unspoken resolve, she released the dagger. The steel slipped from her fingers and tumbled through the air, striking the waves below with a faint splash. Her sisters watched in quiet sorrow as the dagger vanished beneath the surf, a chance lost, but a choice honoured. The little mermaid turned toward the sea, feeling the pull of the water, the rhythm of the tides calling her back. She leaped, her body slicing through the air, and plunged into the waves with the morning light warming her face. The cold of the water enveloped her, yet the familiar sensation of dissolving into the foam did not come. Instead, she felt herself lifted, lighter than air, rising above the waves into a brightness that seemed neither sea nor sky. She opened her eyes and found herself surrounded by a gentle glow, the currents of wind moving through her as if the air itself welcomed her. She realized she had not vanished, not as foam, but transformed. A spirit of the wind, one of the daughters of the air. Her hair floated freely, her body untethered, and though she no longer had a tail, she felt the freedom of a world not bound by water or land. She hovered above the ocean, watching the palace, the prince, and the wedding preparations below. The humans continued their lives unaware of her transformation, yet she felt no sadness, only a quiet grace and a sense of purpose. The sea witch's bargain had ended, and though she had not gained an immortal soul through the love of the prince, she had earned a different path. Through her deeds, through her care and devotion, through the choices she had made, she had achieved a new kind of existence, one that allowed her to continue observing, helping, and shaping the world in ways she had only begun to imagine. The little mermaid learned that the daughters of the air existed to guide, watch, and nurture. They could drift through human towns, forests, and seas, unseen but present, offering small blessings and quiet influence. She discovered that in this form, her actions carried weight, her compassion could touch lives, and her spirit could grow. Each act of kindness, each moment of gentle intervention brought her closer to the possibility of a soul, a reward for her courage and virtue rather than her romantic fulfillment. As the day broke fully, she felt the warmth of the sun upon her face, the freedom of the wind beneath her arms, and the strength that came from choice and sacrifice. She hovered over the ocean, where the waves still carried the echoes of her past life. But she was no longer bound by the pain of legs that cut like knives or the silence of a stolen voice. She could move as she pleased, travel as she wished, and observe the world with a perspective both human and mermaid, both bound and free. The prince and his bride were married, their joy bright and unbroken, while the little mermaid watched from above, feeling no bitterness, only a soft ache and the quiet satisfaction of a love expressed not in possession but in sacrifice. She had chosen the life of integrity and compassion over selfish desire, and in that choice she had discovered a power greater than the sea witch's magic, a life freer than even the depths of the ocean could offer. Time passed, and she learned to move among the daughters of the air, drifting over fields, forests, and waves, her presence unseen yet subtly influencing the world. She could feel the happiness she nurtured, the comfort she offered to those in need, and the small transformations she facilitated in the hearts of humans. Though she remained a spirit, her essence retained the gentleness and beauty of the little mermaid who had once gazed longingly at the surface, dreaming of light, warmth, and love. Each night she hovered above the waves, looking toward the palace, remembering the prince, the wedding, and the life she had left behind. The memories were neither bitter nor sorrowful, but tender and instructive, a reminder of the path she had chosen and the strength she had gained. She realized that love could exist in forms other than possession or fulfillment, that sacrifice could bring not despair, but transcendence, and that a life lived with courage, devotion, and kindness could lead to a kind of immortality even beyond the soul she sought. The Daughters of the Air taught her that the world, both land and sea, was full of unseen currents and hidden forces, of quiet opportunities to act, to help, and to guide. She drifted among them, learning their ways, discovering the influence of her own choices, and growing in wisdom and spirit. Her voice, though gone, was replaced by action. Her steps, once painful, were now the effortless flight of a wind and light. The sea below her shimmered in the morning sun, and the world above glimmered with life, each wave, tree, and creature carrying the subtle imprint of her presence. In the end, the little mermaid had become something neither human nor fully mermaid, a being who could witness both worlds, who could act with freedom, and who had earned the chance to grow toward something greater. She rose with the wind, her heart filled with purpose, her spirit quiet yet strong, and her gaze turned toward the horizon, where sky and sea met. She had faced love, sacrifice, and transformation, and in doing so, had discovered a life larger and more enduring than she had ever imagined. And so, the little mermaid, once bound to the depths, once silent and limited by her sacrifice, became a daughter of the air, a spirit of grace and quiet power. She drifted above the waves, watching, guiding, and learning, carrying within her the courage, devotion, and hope that had brought her to this new existence. Though she had not gained an immortal soul through the love of the prince, she had found a different path, a path of freedom, purpose, and the chance to earn a soul through goodness and care. And in that freedom, she discovered the true measure of her own heart. Her journey, begun in the coral gardens of the sea, had led her to heights unimaginable, transforming her grief and longing into a life of quiet strength, patience, and benevolence. The world, both above and below, would continue to move and change, yet she would remain a watchful spirit, a silent guide, a daughter of the air. And in that role, she found a sense of completion and hope that no foam of the sea or silence of the voice could ever have offered alone. The Little Mermaid story, from the depths of the ocean to the heights of the wind, had reached its end, not in despair, but in transformation, a testament to courage, sacrifice, and the enduring power of a heart that chooses goodness above all. In a quiet corner of a sunlit valley, 3 little pigs set out into the wide world, each carrying a dream as light as the wind. They were not ordinary pigs, for even among their kind, they had ambitions, desires, and the stubbornness that comes from knowing the world might not bend to their liking. The countryside around them was full of dangers that only the sharp-eyed and clever could survive. Yet in the shadow of the nearby dark forest, there lurked a creature of cunning and hunger, waiting for a moment of weakness. What seems like a simple tale of building houses and a blowing wind will unfold into a story of courage, mistakes, and the choices that shape destiny. The three little pigs had spent their early years within the safe confines of their mother's barn, a place where the scent of hay mingled with the lingering sweetness of apples, and the occasional whiff of earth from the yard outside. Their mother's voice, gentle but firm, had guided them through the first awkward steps of life, teaching them how to root for truffles without disturbing the hens, how to wade through shallow streams without slipping, and how to recognize the difference between a curious bird and a predator hiding in the shadows. Yet the barn, as secure and comforting as it was, had begun to feel like a cage. It had walls and corners that seemed smaller with each passing day, and even the familiar sounds of the farm, the distant cluck of hens, the low moo of cows, the rustle of straw under the old wooden rafters, felt suddenly confining. It was on a bright morning, with the sun casting long golden fingers across the dew-speckled fields, that the three pigs decided the time had come. Their decision was not dramatic. There were no raised voices or heated debates. It simply grew in their minds like a quiet determination. They would leave the barn and venture into the wider world. Each pig imagined, in their own way, what independence might mean. It was not merely the act of leaving. It was the promise of freedom, of choosing one's own path, of building a life on one's own terms. The first pig, the youngest of the three, thought of comfort above all else. To him, a good home was a place where he could rest without worry, where the sun would warm the floorboards in the morning, and where the nights were calm and undisturbed. He carried with him a small bundle of personal belongings, a few tufts of straw that smelled faintly of home, a tiny wooden bowl, and a small satchel of apples for the journey. The idea of freedom excited him, but so did the simplicity of life without hardship or labour beyond what was necessary. The second pig, in contrast, valued a sense of order and balance. He imagined a home that was strong enough to withstand the wind, large enough to store supplies, and well arranged to allow for efficiency in daily life. While he did not reject comfort entirely, he measured it against practicality. For him, independence meant having control over one's surroundings, and he carried a small toolkit, a hammer, a few nails, and a spool of rope, ready to shape the world according to his own design. He thought of the barn and its unpredictable corners and leaky roof, and felt a quiet determination to do better, to construct something lasting. The third pig, the eldest, was guided by caution and foresight. He believed a home should not only provide comfort and order, but also offer security against the unforeseen. He had listened carefully to the tales of the old animals who spoke of dangers lurking beyond the fields, stories that his younger siblings often dismissed. The third pig carried maps he had drawn himself, noting rivers, hills, and the edges of the forest. He packed seeds to plant, stones for potential building, and a collection of small but durable tools. To him, independence was inseparable from preparedness. A life without planning, he felt, was a life that invited trouble. And so the three little pigs left the barn behind. At first, the world outside seemed overwhelmingly vast. The open field stretched endlessly, dotted with wildflowers that swayed in the breeze, while distant hills rolled gently toward the horizon. A river wound through the valley, its water sparkling in the sunlight, carrying with it the reflection of clouds and the occasional ripple of a fish breaking the surface. The air smelled different here, a mix of earth, water, and the faint, sharp scent of the forest edge that marked the beginning of unknown territory. Birds swooped and sang overhead, and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush added texture to the symphony of sounds. The pigs wandered through this world with a mixture of awe and caution. Each step carried a lesson. The first pig delighted in the softness of the grass beneath his hooves, and the ease with which he could find fallen fruit and edible roots. The second pig observed the landscape, noting which trees might provide material for shelter, and which low banks would offer protection from sudden rain. The third pig scrutinized every shadow, every movement at the edge of vision, aware that not all creatures were friendly. His ears twitched at the faintest crack of a twig. His nose sniffed the air for unfamiliar scents, and his eyes scanned the horizon for anything that might signal danger. It was during one such cautious survey that the first hints of trouble appeared. In the distance, partially concealed by the tall grass and the edge of the forest, a figure watched them with deliberate stillness. The wolf, a creature both clever and patient, had noticed the pigs from afar. He didn't move hastily, nor did he approach immediately. There was no rush, for he knew that anticipation often worked better than speed. His fur blended with the shadows, his amber eyes tracking the pigs' movements as they explored the land. To him, this was a game of observation and strategy. He noted the youngest pig's careless enjoyment of the fields, the second pig's practical measurements, and the third pig's cautious scanning. Each revealed their strengths and, more importantly, their weaknesses. The pigs, for their part, did not notice the wolf. Their minds were filled with the excitement of discovery, the softness of the moss along the river bank, the sound of birds dipping and darting through the trees, the way sunlight pooled in quiet hollows. Each of them began imagining where they might build their future homes. The first pig thought of a spot near the river, close enough to drink, but far enough to enjoy the cool breeze. The second pig found a low hill overlooking the field, where he could see the surroundings clearly and control his space. The third pig wandered toward a small rise at the forest edge, noting the soil, the supply of stones, and the potential to build a strong, lasting structure. Despite their differences, a common excitement bound them together, the knowledge that they were free to choose. They were no longer confined to the routines of the barn, no longer limited by the expectations of their mother or the gentle strictures of farm life. The fields were open, the forests and rivers lay in waiting, and each choice they made felt like a step into a life of their own design. Yet, beneath the golden sunlight and the promise of independence, a tension lingered that the pigs could not perceive. The wolf, patient and calculating, was already learning their patterns. He could sense which pig would act impulsively, which would act with careful planning, and which might resist his influence longest. His presence was a quiet shadow behind the joy and curiosity of the pig's journey, a tension unspoken yet palpable to anyone who knew how the world beyond the barn could be. And so the three little pigs moved forward, each guided by their own vision, each unaware of the eye that followed them from the edge of the forest. They had taken the first steps into the larger world, and with those steps came both possibility and risk. They would soon learn that freedom required more than imagination and courage. It required judgment, effort, and the careful consideration of threats both obvious and hidden. But for now, the fields were wide, the river sparkled, and the forest's edge offered the promise of adventure, drawing them toward the next stage of their journey, where their choices would begin to shape not only their homes but their very lives. After days of wandering through the sunlit fields and along the sparkling river, the three little pigs began to consider the question that had been growing in their minds. Where would they live? The freedom they had sought was exhilarating, yet it came with the quiet but undeniable truth that a place to rest, eat, and shelter from weather, and from dangers unseen, was necessary. Each pig had a different vision of what a home should be, and each set to work according to his own priorities. The first pig, who valued comfort above all, found a small hollow near the riverbank, shaded by an overhanging tree. The soil was soft, the grass lush, and the river offered both a view and easy access to water. He imagined himself lying in the warmth of the sun, watching the water ripple and the clouds drift, without a worry in the world. To him, a home was a place to relax, not a fortress to endure hardships. He gathered long stalks of dry straw from the fields nearby, working quickly to stack them into walls. He wove the bundles together loosely, not minding that the structure swayed slightly in the wind. A roof of intertwined straw completed the house in what seemed to him a marvel of efficiency. Within hours, he had built a dwelling that would provide immediate shelter, a place to lie down after long days of wandering, and to enjoy the gentle evenings by the river. It was a cosy, cheerful place, though in hindsight it lacked anything resembling durability. But durability, the first pig thought, could wait. The present comfort was what mattered most. The second pig, observing his younger brother's haste with mild amusement, approached his own task differently. He had chosen a small hill that overlooked a portion of the field, a place that allowed him to see the movements of birds, other animals, and, unknowingly, the occasional shadow at the forest edge. He wanted a home that offered a measure of security, but he still valued speed. He gathered fallen branches and carefully trimmed them to roughly the same length. With a hammer and nails, he assembled a wooden frame and covered it with overlapping planks he had scavenged from old fences. The house stood sturdier than his brother's straw dwelling, its walls straight and its roof more protective against rain. Still, he worked with an eye on time. He wanted to settle in and enjoy his home rather than labour endlessly. He stepped back and admired the neatness of his work, pleased with the balance between comfort, function, and the effort required. Though it was stronger than straw, he had not tested it against extreme conditions, nor had he considered the more cunning predators that might come prowling. But the second pig was practical in his optimism, confident that his choices were sufficient. Meanwhile, The third pig, eldest and most cautious, approached the land with a different philosophy entirely. He wandered over a rocky rise at the edge of the forest, examining the soil, the placement of stones, and the supply of clay. He imagined walls that could withstand both wind and rain, doors that would close tightly against intruders, and a roof that would endure storms. He moved slowly, gathering stones and clay, arranging them with meticulous care. Each stone was tested for weight and balance, each brick moulded and fired in small batches over the course of days. He measured, aligned, and considered the best foundation, knowing that a house built hastily could collapse under pressure. The third pig didn't hurry. For him, a home was more than comfort. It was a promise of security, an investment in the future, a shield against whatever challenges the world might throw his way. Even as the three pigs worked, the first signs of unease began to stir. Though the youngest and middle pigs dismissed it as the natural caution of the eldest, there were hints that the world beyond the fields was not as gentle as it appeared. Occasionally, a shadow moved at the edge of the trees, too deliberate to be a passing animal. Sometimes the wind carried a faint scent of something sharp and musky, too distinct to ignore completely. The first pig, lying down after a morning's labour, shrugged off the feeling of unease and returned to weaving straw. The second pig noticed the occasional rustle in the underbrush, but attributed it to rabbits or deer, maintaining a casual vigilance while hammering the final planks into place. Only the third pig, careful and attentive, paused frequently to scan the horizon, sniff the air, and listen for unfamiliar sounds. His instincts told him that the presence he sensed was patient, deliberate, and calculating. It was not the random movement of forest creatures. It was something waiting, observing, perhaps even planning. Yet, for all these subtle warnings, life in the fields had its pleasures. The first pig decorated his straw house with wildflowers, weaving them into the walls and around the doorway. He spent the afternoons lounging, watching insects dart over the river's surface, and tasting the sweetness of ripened berries. The second pig took satisfaction in the orderliness of his wooden house, organising his small belongings and creating a place to store fruits and roots he found in the fields. The third pig, though constantly vigilant, found a rhythm in his labour, the satisfaction of each stone placed and brick set giving him a quiet sense of achievement. Each pig, in his own way, was shaping not just a home, but a life. One of leisure, one of practicality, and one of foresight. The work of building also revealed differences in temperament. The first pig's eagerness to finish quickly led him to cut corners, stacking straw that would not withstand much pressure. He laughed at minor collapses, repairing them with more straw rather than reconsidering the design. The second pig, while more careful, still found himself prioritizing speed over absolute resilience, confident that his wooden walls were sufficient. The third pig, however, measured twice and placed each brick once, checking angles and weight, adjusting for the smallest imperfections. Though this method was slow and laborious, he knew it would provide the security that the other pigs had overlooked. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, shadows lengthened, and a gentle breeze stirred the grass and leaves. The wolf continued to watch from the edge of the forest. He had observed the pig's methods, noting the weaknesses and the strengths. The first pig's house of straw offered almost no resistance, while the wooden structure of the second pig was slightly more formidable but far from impenetrable. The third pig's careful work promised a challenge, a home that might resist even the cleverest of attempts. The wolf waited, patient and calculating, aware that the moment to act would come, but content to let the pigs continue unaware of the eyes following them. The pigs, for their part, remained mostly carefree, absorbed in their labour and the excitement of creating something of their own. Yet beneath the satisfaction of completion, a subtle current of tension threaded through the day. The world outside the barn was more expansive, more open, and more unpredictable than they had imagined. Even as they celebrated the small successes of their homes, the first pig arranging a cosy bed of straw, the second pig hammering the last plank in place, the third pig admiring a straight, solid wall. They were stepping further into a world where comfort, practicality, and caution would be tested in ways they could not yet foresee. The first pig's straw house glimmered in the sunlight, the second pig's wooden house stood proud on the hill, and the third pig's brick house began to take form like a quiet promise against the uncertainties ahead. And so, each in his own way, the three little pigs settled into the rhythm of their chosen lives, their thoughts wandering to the future, their hearts light with a sense of accomplishment, and the distant presence of the wolf lingering quietly. A reminder that the world beyond the barn held dangers that would soon demand attention, resilience, and courage. The wolf had been watching for days, moving silently through the shadows of the forest, his amber eyes tracking the three little pigs as they explored and built their homes. He was a patient predator, knowing that hasty action often spoiled opportunity. Each pig revealed something about themselves through the choices they made. The first pig's eagerness for comfort and speed, the second pig's balance of care and haste, and the third pig's cautious methodicalness. The wolf studied them all, noting not only the materials they used, but the patterns of their behaviour, the places they chose to linger, and the rhythms of their work. He had waited long enough. It was time to test the smallest and most vulnerable. The first pig, in his straw house by the river, was blissfully unaware of the danger creeping nearer. He spent the morning arranging wildflowers along the doorway and fluffing the soft bed of straw inside, humming to himself as he admired the sunlight glinting on the water. The wolf approached slowly, keeping to the shadow of the trees, careful not to disturb the birds or rustle the underbrush too loudly. He circled the small hollow, observing the house's loose structure, and noting the ease with which the first pig had piled the straw. It was fragile, almost laughably so, and the wolf's sharp mind calculated how little effort it would take to demolish it. With deliberate steps, he drew closer, stopping just beyond the first pig's line of sight. The wolf circled the house once, sniffing the air, noting the smell of the pig's presence mingled with the scent of the river and the soft earth. He began to test the walls, pushing lightly at the loose bundles of straw. The first pig, startled by a sudden movement at the corner of his eye, froze for a moment, but soon returned to arranging flowers, convinced it was only a deer or a wandering rabbit. The wolf then pushed harder, leaning against the walls, pressing and shoving with calculated force. Within moments, The straw collapsed like dry sand under a sudden gust of wind. The first pig let out a squeal of panic and scrambled from his home, barely managing to gather a few tufts of straw in his haste. The wolf, calm and deliberate, followed at a distance, not chasing too close, for he understood the value of letting his prey run toward opportunity. The first pig ran across the field, breath coming in quick bursts, ears flattened against his head, until he reached the wooden house of his middle brother. He pounded on the door, frantic, shaking the wooden frame with his small hooves, and the second pig, alarmed by the sudden commotion, rushed to open it. For a moment, the two pigs stood together, hearts pounding and eyes wide. The wolf had not yet arrived at the wooden house, but his presence was no longer theoretical. The sound of a twig snapping behind the trees, the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional glint of amber eyes at the forest edge. It all combined into an unmistakable tension that neither pig could ignore. The first pig's relief at reaching his brother was tempered by the realization that their independence, their joy in building and living in their chosen homes, had exposed them to danger they had barely imagined. The second pig, though more composed than his younger sibling, felt a chill run down his spine. His wooden house, sturdy as it was, had not been tested in earnest, and he now understood that his confidence in its strength might be overestimated. The two pigs moved inside, bolting the door and pressing against the walls, listening intently. The first pig's chest heaved, and he kept glancing toward the edge of the forest, where shadows seemed to lengthen unnaturally, though the sunlight was still high in the sky. The wolf, patient as ever, approached the wooden house with measured steps. He sniffed the ground, tracing the scent of the first pig, noting the fresh footprints that led to this new location. He examined the structure from the outside, noting the gaps in the wood and the points where the planks were loosely nailed. Though the wooden walls resisted the initial push he tried, the wolf's mind was already calculating his next move, weighing force against strategy, knowing that persistence and cleverness could overcome most obstacles. He did not yet huff or puff. He merely circled, testing weak spots and waiting for the moment to strike with maximum effect. Inside, the first pig whimpered softly, while the second pig tried to calm him, though he himself could feel the growing weight of fear. The realization settled upon them. The world beyond their mother's barn was not the gentle, forgiving place they had imagined. The fields, the river, the sunlight, all of it held beauty, yes, but also danger. And the wolf's presence was the first undeniable proof. The pigs were not just creatures wandering in an open valley. They were potential prey, and their homes, built with care or haste, were their only protection. The tension rose slowly, stretching like a taut wire. Every sound seemed amplified, the creak of wood under the wind, the soft sighing of the river, the distant rustle of leaves in the forest. The first pig pressed his nose to the floor, imagining that staying low might make him invisible, while the second pig inspected the windows and corners, thinking of ways to fortify them quickly. Both understood, on a level that went beyond words, that they could not rely solely on their previous judgments. Speed, comfort, and partial effort were no longer sufficient. Survival demanded attention, action, and perhaps even cooperation with one another. Meanwhile, the wolf continued his patient observation. He could see the fear through the wooden walls, could hear it in the hurried footsteps and anxious snuffles. The first pig, who had been carefree and impulsive, now understood what caution meant in a visceral way. The second pig, who had balanced care with haste, recognized that careful planning was not always enough when threats could move unseen and unpredictable. And beyond both of them, the third pig's brick house awaited, standing quietly at the forest's edge, a structure of patient effort and careful thought. The wolf's gaze flicked toward it, calculating the challenge ahead. He had begun with the easiest target, testing the first weak link, and now the game was becoming real. The first signs of panic had arrived. The first pig trembled slightly, glancing repeatedly toward the forest's edge, while the second pig tried to maintain calm, though his ears twitched at every sound. Their independent ventures had brought them excitement, joy, and pride, but they had also led them into a world where vigilance and judgment were required. The wolf's presence was no longer a distant possibility. It was tangible, pressing against the edges of their awareness, testing their courage, and threatening their homes. And so, the two pigs stood together in the wooden house, listening to the soft but deliberate sounds outside, feeling the tension in the air, and recognizing for the first time that life beyond the barn demanded more than simple wishes or hastily built shelters. The wolf had arrived, and with his patience, cleverness, and hunger, he had begun to shape the world the pigs now faced. A world that was beautiful, challenging, and above all, dangerous. The first pig's straw house was gone. The second pig's wooden home trembled under the anticipation of what was to come, and beyond the forest's edge, the third pig's brick house awaited its own trial. The game had begun, and the pigs, though still learning, were about to discover that freedom came with consequences, that joy and creativity were not shields against cunning predators, and that the world outside the barn demanded courage, wit, and an awareness that would test them in ways they could not yet fully understand. The wolf lingered at the edge of the field, watching the two pigs through the shadows of the trees. His amber eyes gleamed with patience and cunning, noting how the first pig trembled at every sound, and how the second pig moved with a combination of worry and determination. The wooden house, while sturdier than the first pig's straw dwelling, was far from impervious. The wolf understood that strength could be tested and weaknesses exploited. His hunger, both literal and strategic, pushed him to plan carefully. He would not rush. Instead, he circled the structure, observing the angles of the walls, the gaps between planks, and the points where the roof met the edges of the frame. Every detail mattered. Inside, the first pig crouched low, ears pressed to the floor, imagining every possible escape, every hidden vulnerability. The second pig, though calmer, paced near the door, examining the nails and wood, tapping them lightly to judge their strength. He knew that the wolf was clever and patient. This was not a force that could be confronted with brute strength alone. Yet, despite their growing anxiety, the two pigs remained reactive rather than proactive, responding to noises and shadows rather than anticipating the wolf's next move. The tension in the air was palpable, pressing against the walls of the wooden house, as though it were a living thing. The wolf tested the first weak points with methodical persistence. He huffed and puffed near a corner of the wooden house, first gently, then with growing force. The planks shivered under the pressure, and the second pig's eyes widened in alarm. He grabbed his younger brother, urging him to move back, yet both knew that their house could not withstand a prolonged attack. The wolf's patience was infuriating in its precision. Every push, every pressure seemed measured, calculated to exploit their lack of foresight. Soon, the wooden walls creaked and groaned, splintering in places under the repeated effort. Panic surged through the first pig. He squealed and stumbled toward the door, tripping over a loose plank, while the second pig struggled to hold the frame together, realizing that their survival depended on immediate action rather than half measures. With a final, forceful push, the wolf broke through a section of the wall. The first pig bolted instinctively, and the second pig followed, both fleeing across the field in a desperate race for safety. They did not glance back. Their minds were filled with the urgent need to survive. The wolf, patient and calculating, let them run, understanding that a chase often revealed more than a direct attack. His steps were silent on the soft earth, and his amber eyes never left the fleeing pigs. Every movement, every panic-driven choice they made was being observed, recorded, and stored for his next effort. The two pigs reached the third pig's brick house, a small rise at the edge of the forest where their eldest brother had worked tirelessly. Its walls, still cool to the touch from the shade of the surrounding trees, exuded an air of stability and permanence. The third pig opened the door quickly, ushering his siblings inside, and immediately began inspecting the exterior. He noted where the walls were strongest, where mortar had been carefully applied, and how the house's height and thickness would resist the wolf's persistent efforts. Unlike his brothers, he did not panic. His mind ran through possible strategies, plans and contingencies. For him, survival was a combination of preparation, observation, and careful calculation. Inside the brick house, the first pig's relief was almost audible. He collapsed on the floor, exhausted and trembling, while the second pig paced, attempting to regain composure. The contrast between their personalities was stark. The first pig, impulsive and comfort-focused, had learned fear in the most immediate visceral way. The second pig, thoughtful but sometimes overconfident, had been forced to confront the limitations of his planning. The third pig, cautious and methodical, now assumed the role of strategist, guiding his brothers through the steps necessary to fortify the house, secure supplies, and anticipate the wolf's next moves. The wolf did not waste time. He prowled the perimeter of the brick house, circling and testing the walls with deliberate force. He examined the foundation, sniffed the edges, and pressed against doors and windows with varying pressure. Each attempt revealed less vulnerability than the previous ones, and his frustration grew, though he remained composed. His cleverness escalated as he devised strategies to undermine the pig's defences, small, probing efforts to test weak points, careful observation to learn their routines, and patient waiting for moments of carelessness. The wolf's intellect, combined with his relentless determination, made him a constant threat, a presence that could not be ignored. Within the brick house, the first and second pigs gradually began to understand the seriousness of the situation. They had entered a world that demanded constant vigilance, quick thinking, and the ability to act under pressure. Their earlier homes had been reflections of their personalities, but they had been insufficient against a predator who was both clever and patient. Now, under the guidance of the third pig, they began to adopt more strategic behaviour. The first pig, though still impulsive, learned to slow down, to observe, and to act in coordination with his brothers. The second pig refined his planning, integrating caution with his practical skills. Together, they formed a tentative alliance, their survival dependent not just on individual effort, but on the cooperation and foresight of all three. The days stretched on with a quiet, escalating tension. The wolf continued his surveillance, testing minor weaknesses, retreating when frustrated, and returning with renewed cunning. The first pig, who had once believed that comfort and speed were sufficient, now spent time reinforcing small weaknesses, following instructions from the third pig with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The second pig, once confident in his moderate preparation, worked alongside his younger brother to strengthen the interior, move supplies, and plan contingencies for the wolf's inevitable assaults. The third pig orchestrated the work, constantly assessing risks, adjusting defences, and teaching his brothers the importance of patience, observation, and strategic thinking. Through this process, the pigs began to understand the true nature of danger and the value of preparation. Their personalities, once sources of division and difference, became complementary forces. The first pig's energy and willingness to act provided initiative. The second pig's practicality and skill offered structure. And the third pig's caution and methodical planning supplied the guiding framework necessary to survive. The wolf, clever and relentless, was the catalyst that forced them to recognize these qualities in themselves and to cooperate in ways they had not before. As the sun dipped toward the horizon each evening, casting long shadows across the fields and forest, the pigs remained alert, listening to the soft, deliberate movements beyond the brick walls. The wolf's presence was constant, a reminder that the world beyond the barn was not safe, that comfort and skill alone were insufficient, and that survival required both intelligence and unity. Though fear lingered, so too did determination. The pigs had fled from straw and wood, but in the sturdy brick house, guided by careful planning and growing cooperation, they began to feel a sense of resilience, a quiet confidence that, if they remained vigilant and clever, they might withstand the wolf's persistence. The chase and escalating danger had tested their limits, reshaped their understanding of the world, and revealed the value of foresight, effort, and cooperation. The first pig trembled less with each passing day. The second pig's confidence grew tempered with caution, and the third pig's wisdom proved essential in guiding them all. Outside, the wolf watched, waiting for the next opportunity, calculating, patient, and cunning. Inside, the three pigs worked, prepared, and hoped, knowing that the trials they faced had only begun, and that their survival would demand all their courage, ingenuity, and unity in the days to come. The third pig's brick house, already solid and thoughtfully constructed, became the centre of a small fortress of determination. After the frantic flight from straw and wood, the three pigs set to work with renewed purpose. The first pig, still trembling from the narrow escape, followed the directions of his elder brother, learning for the first time the value of slow, careful labour. He moved stones, reinforced corners, and patched weak spots under the guidance of the third pig, discovering that effort, focus, and attention to detail could produce results far stronger than hastily piled straw. The second pig, combining his practical skills with newly tempered caution, helped lay additional bricks, strengthened door frames, and reinforced windows with heavy shutters. Even as the wolf watched from the forest's edge, clever and patient, he could see that the pig's efforts were no longer casual. They were methodical, precise, and unified. The first pig's earlier impulsiveness, once a source of amusement to his brothers, had been transformed into careful action. He still carried a spark of energy and enthusiasm, which, when directed by careful planning, became a useful force. The second pig, whose moderate caution had previously allowed him to feel confident too quickly, now balanced his skill with thoughtfulness, learning to anticipate potential attacks and to prepare contingencies. And the third pig, ever meticulous, oversaw every detail, ensuring that their combined efforts would not leave a single gap for the wolf to exploit. Together the three pigs turned the brick house into a structure that embodied both wisdom and cooperation, a far cry from the fragile shelters of their earlier independence. The wolf, seeing the renewed activity and the solidity of the brick house, approached with renewed determination. He tried every strategy he could conceive, from subtle pushes and pressure against the walls to sharp, forceful attempts at the doors. He circled the structure, examined the roof, and sniffed every corner, attempting to detect any weakness, however small. Each attempt, however, was met with frustration. The walls held firm, the mortar resisted his pressure, and the reinforced doors would not yield. The wolf's patience was tested, and his cleverness, which had carried him through the easier targets of straw and wood, now found its limits against a home built with foresight and effort. Inside, the pigs watched the wolf's movements through small gaps and cracks in the windows, learning to coordinate quietly. The first pig, who had previously fled at the first sign of danger, now helped his brothers carry supplies to strengthen vulnerable points, moving efficiently without panic. The second pig adjusted their defences when minor gaps were noticed, applying tools and techniques he had observed from his earlier experiences. And the third pig, the eldest, directed their efforts, calmly assessing each threat and organising their responses with precision. The synergy between them, once absent in their hasty independence, had become their strongest asset. Hours passed, and the wolf persisted. He attempted to huff and puff near the reinforced walls, but each effort only demonstrated the futility of attacking a structure built with skill and patience. He tested the door frames, tried prying at the windows, and even considered climbing onto the roof to find leverage, but the bricks and mortar held. Every tactic failed. His cleverness, honed from observing and exploiting weaknesses in others, was rendered ineffective by the pig's combined foresight and diligence. Frustration grew within him, yet he remained patient, circling and calculating, waiting for the tiniest error that never came. The pigs, working together, remained vigilant. They rotated shifts, ensuring someone always observed the wolf while the others reinforced and prepared the house. Food and water were rationed and organised, making sure no task distracted them from the central goal, maintaining the strength and integrity of their refuge. As they laboured, they reflected on the lessons of the past. The first pig recognised the cost of haste and comfort without caution, The second pig understood that practical skill must always be tempered with foresight, and the third pig realized the importance of teaching and guiding others, of transforming individual effort into collective security. Despite the wolf's relentless attempts, the pig's cooperation, preparation, and resolve proved superior. The hours of work, the careful placement of each brick, the reinforced doors and windows, and the constant observation allowed them to withstand the predator's tests without succumbing. The wolf, cunning and persistent, began to realize that his usual tactics were futile here. The first pig, once terrified, now moved with purpose. The second pig remained steady and measured, and the third pig, ever vigilant, coordinated their efforts to perfection. They had transformed their initial fear and vulnerability into resilience and strategy, and the wolf's presence, formidable as it was, could not break their determination. As evening fell and shadows lengthened across the valley, the wolf retreated, circling the perimeter one last time before disappearing into the forest. He had been tested, challenged, and ultimately thwarted. The pigs remained within their brick house, safe for the first time since leaving the barn. Their bodies ached from the labour. Their hearts still pounded from the fear and tension of the day, but a quiet satisfaction settled over them. They had survived, not through luck or instinct alone, but through planning, cooperation, and the application of the lessons learned from their earlier mistakes. The three pigs, exhausted but relieved, reflected on the journey that had brought them here. The first pig realized that his desire for immediate comfort had left him vulnerable, that action without consideration could be costly, and that the patience and guidance of others were invaluable. The second pig understood that confidence in one's skill was only meaningful when combined with caution, and that taking time to observe and anticipate threats could mean the difference between safety and disaster. The third pig, whose methodical caution had guided them all, saw the value of leadership, teaching, and collaboration, recognizing that wisdom was most powerful when shared and applied collectively. Their brick house stood as more than a shelter. It was a testament to the consequences of choices, the rewards of careful planning, and the strength found in cooperation. Each pig had contributed in his own way, and each had grown, learning lessons that would shape not only their understanding of home, but their understanding of the world itself. The valley, once a place of freedom and discovery, had revealed its dangers and its tests, but it had also offered the opportunity to learn, to adapt, and to emerge stronger. In the quiet that followed, with the wolf gone for now, and the brick house unyielding against the fading light, the pigs settled in. They rested with the knowledge that survival required more than desire or speed. It required foresight, effort, and unity. The first pig, once impulsive, now approached his surroundings with care. The second pig, once confident, now tempered his judgment with observation. The third pig, always vigilant, now understood the power of guiding others and the strength of combined effort. The valley remained as beautiful as it had been when they first left the barn, the river sparkling in the evening sun, the fields rustling gently in the breeze, and the forest standing silently at the edge of the land. Yet the pigs no longer viewed it as a purely gentle place. They understood that beauty and danger could coexist, that freedom carried responsibility, and that careful planning, wise choices, and cooperation could turn vulnerability into resilience. Their journey had begun with excitement and independence, had moved through fear and uncertainty, and had culminated in a hard-earned understanding of the world and their place within it. And so, within the brick house, surrounded by the labour of their hands and the lessons of their experiences, the three little pigs found a balance between caution and courage, between preparation and action. The wolf had tested them, the field had challenged them, and the world beyond the barn had forced them to grow. They had learned that survival was never guaranteed, that wisdom was forged in experience, and that the consequences of choices, both small and large, shaped the life one lived. For the first time, all three pigs felt a quiet, steady sense of security, not in the absence of danger, but in the knowledge that they were capable of meeting it. The brick house stood strong against the night, a symbol of patience, effort, and cooperation. The wolf, clever and persistent though he was, had been unable to breach it. And the pigs, each shaped by their past decisions, understood that the journey to this point had been as important as the safety they now enjoyed. In that moment, with the evening stars beginning to shimmer overhead, they rested, aware that the lessons they had learned would guide them for all the days to come. In a quiet village, tucked between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a boy named Jack, who dreamed of more than the small, ordinary life his family had. One morning, a single curious event, a mysterious exchange of a cow for a handful of strange beans, would tip his world upside down. What began as a simple act of mischief would grow into a journey so vast and strange that even the tallest trees could not contain it. From the roots of a curious beanstalk to the heights of a giant's castle, Jack would discover courage, cunning, and the cost of curiosity. Jack lived in a small, weather-worn cottage at the edge of a village where the roads were dust in summer and mud in winter. The house was as plain as any in the village, with crooked windows and a roof that let the wind whisper inside. Outside, the yard held little more than a patch of garden and a small shed that had seen better days. Inside, the house was quiet, except for the occasional creak of old floorboards and the low hum of a mother's sigh. Jack's mother was a woman who carried worry as easily as she carried water from the well. She had known better days, long ago, when her own father's farm had prospered, but now there was little to show for years of labour, no riches and not much comfort. Jack, on the other hand, had the restless spirit of a boy who found his world too small. He wandered through the village fields, explored the hedgerows, and spent hours staring at the sky as though it held secrets only he could see. Sometimes he would watch the clouds shift and imagine himself climbing higher than they could ever reach. His mother, however, had little patience for such daydreams. Every day was measured in chores, feeding the animals, fetching water, weeding the garden, and keeping the small house in order. There was no room for imagination, she would say, and yet she could not quite stop Jack from dreaming. The family's most valuable possession was a cow named Daisy. Daisy was a gentle creature, slow to anger, and generous with her milk. She provided the only steady source of food and income for Jack and his mother. Without her, the house would be emptier and the stomachs hungrier. Yet despite Daisy's importance, life with the cow had grown more difficult as the years passed. The milk alone couldn't always cover the small debts, and the fields had yielded little in recent seasons. Jack's mother often worried that if something happened to Daisy, there would be nothing left to hold their lives together. One morning, as the sun rose in pale streaks over the village, Jack was sent to the market with Daisy. The road was uneven and dusty, the wooden cart squeaking under the cow's slow, careful steps. Jack had been to the market many times, but each trip felt slightly new. He observed the traders and the buyers, the smells of fresh bread and roasted meat, the clamour of voices. There was a rhythm to the market, predictable yet lively, and Jack often felt that somewhere in the crowd something unexpected was waiting. It was in this crowded, sunlit market that Jack met the stranger. The man appeared out of nowhere, standing near a cart of curious objects that glimmered in the morning light. His coat was faded but neat, and his eyes held a sharp, clever glint. He did not speak to Jack at first, merely watched him and Daisy, as though he'd been waiting for their arrival. The air around him seemed to hum with something unfamiliar, something unexplainable. Jack, cautious but curious, approached. The stranger smiled faintly and offered a handful of beans. They were not ordinary beans, for they shimmered with a light that seemed to pulse gently in his palm. The man claimed they were magic, that they could grow beyond imagination, reaching into the clouds themselves. He promised wonders that no one had seen before, and all he asked in return was the cow. Jack hesitated. Daisy had been his companion for years, and the thought of giving her away filled him with worry. But the beans called to him in a way he could not explain. He imagined them planted in the garden, sprouting into the sky, taking him into a world far beyond the narrow fields and dusty roads he knew. He pictured climbing higher and higher, reaching a place no one else could reach, and perhaps finding riches or adventure waiting above. The stranger's eyes gleamed, and Jack felt the pull of curiosity stronger than any fear. Without thinking too deeply about the consequences, he exchanged Daisy for the beans. The man nodded once, then was gone, leaving Jack with the small, mysterious seeds and a racing heart. When Jack returned home, he held the beans out to his mother. At first, she thought he had brought something useful from the market, but when she saw the tiny seeds, her face turned pale with anger. She had worked hard, counting on the milk from Daisy to keep them alive through another season, and here was Jack with a handful of strange beans instead. She could not understand how he could be so reckless. She scolded him fiercely, and Jack tried to explain the magic, the promise of something greater, but her anger was too strong. In frustration, she flung the beans out the window into the damp soil at the edge of their garden and sent Jack to his chores. That night, the house was quieter than usual. The wind rattled the windows, and Jack lay awake, thinking about the beans in the soil outside. He imagined them growing tall, curling toward the clouds, carrying him into an unknown world. Sleep came slowly, filled with dreams of height and endless possibilities, of a world where he could do more than wander dusty roads. When the first rays of morning spilled over the horizon, Jack ran to the garden. He barely recognized the patch of soil he had cursed with his mother's scolding. Where the beans had been thrown, a small green shoot now stretched upward, glimmering with a light that seemed almost alive. It grew quickly, thicker and taller than Jack had ever imagined. He watched, wide-eyed, as the stem twisted skyward, disappearing into the clouds above. His heart raced with awe and fear. The garden no longer seemed small. The cottage walls no longer felt confining. Jack felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He knew that the beanstalk would not wait for him to decide what to do. It had begun to grow, and its height promised something extraordinary. Jack realized that the world he had known, quiet, careful and small, was about to change. He could not imagine what lay at the top, only that it would be vast, unknown, and perhaps dangerous. For the first time, Jack felt the weight of choice and adventure pressing against him. The beanstalk was no ordinary plant. It was a bridge to something beyond his life, something magical and terrifying. He stared at it for hours, thinking about the stranger, the magic, and the life he might lead if he dared to climb. At that moment, Jack understood that life with Daisy had ended the moment he took the beans. What waited above was uncertain, but the pull of curiosity was stronger than caution, and he could not look away. The beanstalk stretched endlessly into the clouds, a tower of green reaching higher than the tallest trees, higher than the hills, higher than Jack's imagination had ever dared. The world below seemed smaller with every inch it rose, and Jack felt the thrill of the unknown calling to him. He did not know what dangers awaited, nor what wonders, but he knew one thing clearly. His life would never be the same again. And so, with the morning sun shining on the cottage, and the wind stirring through the leaves, Jack stood at the foot of the beanstalk. It had begun its quiet, unstoppable growth, hinting at adventures that no one could yet imagine. The world above waited, and Jack could only watch, heart pounding, as the first step of a journey larger than his small village beckoned. Jack woke to a light so bright it seemed to pour through the small cracks in the cottage walls. The morning air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of soil and dew from the garden. At first, he thought it was merely the sun rising, but as he rubbed his eyes and looked toward the yard, his breath caught. The beanstalk had grown overnight, taller and wider than any tree he had ever seen. Its stem was thick and solid, twisting upward with a strange, silent force, and its leaves spread like green sails in the wind. It climbed beyond the roof, beyond the trees, and vanished into the clouds above. Jack felt a mixture of awe and fear. His heart raced, beating unevenly as he stared at the immense plant. It seemed alive, not merely a stalk of a bean, but a living bridge to somewhere unknown. He could hear the faint rustle of leaves, though there was no wind strong enough to move them, and the light that glinted along the stem gave it a shimmering, almost magical presence. For a moment, Jack imagined that it was not the beanstalk that had grown, but the world itself expanding before him, offering a path to the skies. He thought about his mother and Daisy, about the small house and the dusty roads, and he realized that nothing below could hold him now. The beanstalk promised something different, something vast, unreachable, and full of possibilities. Fear whispered in his mind, reminding him of the dangers of climbing so high, of falling, or of what might lie above. Yet curiosity pressed louder, stronger, and Jack knew that he would not turn away. Jack approached the stalk cautiously, placing his hand on its rough, damp surface. The texture was firm yet slightly warm, almost like it pulsed with life. He tested the strength of a low branch and found it sturdy enough to hold him. Slowly, Carefully, he began to climb. Each movement required thought and balance, for the height below was already enough to make his stomach tighten. The ground seemed farther away than it had ever been, and the familiar sights of his village grew smaller with every pull upward. As he climbed, the beanstalk changed around him. Its stem thickened, curling in spiral patterns, and the leaves formed strange shapes, some resembling wings, others like the hands of giants reaching skyward. Jack noticed small flowers opening along the vine, glowing faintly with colours that had no name. Tiny creatures, unlike any birds or insects he had seen, flitted among the leaves. They shimmered like threads of light, moving quickly, yet always disappearing before you could focus on them. The air felt different, thinner, and cooler, carrying a faint, sweet scent that made Jack dizzy with wonder. Time lost its usual shape as Jack climbed. The sun below became a distant glow, and the shadows of clouds moved across him, shifting with a rhythm he could not measure. At times, the beanstalk swayed slightly, as if testing his resolve, and Jack's hands tightened on the stem, knuckles white. He could hear the occasional crack of branches far below, reminding him of the distance he had travelled and the risk he carried. Each step upward was a mixture of fear and thrill, the two feelings twisting together like the spirals of the stalk itself. The higher he climbed, the stranger the world became. Clouds passed him like waves, soft and thick, and he could see glimpses of the land far below, patches of green fields, tiny roofs of houses, the winding roads that seemed like threads from this height. The village looked small and fragile, as though it belonged to a different life, one he had almost left behind. The wind moved differently up here, whispering across leaves and branches, carrying faint echoes of places he had never seen. The beanstalk seemed to hum softly, a vibration that travelled through Jack's arms and legs, urging him onward, urging him higher. Hours passed, though Jack could not be sure. Sometimes he rested on broad, sturdy branches, looking down at the distant earth and feeling the pull of gravity in a new way. Each time he paused, he felt a strange exhilaration, as if the world below could no longer touch him. His fear never fully disappeared, but it became a companion to the thrill of discovery, a reminder of the strange and vast adventure he had begun. As he rose above the last thin cloud, Jack saw the sky stretch endlessly, a pale blue that merged with the white of the clouds below. The air felt thinner, colder, and filled with a sense of vast emptiness. Then, through the shifting mist, he saw it, a castle. It hovered on a cloud far larger than any he had imagined. Its walls glimmered faintly, as though dusted with gold or sunlight, and tall towers rose like fingers toward the sky. The sight took Jack's breath away. He could see windows and terraces, bridges that linked towers, and distant shapes that suggested courtyards and gardens, though all shimmered through the clouds like a dream half-formed. Jack stopped for a moment, gripping the stalk with both hands. The castle was real, yet it felt distant, as though it belonged to another world entirely. Its presence confirmed what he had hoped and feared. The beanstalk didn't merely grow into the sky, it led to a realm beyond his imagination, a place of possibilities and danger intertwined. His heart pounded, both from the climb and from the sight of what awaited him. He knew he could go no further without care. The branches near the top were thinner, and the wind was stronger. A misstep could send him tumbling through the clouds, and the castle, as distant and marvellous as it appeared, was still far from reach. Jack's fear returned, sharper now, but it was accompanied by determination. He had climbed so far, seen so much, and the unknown lay just beyond his grasp. He could not turn back, not now, when the promise of something incredible waited ahead. The beanstalk stretched upwards, beyond even his eye's ability to follow, twisting through the clouds like a green ladder to another world. Jack's body ached, but his mind was alive with questions and visions of what might await him. The castle glimmered, a hint of treasures and dangers that could change his life, and he felt the quiet thrill of standing on the threshold of something enormous. And so Jack paused, suspended between earth and sky, between what he had known and what he was about to discover. Below him, the village was a distant memory, small and fragile. Above, the castle waited, and the wind whispered secrets he could not yet understand. Every instinct urged caution, yet every spark of curiosity pulled him onward. Jack breathed deeply, feeling the cool, rarefied air fill his lungs. The beanstalk beneath him seemed to pulse, as if aware of his presence, as if ready to carry him higher still. Somewhere beyond the clouds, in that castle of gold and stone, lay the beginning of an adventure that would change him in ways he could not yet imagine. He gathered his strength, tightened his grip, and prepared to climb toward the castle, each step bringing him closer to the unknown. The sky stretched endlessly above, the beanstalk carried him higher, and Jack's heart thrummed with a mixture of fear and wonder. The world he had known had vanished behind him, and only the climb remained, a bridge to the marvels that awaited above. Jack moved carefully along the thick, twisting branches of the beanstalk until he reached the edge of the cloud where the castle rested. From a distance, it looked enormous and impossibly perfect, but as he drew closer, he noticed the details. The tall towers with carved stone, terraces lined with low walls, and tiny windows glinting in the sunlight. The cloud supported it like a living cushion, shifting slightly under the castle's weight, giving it the sense of hovering, almost floating. Jack's heart raced, part excitement, part fear. He knew he had crossed into a world unlike any he had ever imagined. He made his way to the castle's entrance, careful to keep to the shadows. The doors were vast and made of thick, polished wood, bound with iron bands that glinted faintly. Jack's small hands could barely reach across the handle, but the door stood slightly ajar, inviting and threatening all at once. He slipped inside quietly, moving as silently as possible. Inside, the air was different, warmer, scented with spices and smoke, and filled with the sound of faint creaking as though the castle itself breathed. The rooms were enormous, their ceilings high and vaulted, their walls lined with tapestries depicting scenes Jack could only guess at. Gold and silver glimmered in every corner, scattered in ways that made the space feel alive. There were tables piled with shining plates and cups, chairs carved with intricate designs, and large rugs that seemed impossibly soft beneath his feet. Jack's eyes widened with amazement. He had never seen wealth like this, not even in stories, and the treasures called to him like a promise. As he crept further into the castle, Jack came upon a hall filled with objects more wondrous than he could describe. A golden harp sat in the centre of the room. Its strings seemed to shimmer in the light, and he could almost hear a faint melody when he looked at it, as if it were alive. A hen with feathers that glowed like gold pecked quietly at some grain on the floor. Every movement it made seemed deliberate, precious, and Jack realized that these treasures were no ordinary possessions. They were alive with magic, each one holding a secret, a power, or a reward. Jack's breath caught when he saw other wonders as well. Chests filled with coins and jewels, goblets that seemed to gleam without light, and plates that looked as though they had been carved from the clouds themselves. He moved slowly, trying to take in everything while keeping his presence hidden. The castle seemed vast, yet he could feel the tension in the air, the sense that he was not meant to be there. Every footstep, every small sound felt amplified in the silence. Then he heard it, the heavy, thudding steps of the giant. The ground trembled slightly with each step, and Jack froze, pressed against a tall chair. He had seen the giant from a distance when glimpsing through the clouds, and now he could hear him clearly. A deep, rumbling voice, though he could not yet make out the words. The giant's presence filled the halls, and Jack realized he was no longer merely exploring, but trespassing in a world where every movement could be fatal. Jack's heart pounded as he watched the giant move. The enormous figure strode through the halls, his shadow stretching like a dark curtain across the floors. His voice echoed, low and threatening, though he did not seem to notice Jack at first. Jack crouched behind a large chest, trying to remain as still as possible, and marvelled at the sheer size and strength of the being before him. Every object the giant touched seemed to tremble under his fingers, every step sending vibrations through the floor. Jack felt a mixture of fear and awe, knowing he had to be careful, yet fascinated by the power and majesty of this castle inhabitant. It was then that Jack spotted the treasures more clearly. The golden harp rested on a low pedestal, its strings vibrating faintly as if aware of him. The hen that laid golden eggs moved quietly near the fireplace, its feathers catching the light in brilliant patterns. Jack realized that these were not merely objects, but wonders that could change his life if he could take them. Yet he also understood the risk. One wrong move, one careless step, and the giant would see him. Jack waited, observing the giant, learning his patterns and movements. He noticed how the giant walked slowly, how he paused to inspect objects, how he seemed to hum faintly to himself. Each observation taught Jack something: how to move, where to step, how to avoid notice. His body tensed with anticipation, his mind focused on the delicate balance of fear and opportunity. He knew that this first visit was a test, not only of courage, but of cunning, and he could not afford to fail. Finally, Jack saw his chance. The giant turned away, distracted by something in another room. Jack moved quickly, quietly, his small hands gripping the smooth surfaces of furniture and walls. He reached the hen first, lifting it gently. The bird made no sound, only pecked at the air briefly before settling into Jack's arms. He felt a thrill of triumph, but he did not linger. The giant's rumble echoed behind him, a reminder that time was short, and that escape was more important than greed. Jack retraced his steps with careful precision, keeping to the shadows, avoiding loose floorboards and glimmering objects that might give him away. He could feel the weight of the hen in his arms, a small, precious treasure that represented both risk and reward. The giant's footsteps grew louder as he realized something was missing, but Jack was already halfway to the stairs, or rather, the section of the castle that led toward the edge of the clouds and the beanstalk. The final moments of escape were tense. The giant's booming voice filled the hall, calling out in a language Jack could not understand, but that carried unmistakable anger. Jack ran as quickly as he dared, careful not to trip, careful not to make a sound. The beanstalk loomed ahead, a green tower of safety and freedom. Jack reached it, scrambling onto a thick branch, and climbed down as fast as his arms and legs would allow. Behind him, the giant's roar echoed through the clouds, a reminder of the dangers he had narrowly avoided. By the time Jack reached the lower branches, the giant's presence was still felt, a shadow of fear that lingered in his mind. He looked back at the castle above the clouds, glimmering faintly in the sunlight, and felt a mixture of awe, excitement, and relief. The hen in his arms clucked softly, a reminder that he had succeeded in taking something precious, but also that he had only begun to understand the risks and wonders of this magical world. Jack continued his careful descent, step by step, until the familiar ground of his garden came into view below the clouds. The village seemed small and ordinary once more, yet he felt different, changed by what he had seen and done. The beanstalk towered above him, stretching far beyond anything in his imagination, a silent invitation to further adventure. Jack knew he would return, that the treasures and dangers of the castle called to him irresistibly. And so he reached the garden, placing the hen gently on the ground, breathing deeply, and looking up at the beanstalk that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. The adventure was far from over, and Jack understood that each visit would test his courage, his cunning, and his patience. He had glimpsed a world of wonders and risk, and he had taken the first step into it. The hen in his arms was proof of success, but also a reminder that the giant was real, powerful, and aware. Jack's mind raced with plans, with visions of what might be taken next, and with the knowledge that every journey upward would demand more daring than the last. The beanstalk stretched endlessly, promising further challenges and treasures, and Jack felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration as he realized that he could not resist its call. After the first daring escape, Jack could not stop thinking about the giant's castle and the treasures it held. The golden hen rested in a small pen in the corner of the garden, and its steady laying of golden eggs made the cottage seem almost alive with possibility. Each egg was a miracle, a promise that the risk he had taken was worth it. Yet Jack's mind wandered constantly to the other wonders he had glimpsed, treasures far greater than even gold could measure. The harp, the chests of coins, and the glimmering objects that seemed alive with magic called to him incessantly. It was not long before Jack felt the pull of the beanstalk again. Each day he found himself staring at it, imagining the feel of the branches under his hands, the sway of leaves in the clouds, and the castle above, waiting. The first climb had been frightening, yes, but it had also been thrilling. He had learned what it meant to move carefully, to observe, to hide, and to trust his own instincts. The memory of the giant's booming voice still echoed in his ears, a warning and a challenge all at once. Jack knew that every step upward would carry greater risk, yet he could not resist the temptation of what awaited. His second climb was slower and more deliberate. He had memorized the giant's movements, the rough layout of the rooms, and the location of the treasures. Jack noticed how the giant tended to sleep during certain hours, how he hummed while inspecting objects, and how he moved through the castle with a mixture of power and carelessness. With each visit, Jack became more confident, but the danger grew as he dared to linger longer, to reach further, and to observe more closely. The castle itself seemed different each time he returned. Sometimes the light fell in strange patterns across the halls, highlighting treasures he had not seen before. Other times the giant seemed more aware, his deep footsteps echoing through corridors Jack had thought safe. The golden harp called to him faintly, vibrating as though it sensed his presence, and the other treasures seemed to shift subtly when he passed. Jack learned to move with patience, to watch shadows, and to anticipate the giant's moods. He became more daring, exploring corners of the castle that had remained hidden during his first visit. With each journey, Jack carried something back. Sometimes it was the hen, sometimes small treasures he could conceal in his pockets, and sometimes he simply observed, learning and planning. Each return filled him with a mixture of exhilaration and dread. He understood now that the giant was not merely a creature of strength, but of cunning, and that one misstep could be fatal. Jack's excitement often battled with fear, the two emotions twisting together so tightly that he could hardly separate them. He felt alive in a way he never had before, caught between the thrill of adventure and the reality of danger. As the visits continued, Jack's mind began to measure the giant in new ways. He noticed the giant's meals, the way he moved objects with enormous strength, and the faint patterns of routine that seemed to guide his days. Jack realized that the giant's size and power made him formidable, but also that he had weaknesses. He could be distracted, he could be slow to notice small movements, and he had moments of carelessness. Jack's understanding of the giant grew, and with it, his own confidence. Yet he also sensed that the giant's awareness was sharpening. Something in the castle seemed on edge, as though it sensed the intrusions and was preparing for them. Jack's greed began to grow alongside his curiosity. The treasures were not just objects, they were symbols of a life far beyond the small cottage and the dusty village roads. Each golden egg, each coin, each glimmering object whispered the possibility of wealth, security, and power. And yet, with each climb, Jack felt a weight of risk pressing heavier. The giant's suspicion was no longer subtle. He could sense the presence of intruders, even if he did not see them clearly. Jack knew he had to be smarter, faster, and more cautious with every step. He began planning more carefully, studying the Beanstalk itself as well as the castle. He measured his movements, anticipated the giant's patterns, and considered the timing of each climb. The stakes were higher than ever. Each visit had taught him more about courage, about patience, and about the delicate balance between daring and recklessness. Jack knew that he could not continue indefinitely, that eventually the giant would catch him if he acted carelessly. Despite the fear and the tension, Jack's mind remained focused on one truth. The treasures of the castle called to him, and he could not resist the lure of what awaited at the top. The golden harp, with its magical strings, the chests of wealth, and the other wonders that seemed alive with power, demanded to be taken. He imagined carrying them back to the cottage, transforming the small house into a place of abundance, changing his life and his mother's life forever. The temptation was nearly irresistible, and yet Jack knew he had to plan carefully for one final climb. He could feel it in his bones. The giant's suspicion had grown, the dangers had multiplied, and the time for careful exploration was ending. He needed to prepare for a decisive venture, one that would require all his skill, all his courage, and all his cunning. The golden hen had been a small prize, the initial treasure's minor glimpses of what awaited. But this final journey would demand everything he had learned. Jack spent days watching the beanstalk, the clouds above, and the shifting light that marked the giant's movements. He mapped the castle in his mind, noting every hallway, every room, every treasure he hoped to reach. He imagined the giant sleeping, moving, discovering, and growing angry, and he planned how to navigate each moment. The tension in his chest was constant, a reminder that the line between success and disaster was thin, and that the slightest mistake could end his adventure before it truly began. By the time the day of the final climb arrived, Jack was ready. His hands and arms were strong from repeated ascents, his mind sharp from observation, and his heart steady despite the fear that never fully left him. He stood at the base of the beanstalk, looking up at the clouds and the castle beyond. He thought of all he had gained, all he had risked, and all he still hoped to achieve. The air around the stalk seemed to hum with anticipation, as though the plant itself knew that this climb was different from all the others. Jack took a deep breath, feeling the familiar texture of the branches under his fingers. He knew that the giant would not be deceived for long, that danger waited at every turn, and that the treasures were worth more than gold alone. The thrill of the climb, the weight of greed, and the sharp edge of fear mingled in his chest, each one pushing him upward. He began to climb, slowly, carefully, step by step, his eyes fixed on the castle above. The clouds shifted around him, thick and soft, yet carrying the sense of a hidden world beyond. Jack's mind ran through his plan one last time, considering every detail, every possible outcome, every moment of risk. The giant's suspicion had grown, the stakes had risen, and yet the promise of adventure, wealth, and wonder drove him higher and higher. Jack paused for a moment, gripping the beanstalk tightly, looking down at the distant village and up at the clouds above. The path ahead was dangerous, uncharted, and filled with uncertainty, yet he felt a strange calm. He had climbed before, faced danger before, and each journey had made him stronger and wiser. The final climb would demand everything he had learned, but he knew he was ready. The beanstalk stretched endlessly above him, a green tower connecting his world with the mysterious heights of the giant's domain. Jack's heart beat steadily, his mind sharp, and his spirit ready for the decisive journey. He took the first step upward, knowing that the adventure had entered its most dangerous and most exciting phase, and that the challenges ahead would test him in ways he could not yet imagine. Jack stood at the foot of the beanstalk, the morning light glinting off its green stem, as if it, too, knew the gravity of what lay ahead. Today would not be like the others. The golden hen had been easy enough to take, the glimpses of treasure manageable from the shadows. But now he faced the heart of the giant's domain. Every nerve in his body tingled with anticipation and fear. He had climbed this vast stalk many times, yet this ascent felt heavier, sharper, more dangerous. The stakes were no longer distant. They were immediate, alive, and pressing down on him with the weight of possibility and peril. His hands gripped the rough stem, the texture familiar, yet strangely urgent. Each branch he passed felt alive, as though urging him onward, whispering of the treasures and dangers that waited in the clouds. The wind was stronger now, whipping around him in gusts that threatened to unbalance his careful movements. Below, the village seemed smaller than ever, distant and quiet, a world of safety that he could not yet return to. Above, the castle shimmered through the mist, vast and forbidding, holding riches and dangers in equal measure. Jack's heart beat fast, but his resolve was steady. As he climbed, he recalled the patterns of the giant, the rhythms of the castle he had observed over many visits. He knew when the giant would rise, when he would move, and when he would sleep. He knew the locations of the treasures, the narrow pathways through halls, and the safest places to hide. All of these details had become a part of him, etched into memory by repeated ascents and careful observation. Yet, even with this knowledge, Jack knew that one misstep could mean disaster. The giant's suspicion had grown, and Jack could feel it in the air around him. When he reached the cloud line, Jack paused. The castle loomed above him, its towers vast and glimmering, and the mist swirled around him like a living curtain. The air was thin and cool, carrying the faint scent of distant spices and warmth from hearth fires far below the surface. Jack's breath came quickly, and he felt a tension in every muscle. This climb demanded focus, patience, and courage all at once. The familiar thrill of adventure mingled with fear, making him feel both alive and fragile. Jack slipped into the castle, moving quietly along the familiar corridors. The giant was stirring, his deep voice echoing faintly in the halls as he moved about. Jack observed him carefully, noting the massive hands that grasped objects with ease, the slow, deliberate steps, and the faint signs of frustration that passed across the giant's enormous face. Every movement of the giant was a threat, yet every movement also revealed an opportunity. Jack had learned to see both in equal measure, risk and reward, danger and possibility. He made his way to the room that held the greatest treasures. The golden harp rested in its usual place, strings vibrating faintly, alive with a magic that seemed to hum through the air. Nearby were chests overflowing with coins, jewels, and glimmering objects of unknown power. Jack's eyes widened, heart pounding, as he considered what he could take. The golden hen had already changed their lives in small ways, but these treasures promised something far more permanent, something transformative. The temptation was almost unbearable. Jack moved carefully, reaching first for the harp. Its strings felt alive beneath his fingers, vibrating faintly as if testing his resolve. He lifted it gently, feeling the weight of its presence, the promise of music and magic intertwined. Then he glanced toward the chests, imagining what he could carry back, and a thought struck him. He did not need to take everything. He needed only enough to ensure safety, change, and survival. Greed had no place in this final climb. Suddenly, the giant's roar filled the room, deep and thunderous. He had discovered Jack, or at least suspected his presence. The floor trembled as he moved, the air vibrating with the sheer power of his voice. Jack froze, the harp in his hands, and listened. He could feel the pulse of the giant in the air around him, a living, dangerous force that could end everything in a single moment. Thinking quickly, Jack ducked behind a large table, heart hammering. The giant's eyes scanned the room, narrowing as he sniffed the air, hands flexing as though he could grasp at invisible prey. Jack held his breath, counting the seconds as if each one stretched into eternity. He realized that courage alone would not save him. Cunning and timing were his only tools. The giant moved closer to the chest of coins, distracted for the moment, and Jack seized his chance. He adjusted his grip on the harp, steadying himself, and moved as silently as possible toward the window that led to the outer terrace. The giant's massive shadow fell across the floor, but he did not notice Jack's careful steps. Jack slipped through the doorway onto the terrace, heart pounding, and ran toward the beanstalk. Each step was measured, deliberate, as the wind tugged at him, and the mist swirled thickly around the towers. The giant realized too late. His roar filled the air as he lunged toward Jack, but the boy was already gripping the beanstalk and beginning his descent. Branches shook and leaves rustled as Jack climbed faster than ever, muscles burning, breath coming in short bursts. The giant's arms reached out, but the distance and the weight of the clouds protected Jack. Each second was a battle, each movement a test of skill and resolve. He could hear the giant's shouts echoing behind him, a reminder of the peril he had narrowly escaped. Jack's mind raced as he descended, calculating every step, every hold, every movement. The wind threatened to pull him off balance, but he adjusted, trusting his experience and instincts. Branches that had seemed secure now required careful attention. The clouds swirled around him, hiding the castle but also masking his escape. Jack focused on the village below, on the familiar ground that promised safety and his mother's relief. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Jack's feet touched the lower branches. He slowed, catching his breath, and looked back. The castle loomed above, a gleaming fortress of gold and stone, and the giant's anger was a palpable presence even from this distance. Yet Jack had succeeded. The harp, the hen, and a few smaller treasures were safely with him, carried down the beanstalk through courage, cunning, and careful planning. He reached the ground and dropped lightly, feeling the familiar earth beneath his feet. The village looked small and ordinary, but to Jack it was now a place of safety, home, and possibility. The hen clucked softly, the harp rested against his shoulder, and the air was filled with a quiet sense of triumph. He had faced fear, navigated danger, and returned with treasures that could change his life and his mother's life forever. Jack and his mother were safe, the cottage transformed by the golden eggs and magical objects. Life would never be small again. The hardships of before seemed distant, shadows compared to the wealth and knowledge he had gained. Yet more than treasure, Jack carried something invisible but invaluable: courage, cunning, and the wisdom that came from taking risks and facing the unknown. He understood now the delicate balance of curiosity and caution, daring and prudence, and the cost of adventures that reached beyond ordinary life. At night, Jack would sit near the window, looking at the stars and remembering the climb, the clouds, and the castle above. The beanstalk remained, a silent reminder of what had been risked and what had been gained. Jack thought of the giant, powerful and dangerous, and understood that the world held challenges far greater than he had imagined. But he also knew that he had met one of those challenges and emerged stronger, braver, and wiser. And so, in the small cottage at the edge of the village, life began anew. Jack's adventures had changed him, and through him, his mother's world had changed as well. The golden hen, the harp, and the treasures from the castle were not merely objects, but symbols of courage, consequence, and transformation. Jack had crossed the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary, and he carried the knowledge that the world above the clouds was real, dangerous, and full of possibilities. The beanstalk would always stand, a bridge between worlds, a reminder of what courage and curiosity could achieve. Jack's life was no longer small. He had faced the unknown, confronted fear, and returned with treasures and wisdom that would last far beyond golden eggs or magical music. In the quiet moments, he understood that the adventure had shaped him more than the treasures ever could, teaching him the weight of choice, the power of daring, and the lasting value of bravery. Jack looked once more at the towering green stalk reaching into the sky, and smiled faintly. The journey was complete, but the memory of it, the lessons learned, and the courage discovered would remain with him always. He had faced the giant, claimed what he could, and returned home, changed forever. The world below, ordinary and familiar, was now a place of potential, and Jack knew that he had grown taller, stronger, and wiser than he had ever imagined possible.